Hey everybody, it's me, it's Saul, it's your friend from the internet. Today is a holiday, it's Thanksgiving 2023, so instead of a new episode, it's a break. We're going to take a break. You deserve a break. We know people are off work, so we're using this opportunity to create a best of. We're creating a 6.5 hour marathon of some of the best moments of this show, from over our 30 episodes or more than 30 episodes that we've filmed. So please, if you're interested in monetizing your creative life, if you're curious about how to make money from your creativity, you want to build a YouTube store, you want to release a podcast, you're curious about Instagram, all the information is in here. This saves you the time from going and finding all the individual episodes from the library. We're giving them to you, all the best parts right here. So, if you're not into football, you've had you've had too much family, put this on in the background, lie down, get on the treadmill, go for a drive, whatever you want to do. But enjoy the show. And thank you so much for watching in the past. If this is the first time you're seeing it, thank you for giving us your time. Please enjoy your holiday. We are grateful that you pay us any attention whatsoever. We're grateful for you. We're grateful for Spreadshop, the amazing sponsors of this show. And please enjoy the show as, we do this for you. In the last episode, I told you that in my opinion, you should not try to newsjack on a subject like a war. Well, today I'm going to finish my thoughts on newsjacking so you can do it if you want to take advantage of a different subject, like one that doesn't involve death and such.
If you just joined us, today's topic is My Father is Evil and He Wants to Take Over the World.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the Licensed to Print Money Show powered by Spreadshop. The goal of this show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. I hope you've subscribed already and you smash that bell, because every Tuesday and Friday I'm here sharing everything I know about ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform. Podcasts are coming and interviews are coming, and every month or two we circle back with the secrets of selling merch. Speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I love Spreadshop. I'm wearing a Spreadshop shirt right now, and I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. In my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, and all sorts of things. And I love them because it's absolutely free. That's my personal testimonial, and I'll read a proper ad read a little later in the video. So, here we are, the License to Print Money Show. We're sharing everything we know about everything. And, last time I had a lot of strong words about newsjacking. I want to share now how to do it properly, because, in the world of content creation, newsjacking is a real thing and timing is everything. And when it comes to trends, being ahead of the curve can make or break your campaign. So grab your notepads, your iPads, your legal forms, whatever you use to take notes.
Would you excuse me while I find an iPad?
And let's break this down, so you know what you're doing. So the very first thing, and I mentioned already, is timing. Timing is the heartbeat of newsjacking. In the fast-paced world of social media, trends can rise and fall faster than you can say viral.
That review went viral.
What does that mean?
The key here is to strike while the iron is hot. But it's not just about being fast. It's about being proactive and reactive simultaneously. I practiced saying that word to make sure I got it right. Proactivity is all about being on the lookout for trends. Keep your eyes open and make note of trends when you spot them.
How many times, like a week, or just how many times in general, do you think about the Roman Empire?
Probably not a lot. Why?
Not a lot? When was the last time you thought about it?
Maybe a week or two ago.
brainstorm on how you can ride this trend. This proactivity is your radar, helping you spot these opportunities early. So reactivity, the other one, is equally crucial. If you see another creative person jumping on a trend, that's maybe your cue to jump a little higher and a little smarter. You need to react quickly and capitalize on the trend if it aligns with your brand and message. However, don't jump in blindly.
You can jump in if you want.
Research and understanding are essential. You don't want to be the one trying to join a conversation without knowing what's being discussed. The hard truth here is that if your processes are too slow, you're in trouble. Being agile is the name of the game because there's nothing worse than trying to ride a wave that has already gone flat. Nothing happens. So the other thing that's really important is tone. Tone is the soul of all communication. When it comes to trends, it's not just about hopping on the bandwagon. It's about making sure you're not the odd one out at the party. Trends often come with a specific vibe and culture, and trying to force them into your brand's tone can result in really awkward and inauthentic content. And remember, we talk over and over and over about being authentic. It's like trying to make classical music fit into a rock concert. It doesn't work. Okay, maybe sometimes it works. But to be effective in newsjacking, you should look for trends that naturally align with your brand's message. That means finding those that allow you to express your brand's values and personality without feeling forced. It's almost World Series time, so baseball is getting more attention. Jada Pinkett Smith is, dropping bombs.
If you find another great love, or if Will finds another great love.
There's no finding another great love, and I think that's the point. It's like we are in a place now that we are in a deep healing space, and we are really concentrating on healing the relationship between us.
And real bombs are dropping. But we covered that last video, and if you missed it, check it out. But the hard truth is that some trends can be risky, especially if they involve controversial or edgy topics. But that doesn't mean you should shy away from them. Instead, think creatively. Adopt the trend to fit your brand's style. Change the language. Swap out elements that don't align with your brand's values or add an ironic twist to make it your own. And when you're talking about making something your own, that brings me to the third thing. And the third thing is audience. Your audience is literally like the heart and soul of your brand. I think I already said heart and soul, I don't know. But they're the ones you're trying to engage and inspire. So it's crucial to consider their interests and preferences when it comes to trends. To make newsjacking work for you, you need to think about your audience's demographics and whether they're already engaging with the trends you're eyeing. The best case scenario is when your audience is already reposting those trends. That means they're interested and you've got a receptive audience.
Steve's power is that he creates trends.
However, and I say this all the time, not every trend is suitable for every brand. Some trends might involve cultural or community issues that don't align with your brand's messages. In such cases, it's crucial to assess your relevance to the conversation and understand how your audience perceives your participation. Not every trend is going to be a good fit for your brand, but this is where careful audience analysis and social listening come into play. These tools help you understand whether your audience will engage with a particular trend. Just keep your eyes open.
You keep your eyes open.
And know your audience, because by understanding your audience, you can create a trend spotting strategy that not only leverages trends effectively, but also consolidates your audience's engagement. Just remember, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. It's about finding the sweet spot where trends and your audience's interests meet. I'm going to do that. I was watching 90 Day Fiancé, and I learned that in sign language, this means something dirty. In conclusion, newsjacking is an art, not a science. To do it properly, you need a strategy, and that strategy should revolve around timing, tone, and audience. Remember, you need to be agile. You shouldn't force trends into your brand, and you must always have your audience in mind. In the fast-paced world of content creation, staying ahead of the game can be challenging. But with the right approach, you can surf those waves of trends and come out on top. So, to all you creators and creatives out there, keep your finger on the pulse. Stay true to your brand and listen to your audience. If you follow these principles, you'll be newsjacking like a pro in no time. And newsjacking is a valuable thing to use with hooks that we've talked about before and other things. So, that's it for today. Remember to stay edgy, stay authentic, and most importantly, keep on creating. And when you're creating, create cool stuff for your Spreadshop store. So what is Spreadshop? Well, by now I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop 1 is absolutely free. So that's worth checking it out just there and then. But Spreadshop's the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online, like the shirt I'm wearing. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, bags, all sorts of things. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, fulfillment, any of that stuff. All you have to do is visit spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, please support us. Give us a thumbs up. Share it with a friend. Don't forget to subscribe. And we're here twice a week. And until next time, keep creating. Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. I got to ask, have you subscribed yet? Have you smashed that bell, all that stuff? Well, you should, because every Tuesday we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences to the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and, most importantly, the secret to selling merch. So speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. This is one of my shirts. And, in my opinion, they're one of the very best online solutions for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, and all sorts of things. So this is my personal testimony. Usually I read a longer one, like a well-written commercial for them. But today's episode is all about selling merch. So let's jump in and you'll learn about Spreadshop all along the way. It's like an infomercial, but you should still stick around. Ask any content creator what is important to them, and you'll probably hear them say monetization on YouTube. It makes perfect sense, but today I want to share a smarter and more lucrative way to make money selling merch to your super fans. So yes, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop, but don't roll your eyes just yet, because you may be surprised by what you'll learn today.
Did you roll your eyes?
No.
So we all know that YouTube offers creators the chance to monetize their content through its partners program. But, the thing is, to even get a shot at making money through YouTube's advertising monetization, creators have to achieve two very significant milestones. So the first, you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers. And,
How many subscribers do you have?
Let's see.
That means you need a dedicated and engaged audience right from the very start. Second, you have to rack up a total of 4,000 hours of watch time over the course of the, 12 months or so. So now that might sound like a lot, and it is, but you got to remember every minute counts in viewers for your videos. So many content creators, especially those starting, hitting those milestones can feel like a climb, feeling like climbing a steep mountain. It can feel impossible. 1,000 subscribers may not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but building an audience of that size takes real time, real effort, and consistently creating high quality content that resonates with viewers. So case in point, I think this content is super high value. And after 3 episodes, we've gained about 30 subscribers. Hopefully it'll grow at a higher rate now that I'm going to start promoting it heavily. But it is always good to remember that the journey isn't the same for everyone. It depends on your niche. It depends on your content type, how many other people are talking about the same thing you are. And of course, it really comes down to viewer engagement. So let's not forget about the 4,000 hours of watch time requirement. This means that you need a lot of viewers to not only watch, but watch a lot. And to the very end of your videos, if you want to collectively amass a total of 4,000 hours of viewing time. So for context, 4,000 hours is 8 hours a day of viewing for 166 days. It's like trying to piece together a puzzle, and each minute your viewer spends watching counts towards that goal. And let me tell you, don't try to buy followers or watch hours. You usually get caught. It isn't a great solution, and it works against you.
It's not stupidity. That's fraud.
And people figure it out, and they call you out on it, and it's embarrassing. So the other thing you have to think about is burnout. It's also a real thing. I know from personal experience, the monetization checklist is a huge cause of burnout because you need to be consistently creating fresh content to hit the watch time requirements, knowing that you're not going to get paid even the littlest amount until you do. It's a real pressure. And these milestones can be quite challenging for smaller channels. The YouTube landscape is vast and diverse with millions of creators vying for attention. Gaining those first 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time can sometimes feel, like a battle you can't win, and many talented creators might not even ever get the chance to benefit from advertising revenue. So whatever your subscriber count or watch time is, selling merch to your super fans is a way to bridge the gap before you hit those milestones. Remember in the last video how I said you need to make fans? Well, I wasn't kidding, because fans are great, and they're a great alternative path to financial success that doesn't hinge on hitting those elusive YouTube monetization milestones. Fans who love you will want to tell others about you. This comes in recommendations, but also in buying a sticker, a hat, or a shirt. Here's where I let you into my trust circle. I have tried a few times on my own YouTube channel to get rich from, talking and sharing, but I have never achieved monetization because life or work always gets in the way. But guess what? My lifetime revenue from YouTubing is somewhere around $10,000, and that is all from making shirts with my face on them. I love my fans. I love them.
I love you too, baby.
I don't know if these people love me or my content, but either way, I'm forever grateful to them because they go the extra mile to support me, so I do anything I can to make them happy. Even if you have 50 super fans, you have a potential gold mine at your fingertips. People don't think about this, but a dedicated group of viewers of any number who can't wait for your next video to drop are the people you should know. You should know them by their first name. You should engage with them. Show them that you see them because they are important to you, and mean it when you say they're important to you. This is the work you do while you're doing all the things you need to focus on to get that YouTube monetization and hit those milestones. So remember, in a lot of ways, the monetization goals are out of your control. But nurturing a community of superfans is entirely within your control. It's not about the number of subscribers or watch time. It's all about the depth of your engagement and connection that you create with your audience. And seriously, there is nothing more important or more valuable than this connection. So how do you leverage this super fan power? Well, first of all, stop using the word leverage. It's aggressive. Now that we're past that, the way is simple. We give them a way to support us that goes beyond any platform. Imagine this. Every time a superfan wears a t-shirt with your catchphrase or sips coffee from a mug adorned with your logo, they're not just using a product, they're showing the world that they're part of a community they love. They're showing the world that they're part of something that's meaningful to them, and you as a creator get to benefit financially from this support. Whether it's a design inspired by your contact or a memorable quote from your videos, these merch items create a tangible bond between you and your superfans. And the best part is, you don't need thousands of subscribers or hours of watch time to see real revenue. I told you I've made $10,000 in a reasonably shortish amount of time that I would never have gotten that, through ad revenue. So selling merchandise to your superfans not only gives them a tangible way to show their support, but it also offers you a direct income stream that isn't dependent on ad revenue. So this is where Spreadshop steps in to sort of make the magic happen. If you're here, Spreadshop is a platform that empowers you to create your very own merch store without the hassle of setting up your own e-commerce infrastructure. With Spreadshop, you can focus on what you do best, creating content, sharing what you know, and they handle all the nitty-gritty of merchandise, production, shipping, customer service. And what's truly remarkable is that you don't need any prior experience in e-commerce or design. Spreadshop provides user-friendly tools that allow you to upload your designs, choose from a wide range of products, think t-shirts, hoodies, phone cases, and more, and you can customize everything to reflect your content's personality. It's all done for you. You don't need to carry inventory or production or any of that stuff. And once you're satisfied with your designs and product selection, your Spreadshop store is just a few clicks away from going live. It's like having your very own online storefront where your superfans can purchase items that resonate with them. So, I love Spreadshop. I've told you many times I've had a store for over a decade because it's allowed me to make money. It's allowed me to express myself, and it's really allowed me to connect with people, and I love that Spreadshop provides me the tools for promoting the store. It can, I can track sales and connect with my fans. So the best part that I really love is, when your super fans wear your merchandise, they're not just supporting you financially, they're becoming walking billboards for your brand. They spark conversations, and they're attracting even more potential superfans to your content. So I'm an expert on word-of-mouth marketing, and let me tell you, I'll get to that in a second. People argue that selling merchandise requires a huge following to be successful, and yes, it makes it way easier, but it's not a deal breaker. With a dedicated fan base of super fans, you can generate more revenue from selling merchandise than you might from YouTube ads, and with only a few views. It's not about the quantity of viewers; it's really about the engagement and support. When we talk about numbers, there are a few ways of looking at them. You could have a channel with thousands of subscribers, but the engagement level is lukewarm at best. Or you can be a creator with a smaller subscription count, but every single viewer, or most of them, is a dedicated superfan. Which scenario do you think is more likely to lead to meaningful connections and income generation? So
please take my money, please, okay?
The answer is clear, to me at least. Engagement is the game changer. Superfans are your biggest advocates, your community builders, and your most valuable supporters. They're the ones who will be excited to proudly wear your merch, share your content, spread the word about your brand, and ultimately grow your channel with the right people. Small numbers of superfans can still have a very profound impact. And this is key to remember when it seems like you're not growing fast enough, or you get frustrated because you're not seeing change and you're putting in all this work. Superfans, here's the word of mouth stuff. Superfans start conversations. Did you know that 93% of real word of mouth is done offline?
So I heard about this new store that just opened.
People share things over dinners, at kids' soccer games. There's a whole world of people off of Facebook, off of YouTube, off of Instagram that are pushing people to the platforms to find recommended things. This is why you need to ask people to tell their friends, maybe even incentivize them with your own merch. It's win-win. They feel special. They're given tools to promote you more, and they get something out of it. It's like a weird domino effect of positivity. Engagement begets engagement. And that's the first time I've ever used the word begets. But soon enough, you'll find yourself surrounded by a community that genuinely cares about what you create. These are the people who will eagerly invest in your merchandise because they believe in you and they want to be a part of your journey. And guess what else happens? You're probably going to hit your monetization milestones now that you have people really rooting for you. And the result will be 2 different revenue streams. But remember, all this comes down to engagement and superfans, not your subscriber count. These are the individuals who will be there for you, rain or shine, and they're the ones who will support you beyond the limitations of traditional ad revenue. And I always say, how do you reach out to these people? Respond to every comment. Thank people for subscribing. It's all about reaching out, and it's super important. So as we wrap up this episode of the License to Print Money Show, remember, you have the power to make money in ways that align with your passion and your audience's support. Selling merch to your superfans isn't exploitive or just a business strategy. It's a celebration of your creativity and a testament to the strength of your community. I could go on and on and on, but we're like 15 minutes in. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time, keep creating, keep engaging, and keep monetizing through Spreadshop. Go to Spreadshop.com. It takes about 10 minutes to start a store. And one more thing. Consider this your save the date card, because next Tuesday I'm going to share the secret to YouTube. It's part algorithm, part common sense. So make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, because where I said today that it's hard to monetize and all the stuff, next week I'm pretty much going to tell you everything you need to do to monetize, everything you need to build subscribers. I'm going to start doing myself. You're going to see we're going to grow together, and we're all going to win and make a lot of money. So thank you for watching. Thank you to Spreadshop.com for supporting the show. Please go open up a Spreadshop. It takes less than 10 minutes, and hope to see you here next Tuesday.
Hey, I like the belly, okay?
I'll see you next Tuesday.
Every night after I brush my teeth, I crawl into bed, I cocoon myself in my blanket, and before I fall asleep, I always open Instagram and waste 30 minutes or so scrolling through Instagram Reels. So consider me an expert on the subject, and today I'm going to share a handful of things I know about Reels and why you should be using them.
How much for the damn cocoon?
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money Show powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I hope you've subscribed, I hope you've smashed the bell, all those things, because if you have, you know that every Tuesday and Friday we generate a new video, and these videos are about everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. Speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. I'm wearing a Spreadshop shirt today. And in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, all the list goes on and on. That's my personal testimonial, and I don't joke about that, but I'll do like a proper ad read later in the video. So, I've already said I wasn't joking, but I wasn't joking in the intro.
Oh, I wasn't joking.
You can now feel free to picture me in my bed clothing going through Instagram Reels, but more than that, I want to teach you about Reels. So what exactly are Instagram Reels? I hope, we cover a lot of, early education stuff on these shows, but I hope you know what Instagram Reels are. Picture this, you're scrolling through Instagram and you hit a video instead of a still photograph.
You do it? Both hands. Yeah, you can do it. Look at the camera, just growl. Rah! Oh, 1, 2, 3, go. Wow! Look at the camera and say, you brother! You brother! Say, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do, brother?
Whoa!
And that video's got you hooked. It's engaging, it's fun, and it's in full screen glory. Well, congratulations, my friend. You just found an Instagram reel. Think about how easy that was. Reels are like the Swiss Army knives of social media content. They're short form, vertical videos. And guess what? You've got all the cool tools in Reels to make your videos pop, from audio tracks to editing, and here's the kicker, they don't vanish into the digital abyss after 24 hours like stories do. They're there to stay on your Instagram profile until you decide to give them the boot, but I don't know why you ever would. The thing is, Reels aren't just about pointing your camera and hitting record. You can spice them up with captions, with stickers, with backgrounds, with filters, and a truckload of other features. And here's the secret sauce. They are Instagram's golden child. Reels get a boost in terms of visibility, making them a golden ticket for discovery. You create them, and Instagram does the rest to put them in front of the right eyeballs and the most amount of eyeballs possible. That's all cool. But why are Reels important? Well, let me tell you, TikTok may be all the rage with their challenges and their love surges. And
want to see the cringiest, most cuddly thing ever? This is called a love surge. And we do this when one of us has like so much love in our limbs that we can't contain it and feel like we're going to explode. So Sean is having a love surge right now, and he's going to wrap around me and shake with the electricity of love until I catch it too and start shaking, and then you explode with a love surge.
All that stuff, but don't sleep on Instagram. With over 1.3 billion users, it's not just a contender, it's the heavyweight champion.
202 pounds, the reigning heavyweight champion of the world, Rocky Balboa.
And the gap between TikTok and Instagram is a lot closer than you think. So here's the twist in the tale. While TikTok is all about videos, Instagram Reels let you play with photos too. Instagram Reels are where the big kids hang out. The 25 to 54-year-olds with spending power, and for businesses or creators trying to monetize, that is a gold mine waiting to be tapped into. Remember, it's not just about who's using it, it's also about what they're doing. TikTok leads towards entertainment, while Reels have historically been a playground for brands and influencers. Big brands, in particular, have a love affair with Instagram. Some are still warming up to TikTok, so Reels become their go-to for creative expression, and that also means an increased chance of doing brand deals. So here's a tasty morsel for marketers and creators. The time spent on TikTok versus Instagram is pretty telling. TikTok is where you lose track of time, spending an average of 52 minutes per visit. On Instagram, it's only 28 minutes. And that's a juicy stat for marketers. TikTok is an entertainment hub, and that's great, but Instagram isn't far behind. So if you want eyeballs glued to your content, Reels are the way to go. So how do you master Reels? How do you become a master?
I'm out.
I guess by now you're chomping at the bit to conquer these Reels. I've made it so compelling. So let me give you the keys to the car. Think about brand awareness. Think of Reels as your ticket to Hollywood of the internet. They're the masters of brand awareness. 2 billion people dance with them every month. And they're not as visible as a shooting star streaking across the sky and stuff like that. But remember, the algorithm on platforms like Instagram quickly figures out what you like and serves up more of it. So for brand awareness, Reels are the kingpin. They also let you show off your relatability. Now, even the big corporations can let their hair down and be cool. Take Barclays Bank, for instance. It's been around since like 1690 or something like that. But on Reels, it's a modern day financial guru. They dish out tips on budgeting and managing finances, and they're doing it with a sprinkle of relatability and you know, almost like a little smile. Reels make the complex seem simple, and that's a superpower for brands, and that's another reason why brands should be working with creators. Start selling. You know, e-commerce is on fire, especially since the pandemic. People's shopping habits have evolved, and Instagram is where the action is. Reels have product tags that are now your golden ticket to showcasing products and style. Customers can click buy now, and voila, it's sold. You know, it couldn't be easier. But, you know, here's some numbers. You don't have to take my word for it. Everybody loves stats. A clothing brand called Weekday worked its magic with Reels for brand awareness. They saw a 2.3-point lift in consideration, a 3.9 lift in brand awareness, and a jaw-dropping, my jaw's dropping, 74% lower acquisition cost per person. So you're convinced now, but you don't have an idea, so steal mine. You know, let's talk about creative juice, the ideas that you should steal or, let's say, borrow. Reels are all about being nimble, budget-friendly, and most importantly, engaging. You know, make behind-the-scenes videos. You don't need a Hollywood budget for this one. Whether it's launching a new product or showing a silly Friday at the office, behind the scenes, Reels are pure gold. Leave in the bloopers, outtakes, and mistakes. They add a touch of authenticity.
Stop it. Ready? Stop it. Okay. Wait a minute, I got something. This will help. No, I'm not going to hit you. No, I'm not going to hit you.
Collaborate with influencers. Whether you go big or choose micro-influencers, Reels are where you showcase your creativity. If you're into social listening, you can even pick up ambassadors for user-generated content. You know, share unboxings, use tutorials, reveals, and product demos for extra impact. And something I'm not a big fan of, but you know, it works. Create helpful listicles. Listicles are easy on the eye and impactful. 5 ways to feel healthier, 10 tips to grow herbs, 20 reasons to buy a new lipstick. It's a format that never gets old, and it's very effective on Reels. So we've talked a lot about contests. I don't want to go too deep into contests again, but you know, run a contest. Check out our other videos. We have a whole video just on running a contest. But you know, like I said, Reels are a great way of getting that out there. Another thing people should, can, maybe will use Reels for is to take a stand.
Go to your windows, open them, and stick your head out and yell, "I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore."
If you're working with a charity or have your own initiative, Reels are the perfect place to create awareness and raise funds. Think of TV chef Jamie Oliver. He collaborated with many influencers to raise awareness for free school meals in the UK. It's impactful, it's powerful, it spreads the word, and it gets in front of eyeballs. You know, of course, you should tell your story, whether you're hiring a new designer, launching a new clothing collection, or working with a charity. Reels are your storytelling canvas. Add the right music, strategic text, and effects. You've got yourself a powerful awareness raising tool. And of course, you can create a lot of excitement for an event. You know, Valentine's Day, Christmas, Halloween, they're all marketing gold mines. So don't forget to use them to boost sales and you know, all that stuff. There's plenty of opportunities for every occasion. And you know, I'm just spitballing here, but share a tutorial. We all love learning from experts, right? That's why we're here. Reels are perfect for sharing your expertise, your tips, your tricks, your hacks. You know, break it down to short tutorials addressing specific issues. Leave a link on your product. Leave a link, your product name, and let people access your offerings. So, you know, in conclusion, you know, we've dug deep into Instagram Reels, you know, what they are, why they matter, how to master them, and a treasure trove of creative ideas that I want you to steal, borrow, whatever you want to call it. Now it's your turn to shine in the Reels universe. Remember, creativity knows no bounds, just like when you're designing your own merch to sell in your Spreadshop store. You see what I did there? What's Spreadshop? Well, by now I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. I got my Spreadshop shirt on today. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., 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 etc. Simply upload your designs. Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. All you have to do is visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it all sorts of thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. Until next time, keep at it. This stuff, it takes a little time, but it works, and it's such a valuable asset, and I want to see your videos. So drop some in the comments.
It's a real film, Jack.
Hey, we got an email. Engagement today. You asked for it by email. We're going to go a little deeper into the creator and brand partner world. And like I said, we're doing it because you asked us to do it. So this is me giving you what you want.
I need a video clip, and you're going to give it to me.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Culp, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of this show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So have you subscribed yet? Have you smashed the bell? You should, because every Tuesday and Friday we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. So everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, which is coming soon, and that's going to be a 2 or 3-parter, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. I'm a huge fan of merch. You see, I'm wearing a shirt with my face on it, and speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, really anything. That's my personal testimonial. We'll read a proper ad read later on in the video. But to get started, let's go back to talking about brand partners. In the last video, I gave you the template of everything, how to write brands and ask for a partnership.
Want to be partners? Let's be partners.
But, if you talk to creatives and you ask them about brand partners, you sometimes think you might have tuned into a romantic comedy. I like them. They never call me back.
Why doesn't he love me?
They don't understand me. It turns out, they weren't who they said they were. Like many developing relationships, creators and brands go on a journey that begins with, when they match. You match with each other. It continues through some trials and tribulations, and hopefully everybody reaches a happy ending.
I think you are saying, sir, that there might be a happy ending for everyone.
There's little doubt that the rise of creators is disrupting marketing. Over the past few years, advertisers have noticed creators' innate ability to engage their audience, and influencer marketing has become a critical part of a successful marketing program. eMarketer estimates that spending on influencer marketing will exceed $6 billion in 2023, and that's a growth of 23%. For creatives and creators, this means that there are more monetizing opportunities than just ad revenue, and this is the purpose of the show. While your primary motivations may be around sharing your passions or expressing your creativity, creators need to see their efforts as a means to earn income. And one way is partnering with brands. But the creator-brand relationship isn't always simple, and that's why we want to go through it today. Brands, they have clear needs. They want to work with creators who represent their values and whose followings mirror their target audience. They know that a creator's ability to start a conversation and generate buzz around their product or service can build credibility, expose them to new audiences, and, move a lot of product, impact their bottom line.
Brands, they pay me to post things online.
The issue is there's tens of millions of creators out there, so how should brands discover, recruit, and effectively partner with them? And similarly, creators have needs. Hearing from interested brands is really exciting, and you've worked hard to build your following, and you're keenly aware that what you promote needs to feel authentic to your audience, but you're creators, you guys, you might receive outreach from multiple brands, and they may not always know who you are. You may not know who they are, what they sell, or what they stand for. And honestly, let's be honest, brands aren't always clear about expectations, how much they're willing to pay, what their goals are. And when a creator-brand partnership works, it can have long-term benefits for both parties. But when it doesn't work, both sides lose time and a little faith in humanity. Okay, maybe not faith in humanity. That's being dramatic. But it really does suck. And, this reminds me, I recently read a survey that reinforced the value that creators place on working with brands. But just how the brand needs to feel good about the partnership, it works both ways because brands can shake off one bad choice.
It's not to be missed. It's called Bud Light. It's so good.
Unless you're Bud Light. But a creator can really ruin the built-up trust that their audience and trust, really ruin the built-up trust with their audience, and trust takes a lot of time to return.
One more failure, and I'm ruined.
The survey also said that many creators feel brands don't always take the time to understand their needs. Brands show up in their DMs and they fail to follow up. They send vague and rushed requests. They don't deliver on promises of compensation. Ultimately, the reward may not be worth the cost. Great relationships take effort from both sides. And, they need to be a mutually beneficial collaboration. It's like dating. You have to swipe right to find your perfect match. And sometimes you need to sleep with a few people that you're not going to brag about to your parents. But the goal is to find that thing that feels really good. And that's what we're trying to do with creators and brands. So creators, they thrive in the social world. This is where they live. A whopping 51% prefer communication through social media DMs during collaborations. They're like social butterflies in a digital garden. So brands, if you're sliding into people's DMs, do it with grace and charm. And always be clear. Clarity is the name of the game. When brands reach out, one of the things I would hope they would do is be very clear about expectations. Be clear about compensation. Be clear about performance expectations. And don't leave your partner guessing. Clear communication is key to a lasting partnership. That goes back to the whole dating thing. Creators understand that good things take time. 64% prefer to apply for partnerships rather than be handed an offer. It's like a dance before, you get married. Think of it as getting to know each other before saying I do to a collaboration. If the creator is reaching out, chances are it's going to be a better fit than if people just keep hitting you. So, we're talking about partnerships. You can't talk about partnerships on this show without talking about money.
All you care about is money.
Creators, and I know I myself is in this one, creators genuinely prefer flat fees over complex bonuses or commission structures. Once trust is built, I'm a little bit more open to performance-based compensation. But in the beginning, I want to make sure I'm getting paid. I want to know what I'm getting paid, and that way I'm motivated. So brands, don't be stingy with your partners. They appreciate a fair deal. Work with them, see where their comfort level is, and work with them well. So here's some turn-ons and turn-offs. It's a turn-on: quality projects, high compensation, and creative freedom. The turn-offs are rush due dates, low compensation, and brands that drag your feet. I keep coming back to this dating thing, but it is exactly the same thing. So when you think of dating, you think of all this stuff. What's the secret sauce for a good relationship? It really varies. Larger creators put their audience first, while smaller ones value the overall experience of working with the brand. It's like tailoring your approach to your partner's unique preferences. So if I'm a brand, what do I do next? And I've been in this spot many times. How can you win the creators' hearts? Show them the money. Streamline the process and focus on what matters to them. Think of it as delivering a heartfelt love letter customized to your partner's details. Let them do what they do best. That's why you want to work with them. It's It's all about finding that good fit and trusting them. There's just as much at stake for the creator as there is for the brand. So the creator is not going to be, irresponsible,
We just have to do something wildly irresponsible to earn their trust.
So there you have it, folks, the inside scoop on creator brand partnerships. Remember, it's all about understanding, it's all about respect, and it's all about transparency. Keep these insights in mind, and you're on your way to building thriving long-term relationships with creators, whether you're on the creator side or the brand side. And if all else fails, send each other chocolates. Chocolates is like the universal language of appreciation, I think. Okay, so before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. Man, Spreadshop, I love these people. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of high-quality products, including t-shirts like the one I'm wearing, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. All you have to do is upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. I never worry about production. I never worry about inventory. I never worry about fulfillment. It's all done for me. So visit www.spreadshop.com and tell them Saul sent you. And don't forget, if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe for more tips. And until next time, keep dreaming big. Let's create some deals together. Let's form some partnerships, and let's all make some money.
I'll see you Friday.
Today, we're making a really long video about YouTube Shorts.
Eat my shorts.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the Licensed Print Money Show powered by Spreadshop. And the goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, I keep saying this, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So have you subscribed yet? Have you smashed that bell? You should, because every Tuesday and Friday we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and most importantly, of course, we're going to talk about the secret to selling merch. So speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. The shirt I'm wearing today, I bought off Spreadshop. It's not one of my shirts, but it's a shirt that I love very much. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. And that's my personal testimony on. Towards the later in the show, I'll read you a proper ad read that I wrote. So, did you guys notice this past week that the show actually started making and sharing YouTube Shorts? The idea behind the show is always to do everything that we suggest for you, and we would do it ourselves. So we started experimenting with shorts, and now we're going to share everything we know about them because we're experts at this point.
But I think it's fair to say we're experts now.
So let's start at the beginning, just to clear up for some people, like, what are YouTube Shorts?
Welcome to America's weirdest home videos.
So YouTube Shorts is a golden opportunity for brands to engage and amplify brand awareness among their target audience. The format offers a refreshing way to connect with viewers, making your brand more relatable and accessible. So what does that mean? More than half of all of YouTube watch comes from mobile devices, right? With Shorts being designed for a mobile-first device, you're tapping into a massive viewer base that prefers, vertical content. And I know I'm getting really ahead of myself, but since its launch just a couple years ago, YouTube Shorts has garnered an impressive 30 million daily average views. It's evident that people are not just watching, but thoroughly enjoying the Shorts content. And the best part, when viewers subscribe after watching your Shorts, they're automatically subscribed to your long-form content as well. This is a win-win for boosting your channel subscriptions. So, these shorts can be a fantastic tool for increasing your engagement metrics, whether it's jumping on trending challenges, showcasing behind-the-scene glimpses, or sharing a quick dose of entertainment. Shorts allow you to quickly snappy and create, just shareable content on the fly. So, I mentioned 30 billion, holy mackerel, 30 billion views a day. That's a huge number, but why should you or why should we care? The reason is shorts offer an incredible opportunity to reach a fresh audience.
Whoa, hello, new neighbor.
But it's not just about the numbers, because shorts are the YouTube answer to TikTok. They're designed to be discovered in ways that regular content just isn't. Like, the quickest way to say this is shorts get seen. This makes them great for promoting products and services, or even a contest like the one we're running. Have you entered our contest yet? All you have to do is subscribe to the channel to win cool stuff. But back to shorts. The built-in filters and the music options help your video pop and grab potential customers' attention. And let's not forget about SEO. You strategically using keywords in your title and description, you can attract viewers actively searching for, what you offer. So now, we know the why.
Which leaves us only with the how.
When you get down to the nitty-gritty of creating YouTube Shorts, it's simpler than you might think. And I've broken it down into a handful of easy steps. So when it comes to Shorts, you have to choose your topic. Pick a relevant topic that aligns with your business. This ensures your short is engaging and valuable to your audience. We released one about our contest. Hey everybody, it's contest time. I'm your host, Saul Colt, of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. And if you watched the last episode, you know that we went through all the ways to increase subscriber count through hosting an online contest. One about our show, why people should watch it and subscribe, and we'll be sharing clips from this video all next week. So when it comes to shorts or your full channel, figure out what you want to be known for. There's nothing worse than finding a cool video and then learning that it was just clickbait to grab people and the rest of the content is not the same. It is cool to talk about a few different things, but they should all be connected. If you really love reality TV and classic Porsches, my recommendation is just launch 2 channels and build 2 different communities of people who aren't going to be upset when you're not talking about the thing that they want to talk about. Point number 2, write a script.
Wardrobe script.
Script? Where's there a script?
Here's one I don't do because I try to sound natural, but I like to. But it's key to have a script and keep it tight and focused. Remember, shorts are a max of 60 seconds. Your script guides your content and ensures that you convey your message effectively without going over time. If a script doesn't work for you, like me, I'm not even reading a script. I like to make a note of 2 bullet points so I can talk naturally, but also keep really focused on not get off topic and keep it into the time limit. A lot of people love music, and they put music in their shorts. Music can set the mood and make your video memorable. You can browse YouTube's vast library to find the perfect track and enhances your short. Personally, I don't use music because I want the lesson or the knowledge to stand out on its own, but that's just a preference thing, and you could use music for sure. Shorts are filled with filters. Filters add a creative touch to your video, making it visually appealing. Experiment with different filters until you find the one that suits your style. I'm beautiful.
Yes, you are.
So the only filters I use are captions. Not sure if that counts as a filter, but for the sake of this conversation, I'll include them. Filters are acceptable and create a fun experience for people. Just remember, if your content isn't fun, a filter won't fix that. Filters aren't the be-all, end-all of everything. And once you've done all that, just hit that publish button and voila! That's French. Your short is live for the world to see. Here's something. Just publishing the short isn't enough. I say this all the time, and I will keep saying it till you believe me, but creating your masterpiece is only the beginning. You need to promote, promote, promote. So how do you actually promote these shorts, or use this for your regular channel as well? Okay, so here's how you promote your shorts. Share them on social media. First up, the power of social media, leverage platforms like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok to share your shorts with your existing followers and beyond. Just because it lives on YouTube doesn't mean it has to stay on YouTube. Social media is the playground for content sharing, and shorts fit perfectly into that fast-paced nature. A catchy caption, relevant hashtags, and a link to your short can drive traffic back to your YouTube main channel, boosting your viewership. We already talked about a follow, a subscribe in shorts as a follow on your main channel. Embed your shorts everywhere you live. Embed them on your website, on your blog. If you have a website, don't miss out on the opportunity to showcase your shorts there too. Embedding your shorts can enhance your website's visual appeal and engage your website's visitors. And it's always creating fresh content, which fresh content is an excellent way to boost your website's SEO and increase your online presence. Another way is to collaborate with influencers, collaborate with other people in your subject matter expertise. Partnering with influencers is in a niche can introduce your shorts to a new audience that might not have discovered you otherwise. Leverage their existing fan base. You can tap into a broader pool of potential viewers who share interests with your target audience. And something that is so underutilized is, don't underestimate the power of a great email list.
Gloria, where are we on that email?
Send out a newsletter to your subscribers. Share with them your latest shorts. Stay in touch with your most loyal followers. Keep them informed of all your new content. Include a snippet, a teaser in the email, whatever you want to do, and have them click through and watch the full short. Email is powerful, and so are communities. Engage with relevant online communities, forums, and groups. These people are congregating because they love this topic. Whenever appropriate, share your shorts as a helpful resource. Being an active member in these communities can help you establish credibility and organically attract viewers. Communities are the most powerful thing you'll ever be a part of. So remember, effective marketing isn't just about broadcasting your content. It is about engagement. Respond to comments, talk to people. By strategically employing these marketing tactics, you can ensure that your YouTube shorts reach the widest audience possible. Boosting your channel's visibility and engagement is so key. But also, remember, you only have 60 seconds. I like to say 59 seconds. So here's some of the best ways to actually think about using your shorts. I think it's so valuable to tease your audience.
Look at you, big teaser, huh?
First up, we have the art of anticipation. YouTube Shorts can be an excellent tool to tease your audience, especially if you have an upcoming product, service, event. Think of it as a sneak peek that generates curiosity and excitement. Sharing a short clip of what's on the horizon creates a sense of anticipation, intrigue. It encourages your viewers to keep an eye out for the big reveal. Another way to use shorts is to showcase your expertise. If you ever wanted to position yourself as an industry expert, YouTube Shorts is a really great way to shine in that respect. Use shorts to share quick tips, tricks, nuggets of wisdom related to your niche. These bite-sized nuggets not only demonstrate your expertise, but also provide immediate value to your viewers. Whether it's a cooking hack, a DIY tip, or professional insight, you've only got 60 seconds, and this is the perfect canvas for showcasing what you're really, really good at, because if you're not good at it, you can't explain it quickly. Another great thing is to share your story, the power of storytelling. Every brand and individual has a story to tell, and YouTube Shorts is the ideal place to share it. Whether it's a personal journey, a brand origin tale, a heartwarming anecdote, the short form content allows you to connect with your audience in a deeper way by sharing authentic and relatable stories and create a meaningful bond with your viewers. Last two things, two more things. I'm going to combine them into one. Promote your regular channel and promote your website. For those of you with a thriving YouTube channel, Shorts is a pivotal way of driving traffic to your main channel. Share your snippets, share some of your library, share clips, show them what it's all about. And the same thing about driving people to your website. I wouldn't do it at the same time. You don't want to confuse people, have them go in one direction or the other. But Shorts are a great way to actually, show product, send direct traffic to your website, include a link to your website in the description of your short, whether it's a product page, a blog post, or a landing page. This strategy can lead to curious viewers, remember about teasers, to explain your online space further. It's a subtle yet effective way to generate leads, increase website traffic, and potentially drive sales, drive revenue. So you got to remember the versatility of YouTube Shorts is it's really your playground for experimentation. The 4 or 5 approaches that I just gave you, they're just the tip of the iceberg. Whether you're teasing, whether you're doing education, whether you're storytelling, you're cross-promoting, you're driving traffic, YouTube Shorts is just a canvas brimming with potential to captivate and engage your audience in exciting new ways. You just have to get to doing it, And again, this show is all about making money. So let's dive deeper into monetizing your YouTube Shorts. Here's a lowdown on how you can make your Shorts work for you and your bottom line. One of the most significant developments is the YouTube Shorts Fund. Think of this as a pot of gold waiting for talented creators like you.
Time for us to move in on that pot of gold.
There's a crazy. There's $100 million allocated. This fund rewards creators who produce shorts that gain substantial traction. So how does it work? Well, if your shorts get seen by a lot of people and meet certain criteria, you could be eligible for a bonus straight from the fund. It's YouTube's way of incentivizing creativity and making sure that the quality content gets its due recognition. Another avenue to monetize your shorts is through ad placements. As your shorts gain popularity and start racking up views, you can opt to monetize them by allowing ads. This not only provides an additional revenue stream, but also ensures that your content remains free for viewers while you reap the benefits. So, and again, I say this over and over and over and over and over, never underestimate the power of a well-placed call to action or a CTA. Using CTAs in shorts can direct viewers to your website, product, or services. This strategy can drive traffic and potentially lead to increased sales or engagement, contributing to your overall monetization strategy. Monetization is not always about ads. It could be anything.
It's just that thing, money, 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 money.
YouTube Shorts can serve as an engaging way to showcase your products or services that generate income, monetization, money. Imagine creating a catchy, quick video that highlights the benefits of what you offer. And with the right visuals and messaging, you can turn your shorts into a mini advertisement that generates revenue. Like the monetary aspect is exciting. It's crucial to strike a balance between monetization and providing value to your audience. But I say this all the time, high quality, engaging content should always be your primary focus. Once you've nailed that, the monetization opportunities become a bonus reward for your hard work and creativity. So, whether it's the shorts funds, it's the CTAs, it's selling your products, all those things. Shorts opens up a world of possibilities to turn your passion into product. Just remember, as you embark on this journey, the key is to keep creating content. The key is to keep creating content that resonates with your viewers and adds value to their experience. So I'm going to go into this for real quick. So crafting unique and captivating YouTube Shorts is your ticket to standing out in the crowd.
It's a way to make the place stand out when you're driving by.
But, it does take a little work and stuff like that. So how do you do it? You got to be creative with your title. Your title is the first impression you make, so make it count. Craft a title that's catchy, intriguing. It aligns with the content of your shorts. This initial hook can make viewers curious to watch. You may not think your title is that important because the short is delivered, but it is. Keep it snappy. In a world of shorts, brevity is your best friend. We're like, this is going to be a 25-minute video. There's nothing brevity about this, and brevity is not a word, but keep your content concise, to the point. Remember, you got just 59 seconds to grab your audience and deliver your message effectively. Make it look good. High quality visuals can make all the difference in the impact of your shorts. Use clear images, vibrant colors, compelling visuals to keep viewers engaged, and you got to keep them hooked, and this goes for all content creation. You gotta add value, whether you're offering tips, entertainment, educational insights. Make sure your shorts provide real value to your audience. Valuable content is more likely to be shared and appreciated, because value is what people are looking for. Value is what people remember. Value is what people share. And create shorts that are worth watching more than once, and that goes to value too. Think about how you can structure your content to make it intriguing, even after repeated views, and also try to loop your shorts so they get multiple views instantly. People don't even realize that they've watched it 3 times. So, and I always say, end on a high. Just as a strong start matters, and a memorable ending leaves the lasting impression. Conclude your short with a powerful moment or a call to action that leaves viewers wanting more. The uniqueness of your shorts lies in your creativity and originality. Leverage these tips to produce content that not only captures attention, but also establishes a connection with your audience. So, there you have it. This is a comprehensive guide. This is everything I know about YouTube Shorts, and from creating them to monetizing them. We've covered it all. We've said it all. We've said too much. As you venture into this dynamic world, remember that creativity knows no bounds. Experiment, learn, and engage with your audience in new and exciting ways. So thank you for joining me on the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. If you paid attention to this video, you'd also know that we're giving away $100 Spreadshop gift cards and a couple Saul shirts to 3 lucky people who've subscribed to the channel recently. So make sure you subscribe, like, hit that notification bell, and I don't want you to miss out on our contest and of course be a winner. Before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. None of this would be happening if it wasn't for the great people at Spreadshop. So are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? It's pretty incredible I can do this from memory now. Or perhaps are you part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags. The list goes on and on. All you have to do is upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of everything. There's no need to worry about the production. There's no need to worry about inventory fulfillment. All you have to do is go to spreadshop.com today to launch a free store, and make sure you tell them Saul sent you. Thanks for watching the show, and we will see you on Tuesday.
I haven't been getting a lot of views or whatever on my videos, so if you guys could share with your friends and stuff, I would really, really appreciate it.
Our last video was a long video about YouTube Shorts. Today we're still going on about shorts, but this will be much shorter. And we're going to talk about how to get them to be seen by more people.
I like how your friend's shorts make me feel in my shorts.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show how creative people can make more money from their creative life. So, Have you subscribed yet? Have you smashed the bell? I've never actually said welcome back to the channel. That's something you're supposed to say on YouTube shows. Well, you should, because every Tuesday and Friday we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. So speaking of merch, hopefully you know by now the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I have had a Spreadshop for over a decade. This is one of my shirts. And in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, and all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial. I'll go deeper into a proper ad read later in the show. But like I said up top, today we are going to dive deep into the world of YouTube Shorts. We already did it in a previous video. I'll put it up here or here. I'm not sure where it's going to go. But, for those of you who didn't see it, maybe we'll do like a really, really quick overview. So if you watched our last video, you would have heard me say that like the quickest way to say this is shorts get seen. Well, they're supposed to, and if they're not getting the attention you feel they deserve, stick around, watch this, because that's what this video is all about. I have some tips and tricks to make that happen. So if you didn't watch our last video, let's do a super quick recap. So shorts are exactly that. Short vertical videos that are less than 60 seconds long. Think of them as the video version of scrolling through your social media feeds. YouTube Shorts, they're meant to be watched one after another, making them perfect for quick, entertainment during breaks or commutes.
Janine's been on the toilet now for 25 minutes.
Sort of, exactly like Instagram Reels, TikTok, and the such. So, you've made them. Why aren't they getting views? Well, it could be a few reasons. The biggest one is, the algorithm.
What kind of algorithm? What does it do?
YouTube's algorithm pays close attention to engagement and views. If your shorts aren't engaging enough or aren't receiving views, the algorithm isn't going to favor them. So getting those initial views can be tough, especially for smaller channels. But a well-established target audience and engagement are super key here.
I've got to change my shorts now.
Another thing is you might not have just given them enough time. YouTube takes some time to test your shorts with different audiences. So over time, the algorithm will understand which audience finds your content engaging and will boost its visibility. That's why you should never pay for subscribers, because it'll mess everything up. And hashtags.
Why did you leave out the hashtags?
Oh my God. Hashtags are important. Make sure they're relevant, spelled correctly. Avoid keyword stuffing. Viewers use hashtags because they want to find your content. And, another thing is the shorts are meant to be vertical. If you're uploading horizontal content, it might not perform well. Vertical videos have a much higher chance of appeal and engagement. So stick to the format. Okay, so we figured all that out. Now let's dive into strategies to create engaging shorts that people are going to dig. So I've said this before, I say it again, you need to know your audience.
Always like to keep my audience riveted.
Understand your target audience's interests and preferences. Analyze your analytics data and take cues from successful Instagram Reels or TikTok videos. Building on what works will enhance your shorts performance. Find people you like, see what they're doing, look at their hashtags, look at everything. The other thing is create a strong hook. The first 3 seconds are crucial. Use captivating hooks. Use something visual, verbal. Grab these people's attention. Ask a question. Make a clever statement. Anything that's going to sort of grab them and keep them. The other thing is stick to those 30 seconds. I even say stick to 45 seconds. Balance storytelling with brevity. If viewers don't finish your shorts, it can negatively impact your algorithm's perception of your content. So pay attention to your time, but also pay attention to your descriptions. You have to be specific. It's very important that you're well aware of which keywords to use. The choice of keywords will play a key role. And I already said this, but I didn't say do your keyword research. If you're not aware of the right keywords about your YouTube Shorts, then you could take, you can take any number of help, and look at what other people are doing. You must be including the right keywords on your YouTube Shorts to make it more searchable. You also got to know where to place your keywords. It sounds silly, but you should make sure to put your primary keywords in the first 3 sentences only. And the reason is that users always would notice on the initial part of your description and don't necessarily go down to the very bottom. Track your keywords. Always keep an eye on knowing which keywords are working and which are not for you. It would help for you to decide your YouTube Shorts description in that manner and generate more traffic. The other thing is find other interests of your audience.
So Anna, what types of things are you interested in besides photography?
Along with your video content, have a look at what other things are attracting your audience. You can always check that out, and based on that plan, you can deliver your upcoming YouTube Shorts really paying attention to what people want. But here's the most important thing I always tell people: be creative. Stand out from the crowd by injecting creativity into your shorts. Think outside the box. Develop unique concepts and experiment with different styles to capture your audience's interest. You sort of have to balance that quality and quantity, but always be creative. But find that right balance between creating a lot of content, but never letting the quality drip, because low quality videos could really, really hurt your channel's reputation. So, in conclusion, so we're wrapping up early today. This has been a pretty good guide on how to start, but remember, success doesn't happen overnight. By understanding the unique dynamics of shorts, optimizing engagement, and employing these strategies, you're well on your way to improving your views and growing your channel, so you can make more money. And speaking of money, let's talk about our sponsor. Before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, bags, hats, the list goes on. And all you have to do is upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of all the rest. No need to worry about production. They do it for you. No need to worry about inventory. It's print on demand. Fulfillment. They ship everything for you. All you have to do is go to spreadshop.com and set up a store. And make sure you tell them Saul sent you. So if you found this helpful at all, be sure to hit that like button, share with your fellow creators, subscribe to our channel, and until next time, keep creating, keep captivating your audience. And again, don't forget, sign up for your own Spreadshop store. It's free, and it's a quick way to make money as a creative. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you in a few days.
Good. I'll see you Friday, if not before. Good. Bye-bye, Sandy.
Collaborations. In the world of content creation, it's like making a delicious sandwich with all your favorite ingredients. And trust me, it's more common and beneficial than you might think. Today, we're going to go deep into the art of finding and working with collaborators. So let's get started.
It's collaboration.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I hope you've subscribed already and smash that bell, because every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and of course, most importantly, the secret to selling merch. And speaking of merch, this show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial. I'm wearing a Spreadshop shirt right now, and we'll do a proper ad read a little later in the video. So let's go deep in the power of collaboration. Have you ever wondered how successful content creators leverage collaborative networks? Today, I'm going to tell you the secrets to fruitful collaborations. Everything I know about, exciting ideas and the magic of knowledge sharing when you partner with somebody.
It's magic!
So you're asking yourself, why bother with collaboration? You've got the show, you've got a channel, you share everything you know. Well, you see, my content creating friends, collaboration isn't just a buzzword. It's the magic behind some of the most remarkable content out there. Brands like Dunkin' Donuts, Tinder, and Chipotle are all jumping on the collaborative bandwagon. But before we get into brands, it's really important to focus on other creators doing cool and similar things to you as a way to build your channel.
A toast to a fruitful collaboration between a witch and the vampire.
There's a lot of benefits to collaboration, and I'll break them down for you. And there's, when I say there's a lot, we're not even going to cover them all, but, benefit number one, choose your partner. Remember those dreaded school projects when you were paired with underachievers? Forget about that. When you collaborate in the content creation world, you get to handpick your partners.
I'll choose you.
No more relying on the slacker in the back row. You choose who you work with based on experience, ideas, potential. It's literally like the 92 basketball dream team, but Bird and Magic are still in their prime.
Folks, I'm here with one of the great NBA superstars, a real legend, Larry Bird.
Benefit number two, expanding your audience. Collaboration is the express ticket to expanding your audience. Pair up with somebody who already has a following. You both get more visibility and open doors to new opportunities. Plus, it's cost effective and mutually beneficial. It's literally like doubling your audience with half the effort. Benefit number three, inspiration. A lot of people don't realize this, but the truth is collaborations spark inspiration. When creative minds come together, it's like a creative fireworks show. You'll push boundaries, try new things, and create more value for your audience. Science even backs this up. Collaborative networks drive value creation, and if nothing else, you're going to work harder because you're going to try to impress the other partner to make sure that you're not the underachiever. Benefit number four is flexibility.
It's true, I was quite the contortionist.
Collaboration it's as flexible as someone in the Jim Rose Circus sideshow. You and your partners decide what you want to do. They could be from videos, they could be promotions, events. Plus, you rely on your existing equipment and processes. It's like a creative buffet, but instead of going to Golden Corral.
Don't forget, we're going to the Golden Corral tonight to celebrate, okay? Let's see if we can make it this year.
You go where suits you best. Benefit five, and this is a weird one that people don't think of, but benefit five is happiness. Collaborations make you happier. When you work with others, show respect, and provide honest feedback, your emotional well-being skyrockets. And guess what? Happy creators are more productive. Who doesn't want that extra boost? Like, creating can be a lonely thing, and working with somebody is great. So now you're sold on collaboration and you know the benefits, but where do you find your creative soulmates?
Your soulmate could be standing right next to you right now and you wouldn't even know it.
Start by making a list of potential collaborators, people who align with your audience and interest. Google is your best friend here. Search for creators using keywords related to your niche. It's like creating a shopping list for your content collaboration pantry. But you should be very systematic about it. Dig deeper by exploring their social media profiles and websites. Check out their content, their audience, and previous collaborations. Create a spreadsheet to keep everything organized. Remember, we're trying to make money here, so it does take a little work. Other ways to find people are to join a community. Virtual communities are a gold mine for potential collaborators. Join these spaces, network, and find like-minded creators itching to collaborate. It's like speed dating, but for creative partnerships. And once you've identified your ideal collaborators, it's time to make the first move. Craft a creative brief outlining your goals, your tasks, and deadlines. Establish a review process to ensure smooth sailing. It's like writing a love letter to your creative crush, except don't make it too creepy. That stuff's frowned upon nowadays.
That just sounds kind of creepy.
Okay, so you made a connection and you have a collaborator ready to partner. Here are a bunch of things that you can actually do together. You know, interviews. Interviews are great. They're the low-hanging fruit of collaboration, and it's a great place to start. It's like having a casual chat with a fellow creator, ask an industry leader questions, or bring in someone who inspires you. It's the perfect recipe for engaging content. Other ideas are guest posts, and case studies are also really great. They bring in fresh perspectives to your audience and can drive traffic from your collaborators' followers. Plus, they're a fantastic way to showcase problem-solving skills. If you want to take a big leap, and this is a big leap, you can hand the keys to your house to someone else. You know, this is called a content takeover. And they're like letting your friend DJ at your party. You give someone else all the reins and watch your audience get excited about very different and fresh content.
Shake it, don't break it, Jackie.
Also on the list is what I call sharing stories. This is a very subtle but effective way to collaborate. It's like giving a shout out to someone who's inspired you, whether it's mutual or a reach out to someone new. It's a win-win for creativity. The list of ways to collaborate is kind of endless. If you have spent any time on TikTok, you know that challenges are all the rage. From food challenges to crazy dares, they're like the adrenaline shot your content needs. You know, challenge a fellow creator to something silly and not dangerous, and you can watch your audience cheer you on.
And it's a challenge that I am going to accept.
Hey, so we've talked about contests and giveaways before. We just wrapped up our own one, and it was very successful for us. They're a win-win for everyone. Collaborate with others to offer your services and product to their audience and vice versa. And of course, you can't forget to promote your content. The final step is promote, promote, promote.
He mentioned you.
Promote your content to your respective audiences. You should share your content on your website, social media, newsletter, any other channels you use, and tag, mention, or link your collaborators. You should also encourage your audience to check out your collaborators' content, and they should do the same for you. And of course, don't forget to track and measure the results of your collaboration. You know, track your views, your likes, your comments, your shares, subscribers, just so you know if all this effort was worth it and if this is something you should double down or triple down. So I could go on and on with more ideas, including live streaming and podcasting, but there's a lot here to digest. So in conclusion, collaboration is the key to unlocking new heights to content creation. Take a systematic approach, reach out to your dream collaborators, and let the magic happen, because it will. Okay, before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop. It's the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. All you have to do is upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No worries about production, inventory, fulfillment. All you have to do is visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it the thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. Thank you for watching, and we will see you on Friday.
A collaboration will help us both.
Today, I'm going to share the secret to winning at YouTube. Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show powered by Spreadshop. The goal of this show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. Have you subscribed yet? These are things I've got to ask. Have you smashed the bell? Please do so, because everything helps. And every Tuesday and, probably Friday or Sunday, we're going to play around with a couple different days. We're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. So, speaking of merch, you should know by now the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop personally for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial, and later in the show, I'm going to read you a proper one that I wrote that, it's a little bit more formal and stuff like that. But if you caught the last video we wrote, you heard all about how to start earning ad revenue on YouTube, you need 1,000 subscribers and over 4,000 watch hours. Those are pretty daunting milestones, but in today's video, I'm going to give you my secret formula to hit these goals. And truthfully, I'm not sure this is proprietary, but I did develop this formula, if you want to call it a formula, by reading a lot of posts and watching a lot of experts. I took all their ideas, drilled down the most important points, so really anyone can find success with a little focus and a little hard work. So I hope that whether you're a newbie or a seasoned content creator, these little tricks, these secrets, whatever you want to call them, they'll revolutionize your approach. So grab a snack.
We offer no beverages, no snacks, and no facilities aboard this aircraft.
And let's get started. So hey, let's kick off with a crucial statistic. Did you know that to build a successful YouTube channel, you need a whopping 70% of your viewers to make it past the first minute mark?
Those are some stats for your ass.
Like, that's crazy. Think of this as your audience engagement threshold. To achieve this, man, you got to focus on creating content that immediately resonates with your target audience interest. You got to craft an opening that highlights the value right away, why they should stay, what they're going to get out of it. And if you can't do that, maybe try drinking a glass of water and seeing if people will wait till the end of, you drinking.
Okay, cheers.
The key here is to front load your video with captivating content. Start with a strong hook or an attention-grabbing question that aligns with your video's topic. This piques your viewers' curiosity, making them more likely to stick around and see what unfolds. Remember, capturing your audience's attention within the first minute sets the tone for the entire viewing experience. So that's the key one. But number two is not that different. Moving on to point number two, remember all that talk like a minute ago about, keeping people's attention for the first minute? Well, guess what? The first 20 seconds are also crazy important too.
Wait, I need 20 seconds where you don't judge me, interrupt me, or get angry.
Okay.
Imagine these as your chance to make a lasting impression. What happens in these 20 seconds could make or break your video's success. Use this window to deliver a punchy introduction, something that resonates with your audience's pain points or desires. Think of all those ads that try to grab you in the first 6 minutes, first 6 seconds before you can skip. Some are horrible and don't get to any sort of point, and you skip without hesitation. It's the same for full videos. You really have to think, what do I say in the first 20 seconds? What is going to keep people for the first minute? The secret of the first 20 seconds is to create an opening that promises value. Pose a thought-provoking question.
Have you ever seen a white rabbit jump out of a top hat?
And share a surprising fact or present a teaser of what's to come. Whatever you choose, ensure it's directly related to the video's core message. These initial seconds should leave your viewers hungry for more, eager to find out how their curiosity will be satisfied. And if that doesn't work, maybe you go back to drinking the glass of water.
Just kidding.
Number 3, let's delve into the realm of credibility. And establishing credibility is essential in retaining your audience's trust and attention. You're not just creating videos, you're building a brand, and authenticity is the key to doing that. Share your expertise, share your experiences, your insights, anything that validates your authority on the subject matter. And, I've said this before, consistency is crucial in maintaining credibility. Regularly deliver well-researched and accurate information to keep your viewers informed. Include personal anecdotes that demonstrate your understanding. This transparency fosters a sense of connection between you and your audience, building a loyal community that value your perspective. And that's very, very important. Okay, let's jump into a quick ad read. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Please go to www.spreadshop.com, sign up for a shop, and we thank Spreadshop for supporting the show. Okay, we're back. Let's talk about a game changer. We've talked about this before, but titles and thumbnails. I know I've mentioned this in a previous video, but it's important to think of this as your magnet that draws viewers in even before they hit play. Your video's title and thumbnails are like the cover of a book. They need to be compelling, informative, and curiosity-driven. Like the cover of a book, you need to nail your title. Be concise, be descriptive, be flirty.
Approach should be flirty but classy.
Be mysterious. Use keywords that your target audience are likely to search for, and promise a benefit that users will gain from watching. As for the thumbnail, choose an image that's visually appealing, relevant, and aligned with the video's content. A good title and thumbnail combo really primes your audience for what's to come, and it increases the likelihood of clicks. So after, the thumbnail, you've got the title, you've got all that. It's often underestimated? Strong calls to action, or CTAs. It's important to guide your viewers and tell them what your goals are. My goal with this show is to acquire more subscribers, increase engagement, and have people sign up for a Spreadshop. Your CTAs can be anything, but they should be really specific and relevant to your content. Encourage viewers to like, comment, and share and subscribe. Get them to sign up for a newsletter. Get them to buy something. You can direct them to other videos or other resources. A well-placed CTA nurtures viewer engagement, enhancing their connection to your channel. Remember, a video without a CTA is a missed opportunity to deepen your relationship with your audience. I've stopped numbering these points, but we're at number 6. And this is really all about self-promotion. You see I'm wearing a shirt with my name on it. You need to promote. It's all about strategically showcasing your work to the world.
That way, you can build me up so I won't have to brag about myself later.
You need to leverage various social media platforms to share snippets, teasers, or behind-the-scene content related to your video. Engage with your audience through different channels. Responding to comments and building a rapport is so important. Collaborate with other creators to tap into new audiences. Think of yourself as the ambassador of your content, spreading the word far and wide. It's so important because nobody's going to talk about your content if you're not talking about your content. Point number 7, a principle that can make or break your video's impact is execution. It's not just what you say, but it's how you say it. Pay attention to your delivery, your pacing, and your energy. I'm more upbeat today. Be concise in your explanations, avoiding unnecessary tangents. Incorporate visuals, animations, or relevant cutaways.
Hey, Lisa, could you pull all the relevant clips on that for me?
Yeah.
To enhance the viewing experience. A well-executed video maintains a rhythm that captivates your audience, making them more likely to stay engaged until the end. And finally, you guys are probably saying, finally, when is this thing going to end? Finally, the last point is really about learning from experience. This is, every video is an opportunity to learn and improve. You should be analyzing your video's performance after it's published. Review the metrics like watch time, engagement, when people stop, when people comment. Learn about audience retention, what worked, what didn't. Use this feedback to refine your approach to future videos. Be open to experimentation, try new formats. Listen to your viewers' feedback. Adaptation is the key to staying relevant and the key to getting content engagement. So there you have it, fellow creators. I'm supposed to say things like that. There you have the ultimate guide to crafting engaging YouTube videos, from mastering the art of the first 20 seconds to establishing credibility, optimizing titles, using CTAs, promoting yourself, all those things. Watch this video a couple times, save it. It's your roadmap to success. And remember, making engaging videos is both an art and a science. Dedicate yourself to continuous improvement, and most importantly, have fun. And like I said, if you found this helpful, be sure to hit that like button, share with your fellow creators, subscribe to our channel for more valuable insights. And remember, please, please, please don't forget, sign up for your own Spreadshop store. It's free, and it's a quick way to make money as a creative. So thank you, Spreadshop, again, for sponsoring the show and supporting us. And thank you, everybody, for watching. Please subscribe again, leave comments. I will respond to everything. And we'll see you in a couple days.
Okay. Cheers.
Hey everybody! Wow, we're back. It's Tuesday, and we got a really special show for you. On today's show, we have John Y. John is somebody who, man, there's no other way to describe it. I love John. I've known John for probably a decade now. He is one of the most authentic and really truly. He's one of the good ones. John is the founder of johnY.com. I'm going to let him explain what he does and why what he does is so important and powerful. But before we get to John, let's do the introduction, because we got to do this properly. Hey everybody, I'm Sal Colt, the host of the Licensed Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So hopefully you've subscribed. We do the show every Tuesday and Friday. We're mixing, content with interviews and pre-recorded stuff and live stuff. But everything we do is about exposing you to interesting people and interesting ideas around, like, being creative and monetizing your creative life. So we've already talked about a bunch of things. Today we're going to go really deep on basically making money off of things and things that you can create. And speaking of that, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. I'm wearing a Spread shirt right now. And in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, and all sorts of things. I love Spreadshop almost as much as I love John. Maybe it's a tie. I'm not sure. But I've talked enough. Let's bring John in and start talking with John, because this is going to be a great conversation.
Hi,
hey,
Saul.
John, how are you?
Good, man. How are you doing?
Good. I could not be more excited to have you here. You are one of the people that whenever I'm thinking of doing an interview or a podcast. I've interviewed you many times, and I keep inviting you back because one, I love your story. Two, I love your product. I love you, and man, I if you were to ask me, create a list of 5 or 10 people that should be way more famous or globally known than they are, you would be on that list. So I've stroked you a little bit. Now you tell people, who you are and what you do and stuff like that.
My name is Jonathan Y. I go by John Y. It's my company name, JONWYE.com. I started a company focusing on leather goods, graphic leather goods. I developed a process 16, 17 years ago to embed images into leather. And then I developed a protective coating, a whole system behind it. And with that, I started making belts and then guitar straps and then dog collars and bags. And it all kind of came out of a dream. I was trying to do I should probably back up. The whole impetus for it was I was really interested in this young woman at the time when I was about 24, 25. And I wasn't really into going to bars. And so I was like, come to my house. I have this idea for casting belt buckles with like plaster from the hardware store and a melting pot. And like, we can make them. And I was like, yeah, I think I have enough stuff to do this. And when she went off to pursue the adventurous life she was going off to, and we separated, I always wanted to have this adventurous life too. And I was like, well, she's going to do this. I want to do this. And so it kind of gave me this like little spark. And so I took these belt buckles that we had made together and said, well, I think I could make more of these. And so, burned holes in my mom's rug. I used a old melting pot that is used for like Civil War recreationalists that they melt like little pewter bullets in, like round bullets. And I made a series of belt buckles and I took them to craft shows. And then, I had a belt buckle. That's all I knew how to make at the time. And we were a very crafty family, but that's like the first product I made. And so people were like, well, we need a belt for it. Like, where do I get a belt? And so I started making these really rudimentary belts, like black, brown, and I maybe painted a couple colors on them. And then this one day I had this dream. I was like, I think I could do this thing in leather. And I kind of woke up with this idea and ordered a bunch of stuff, did some samples, and I took it to my parents and I was like, I think I can take this little piece that I've done and I think I could like make it bigger. And nothing like really existed at the time. And so they were like, okay, well, we'll, how are we going to do this? They co-signed a loan for me. And then I took that loan and learned a lot of lessons the hard way, like where you overspend on one thing and don't put your money in the right place. And you think you're going to be a big businessman. So you like order all the right things. Lot of lessons learned. But out of it came a custom machine, a custom coating process, which took years and years to really refine. And then from that, people started paying attention to the belts because I was hiring artists and I was putting my own artwork on belts and I could get such high detail. And then I had this idea for these storyline belts, which was kind of probably around the time you first noticed my belts. These, like zombies in space, dinosaurs making toast, like some of my classics that were like, the whole scene was on a belt and it wasn't like you got anything chopped up. I made them so every belt, every size had the full scene on it. And so people started paying attention and then I got into more graphic belts. Anyway, that just led into guitar straps and purses and everything else. And then I just basically hit the road. It was just traveling where, I've seen you in Toronto many times. And hitting the road, just meeting and greeting customers along the way. And that's built up my entire following. So like, because when you see the product that I make, if you were to see it online, you might think that this was like a cheap product made for like Hot Topic. It's like it just because it's a graphic, it's leather. If you've encountered something like that in the past, you think that it's going to be, you know, cheap and fall apart. And that's what everybody tells me when I've seen something like this before. And when I was young, and then it fell apart on me, but it was cool. And I'm like, no, like, but my belt's going to last like 10 years. It's like, it's a really strong process. And so I've had to build up my following very slowly, where people tell people and people find me in person, because the online doesn't quite translate. And so, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I can attest to the quality of your belts. So you think that I've only been around since the storytelling belts. I was at a wedding 3-4 months ago, and I went deep into the closet and pulled out my my red and blue underwear brief buckle.
Oh shit, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so literally from the beginning.
I've got a waffle. I've got the briefs. I've got the word bubble with the asterisk, ampersand. You know, all the bad words. I'm not a day one person. I can't take credit for that, but
no.
I'm probably like a year 2 or 3 person in your journey.
Yes. Totally. Yeah. No, yes. So yeah, I stand corrected. Yeah, you found me in the very beginning. That was like my early learning stages.
Mm-hmm. But you know, like one of the things I've always been fascinated by how you do it is, you know, like I've probably bought 12 or 13 belts from you at this point. I don't know the number, but you're the only belt I own except for one like plain black, you know, suit belt that I never end up actually wearing anyways, because I usually just wear like, you know, one of your belts anyways. But you know, I distinctly remember. So I've had one belt in 12 years kind of like turn on me and sort of wear out. And the fascinating thing about that belt wearing out is you sent a proactive email to people
you were there for
saying,
that. That's right.
You sent a proactive email to people saying, hey, this batch isn't really great. I apologize ahead of time. If you ever have a problem, just send it back and I'll replace it. And I never did, because I don't want you to dig into your pocket again and stuff like that. And it wasn't a big deal to me. I still got years and years out of this thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, one of the things I've always told people about you, besides the quality, besides the designs, besides, you know, everything else, it's you as a person. And, you know, you not only stand by everything, you know, and I talk about this all the time. Both of us have our own companies. Both of us have our name, you know, in the business. Both of us, you know, worry night and day about, you know, what things look like when they go out the door, because it is a reflection on us. But, you know, I think I do a good job of sort of standing by my stuff, but man, you impress me, and I aspire to be more like you so many times over the course of our friendship. It's you do things so differently. Where does that come from?
You only get one life. I mean, really, that's, I think that's kind of has resonated with me for like a long time. It's like how you do it, not what you like get, you know? So I don't know. Like if I see somebody trip on the sidewalk, my butthole clenches up. You know, it's like I have this like empathetic reaction to how other people are experiencing life. And sometimes I have to protect myself from that. But like the idea that somebody could be out there with my name on something and like have a bad impression, you know, I have no problem in the past, like, you know, someone comes at me like with unreasonable demands, I have no problem like pushing back. But it's like when I clearly see that like, oh, I am responsible here. And this is past like any business 30-day return policy warranty thing. this goes into like kind of pride, you know, I guess there's an element of pride, like this is my name on it. It's, and then also like I've thought about like what that means from like that's just my personal take. And then I've thought about it over the years from like a marketing perspective. I don't know how much you can resonate with this, but it feels, no research on this, it feels like getting good reviews is about 10 times harder than bad reviews. Because like, you know, we're designed as like creatures to tell our other fellow humans, there's a lion over there, or watch out, there's a wolf. And so like we pass around gossip, and modern day gossip is like the equivalent of like, there's a bear that's going to eat you. And so we're like, guess what? Watch out. And so like, you know, you go to a party and it's like, what's the most salacious thing that happened to you that you can captivate a crowd with? And aren't we all interested when someone has something dirty to say? You know, it's like, oh, this guy was so bad, and like he didn't stand by his product. And I was like, that's so much easier to reach for on all of our tongues than it is something like really positive to say. There's something about extreme positivity, not toxic positivity, but like being like positive about things that is almost too vulnerable for people sometimes. And so kind of understanding human nature enough, it's like, no, I want that 1 out of 10 that might be a bad thing to like, I want to flip that. I want to make sure it doesn't even happen because I took care of the thing that I could take care of in my power.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen, you know, I wouldn't exactly call it a popular meme, but there's, you know, a dozen or 2 dozen Instagram reels or TikToks where, you know, somebody's eating at a fast food restaurant and they stand up like with a start and they go, who made this? Who made this? And you think they're really angry. And like, you know, a kid will come from the back of like the grill and he goes, this is delicious. Like, and the reason it's so shocking is because nobody does that for good things. It's like, you know, there's a level of expectation that, well, I'm paying for this. You better give me something. Like, I don't have to compliment you. I'm going to tip you, sort of thing. And we're just so wired to like, you know, speak negatively and things like that. So I love that. And I agree 100%. Nobody goes to Google, you know, reviews and says, this is the greatest thing ever, unless they were prompted, but they will go to dump on something because that's just how, like, I don't even think it's how we're wired. I think it's where social media has led us at this point, which is, you know, I have such a love-hate with social media right now. I wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for social media, but at the same time, I don't like what it's become. But let's get back to you, John. Enough with me boxing. So you say you've been doing this 17 years or close to 17 years.
No. Well, that was when I like figured out the process. I'm on year 19 and January 2nd starts year 20.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You've displayed at probably at this point hundreds of, you know, Christmas markets and one of a kind art shows and all over, North America and, you know, and stuff like that. What are, you know, let's keep the positivity train going. What are some of your favorite memories of doing shows and people coming up and recognizing you or seeing the same people year after year after year? Like what stands out in your brain?
It's what you just said last is seeing the same people. I developed a kind of like crazy ability to recognize faces. And so like of the tens of thousands of people that I've met, I will be at a show and the context of like that show, that time of year, a family will come in my booth and I'm like, what's going on? Like, it's so good to see you. And I like legitimately remember them. And like, then like little things will pop into my head of like conversations we had, you know, and like, that has been the most uplifting thing over the years that people remember me, that I made an impression, that the product. And so part of why I stand by it is, you know, the people that go to craft shows and that seek out independent art, they're a smaller part of the population and they go to a lot of them. So you will see them repeatedly at the same show. not only that, you will see them at other shows in other cities far across the country, just because like they may have been traveling and they're like, oh, this craft show was happening this weekend, and so we're gonna go, and like, oh, John Y's there. And then they stop by and it's like, oh my God, you're totally out of context. Shouldn't you be in Atlanta? You're like, oh, I'm visiting my cousin or something like that. But they seek these things out. And so they come to me and they're like, oh, this is my wallet I've had for 10 years. Oh, check out my belt. I've had this like since the beginning. Like I went on a hiking trip with it. You know, it's like they share these things with me and it's like, wow, like that I love. That's probably the thing that I love the most.
Mm-hmm. You know, like we're friends, so we've had a bunch of off recorded conversations, and I'm not gonna
many.
violate any of your secrets now or anything, but you know, like it's completely normal to go in waves of like ups and downs and motivations and like being so like jazzed by everything, and also having like the wind taken out of your sails, for lack of a better cliche. How do you kind of keep going, or is it just like this is what you do and you're a professional and you just grind?
Well, I can tell you a very specific thing. I wish I had more of a philosophy behind it, but you know, I always like you said, like I want this to be bigger than it is, because I wouldn't have started this if I didn't like want it to be a career that I could retire on, that I could be safe on. Like I always had this goal of doing something artistic, but I thought I felt wise enough to realize that like the hard art side of like where other people like I'm either going to be an actor or a painter or whatever, it's like you're like 1% of 1% succeed. And it's like I didn't want that type of unease in my life. I wanted to like control my life. And so I was like, well, you know, the product kind of fits so many mediums. I can put art on it and it's functional. I can get out there and sell myself. It was all dependent on me. And so I had the energy for many years, and then the pandemic just kind of like all my people in my workshop that I was training at the time, they left. They were like, we don't want to be in a small space, you know, closed at the time, because, you know, we didn't know what the protocols were. And so my people left. It was all me. We weren't traveling to shows. I was just filling orders online, just the ones that were coming in. And you know, luckily a lot of people in the United States were getting some extra money from the government. And so like my sales actually like held steady and picked up and got me through all that time. And then I would joke to my friends 2020, 2021, like, oh, I'm just basically retired right now. You know, and a website's going, I got some money coming in, and I just enough to coast by. And so I really didn't have drive for a while. I was so appreciating, after all the years of like putting absolutely everything into this company. I mean, we're year 19. I still barely take a salary. It's like I take a draw on the company just for like expenses for my house and like little things, but everything goes back into it. And so like, I didn't have that, like, I needed a break, and the pandemic was this break where my mind was able to like just relax and focus on myself. And I fell in love with a wonderful woman, and we're dating, and been together for a couple years now. And like, I'm so happy with the personal side of my life that developed, that it was really hard to get back into the business side, which had become both. The business side was me and the business. It was personal, it was interchangeable. And the pandemic allowed me to separate them and be like, oh, this is John the business, this is John like the person, and to like appreciate keeping those very strong separately. And then a lot of it had, so once I found myself, so to speak, it was some very close friends of mine that over the year had the same kind of verve and vigor for my company that you do, who had been in my ear and were like, so when's this thing gonna blow up? Like, when's like, what do we need to do to make this happen? And I'm like, yeah, well, I'm trying to do these things. And I'm like, there's a lot of hemming and hawing on my part. It's like, well, I'm working on this, fully knowing I was like slacking and on creating new products and stuff. And they're like, come on, like, what do we need to do? Do we need to loan you some money? What do we need to do to light this fire? Because they were like, this is a thing that can happen, but you need to, like, you're the guy at the head of the ship. You gotta get it going. And so it was kind of seeing the reflection in my friends' eyes. They were like, I remember one of my closest friends was like, dude, I saw you go from I saw you do 10 years of personal growth in like 2 years. It's like, cool, you got that. Now, what are you going to do about this business? And so it was seeing that reflection in their eyes of what they saw of what I was capable of. That allowed me to start unwinding, and I know you're going to appreciate this, the fear of success. People think there's a fear of failure. The fear of success means if you're actually successful in doing what you set out to do, it opens a whole new Pandora's box of all the next steps that you have to accomplish. It's more money, more problems, right? It's like, that's the like easiest way of saying it. It's not just money. It's like exponential growth. It's like building out the workshop. It's building new systems. It's filling the gaps in as the cracks form as you're growing and stressing the system. Like, that's what fear of success is. And that's what I've also been challenging myself on, is that I am the one that has to push it to the next level. It's all on me. And it's really easy when I'm traveling to a craft show and it's like one-on-one. It's like, but what happens when I get to the goal I want to get to, and then it pops? And now it's like, now this is sink or swim. It's no longer a cottage industry. And so that's where I'm at now. And I just found all those right people for my operation, and they're all in place, and we're starting very slowly. That's why you see more of a presence of me on social media now, which before it was like once every 6 months I post something random. But yeah, so it's me. I wish I could say I had this like verb. It was my friends watching me for 20 years and saying, no, you've already proven it. Like, you've done this thing. Now get out of your own way and like push it across the finish line. So I got a little emotional thinking about that, because you got to have those people in your life, Yeah. And it's not the people that just blow smoke up your butt and say like, yeah, it's like a great idea that you have. Because you and I both know, as creatives, 90% of the ideas we have end up in the trash can.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be someone that is like excited to put it in the trash can, because if you're not, like, you're not going to get to the one that's good. And it's like, and I'm ready to like keep dumping ideas and move to the next level. So,
well, so speaking of ideas, and I'm going to tell a story about myself first, and then work it into a question for you, because they are kind of related. But I was having a conversation with somebody the other day, and they said, one of the funniest things you ever did was blank. And I had totally forgotten that I'd even done it. And then then it started me thinking, what are all the little throwaway ideas that I did or didn't do, and what could be resuscitated, and what was great and what wasn't? And I remembered, and for me, I don't know if this is the same for you, a lot of my best ideas, and a lot of my best executed ideas, whether they be for personal hilarity or work or a client, is like, I find boredom really, really powerful for stimulating ideas. So in 2015, so it's like a long time ago, I was in San Francisco working, and I didn't really know anybody in the city, and I was pretty new, and I hadn't made any friends at the client I was working with. And so I was, a lot of time in hotel rooms and Dunkin' Donuts and stuff like that. So I was reading a story about Derek Jeter giving women like sex baskets when like after a one night stand, he'd give you a going away basket. And I just thought that was the funniest thing ever. So I posted on Craigslist that I was selling my Derek Jeter sex basket. And I just found a picture of like a wicker basket on Amazon or whatever, and wrote this whole story about how, I've been using it for the last 5 years for toilet paper and towels and blah, blah, blah. And I can't prove it's really his thing, but I could describe every inch of Derek Jeter and all this stuff. And I got 2 major media to pick up the story, and like about 100 collectible shops wanted to buy my imaginary sex basket. And I was like, that to me is just so funny and so, frivolous. Now bringing this to you, one of the things I love about, like, I was talking to you about somebody recently, and I've spoken at 300 conferences, and I probably mentioned you, a fifth of the time on stage. One of the things I love about you is I call it a don't worry attitude towards marketing. And you may not think of it this way, but it's like, I feel like you don't worry if people don't get it. You don't worry if the idea doesn't set the world on fire, but it's still important to do. And the example I always use, and I want you to tell the story because you'll do it better than me. But and I know I bring this up every time we talk, but I know when an idea is great is when I feel jealous I didn't think of it. And I loved your idea about the John Wine keychains. So please tell that story. Oh, but before you tell that story, do you have problems remembering every single thing you've ever done?
Yeah, I do. But I forgot about that one until you just told me. But if you want me to tell it, I'll tell it.
No, I want to hear it. I want people to hear
it. The keychain. Okay. So the keychain, I made these little, I always wanted to put a little something extra in the bag. It's like, that's when I was trying to be like all these other companies. I got to put swag in, swag. I got. Oh, did I lose you there for a second? Oh, are we back? There we go.
Yeah, we're back.
Oh no. Oh, did I get you? Did we come back?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, we just got a spinning wheel. So I made this little rubber keychain, and it has a little, from one of my artists, a hand holding like my signature, and it's lit on fire. And it's a know nothing item, something that you would give away as a promotion because it has a website on it, but it was a cool little rubber keychain. And I put it on the website for something like $10 or $15, something kind of that I thought was like a little ridiculous. And I put a promotion out, like selling this new keychain. And I was like, there's no way anyone's going to bite on this. And so like a couple people bid on this. And I was like, congratulations, you just unlocked this Easter egg. Pick any belt you want on my website, and it's yours for the cost of this $10 keychain or whatever. Because I wanted to find someone that was just so excited. The few people, maybe it was like 10 or 15, they were just so excited about like the things that I did that they were willing to take a risk on something so small and so asinine, because there's a million companies out there that have no problem.
I think we lost you there. So I'll talk until you come back. The reason I love this story so much is, one of the things that we talk a lot about on the show, and John dropped off, so hopefully he'll be able to rejoin in a second. But one of the things we talk about so much on the show is really about finding your super fans. And John's back. So I'm going to finish my thought while John comes back. But one of the things we talk so much about is finding your super fans. And that's why I love this story so much. And I keep talking about it. How do you find your super fans? You offer them something ridiculous, and they put up their hand and say, this isn't ridiculous to me. It's just so, it's such a great idea. So finish your thought. I sort of filled in the
Where,
gap.
where did I leave off? Where did I leave off?
It was really, you unlocked an Easter egg because you wanted to reward people for really, investing in you. And at the time, you were saying at the time, there were other people offering something.
Oh yeah. So I'd go on any company's website that I liked, and they had no problem charging, because I'm a manufacturer, we don't just design it. We make everything in my 2,000 square foot workshop out there. And so I know what I know what cost of goods are. I know what it costs to make things. So when I see something that takes pennies and you're charging $10 for it, I mean, granted, that's good business, but it's I don't feel right about that. There's I want there to be some connection between the labor, the
Nope, I think we dropped off again. But that's okay, because one of the things, I'll just keep talking and fill it in the gaps. When you're talking about super fans, I've always talked about, I use this example, John's example, but I also talk a lot about when you are sending emails to people. One of the great ways to discover super fans is to send an email to everybody in your contact list, and put a survey in, because you know what? The people who respond to your survey are probably your super fans. The people who open your email are probably people who are mildly interested in you, and the people who have nothing to say or do with you aren't your super fans. You should treat them all, importantly, but those super fans you really want to reward, and it's all about identifying them. Okay, John, you're back.
Yeah. Sorry, this is I don't know whether it's I'm in an industrial zone, and one of DC's few industrial zones, and I get one internet service provider down here, so I apologize if it cuts out.
No, it's cool. You're letting me talk. It's my ego is blooming.
Well, I like talking to you, so let it bloom.
Yeah. So let me ask you, you sort of touched on, I pushed you off your origin story probably a little quicker than I should have, because I love the story. But when you're talking about, putting burn holes in your family carpet and things like that, what time, how into this, adventure, as you call it, did you kind of realize you were onto something and this might be a thing?
So I think it was, so there's kind of a story to that. So
well, let's hear
I
it.
remember so my dad, I lived at home for a very long time after college. I lived with my buddies, and then I was kind of aimless and was starting this business, and I was like, well, I got to save money and move back home. And that was so I lived at home for a very long time after school. Lived it with my parents until I was 31 years old to save money working on this. But in the very beginning, when I first started making some products, and I just didn't know what I was doing, I was literally, every creative person understands this. It's like writer's block. I was sitting at the computer being like, I absolutely just do not know where to go. I don't know what direction to take, what foot to put in front of the other. And I was convinced, well, I got to keep refining and making these buckles better. And so I was still making things in the beginning, but I was only going out to sell them once in a while. And I was very sheepish about it. I was actually very shy talking to people. I couldn't really interact with people like that for a very long time. I had to develop that skill and personal confidence. But I remember one time my dad, when I was living at home, comes into my bedroom, sees me at the computer thinking I'm working while I'm falling asleep because I don't know what to do, and mild creative depression of not knowing what direction to take. And he's like, you really love making things, but you don't love selling them. And well, you don't understand, Dad. I've really just got to refine it, So I'm like, imagine your dad's telling you, it's well, this is just what I see. And you're fighting. You're like, no, you're not seeing it right. I've got to make a better product. I've got to keep refining it. And he left my room, and it was just this instant wash over me of like, ah, shit, he's right. Like he's just right. Like I didn't want to go out there and hustle. Part of that like beginning of fear of success. If I do, then it's like a thing. I really got to do it. And so I was like, okay, I gotta learn like to love to do this. I gotta put myself out there. And so I just had to just slowly start acclimating myself to like going to a craft show and then setting up. And I would, this local farmer's market, I would get up at like 3 or 4 in the morning, put out a sleeping bag, sleep by the door in line to get one of the few spots available. Many years later, I have a permanent stall. Then I'm traveling the country, that I'm traveling to see you in Toronto. And it's, but I had to learn to love the thing that was in my way.
Yeah, I think a lot of creatives struggle with that. I know I did at the beginning. I'm like an introverted extrovert. I actually love talking to people, but I love talking to people on my own terms. And when I run out of energy, I like to sort of run and hide. But I had the hardest time. I could convince people that they should be working with me, but I had the hardest time to convince people they should pay me. Because it's like I never wanted to ask for the money. So it's like it's like I always can compare it to like a non-physical relationship where two people love each other, but both people are afraid to do the first kiss, kind of thing. Like I got you, breathing heavy, but we never went, we never went past there, and stuff like that. So it's a skill I had to learn, quite. And it took me longer than I'm embarrassed to say it took me a lot longer than it should have. But now I'm all just like, F you, pay me. And
yeah, this is what I'm worth, right?
Yeah. Not many people agree, but this is what I believe.
Yeah.
So what's next for you? How are you going to blow this thing up? How can I help you? How can we take on the world together? I'm your biggest fan. There's nobody rooting for you more than me, except for maybe your inner circle. But like where do you sort of see the next thing for you?
I think I've found it, and I'm on the track. It's just the beginning stages. I started looking for people to help me that did not have my skills. And because I realized like I'm so good at multitasking the physical production and training people and doing what I need to do and creative. It's like I need someone that's not me, that's willing to take on a whole new skill set, that's willing to manage the website, customer interaction on a daily basis, interactions on Instagram, and keeping all of that consistent. Because as you know, it's like, me posting once every couple months is not going to do it. Like it has to be like, okay, we're in it to win it. Now, luckily, for a long time that suited me because I believe meeting someone in person and giving them a handshake, that's the best social media ever. Like I don't give a fuck if anyone, like for how few followers I have online because I don't interact, my audience is so much bigger than people that have millions. Like that's what's crazy, is because it's so old school. I've met all these people. These people order online. They tell their friends, their relatives. It grows naturally. I kind of like the idea of like the underdog, like coming out of nowhere, like how did this guy show up? Like he has no online following. It's like, gotcha. I met people in person, old school, but I recognized I needed to start doing more online. And so I have this person in place who's really taken that on and has the same verve for the company that you do. And is like, okay, I'm all in on John Y. Let's figure out how to make this work. And her name's Victoria, victoria@johnY.com. That's her email. She handles most of customer relations now, and she's killing it. And then that is her taking that on has allowed me to like free up my mind for the other creative things that we're launching. um, uh, which I'm so tempted to tell you what they are, but I like can't tell you what they are yet until I reveal them myself. But
don't
we're
spoil
building
the reveal.
we're building as a side part of the company, we're building a fictitious world. And then we're integrating that into the company, because I realized, like, now that I've stabilized myself with the company, like, this is my creative venture that is my living. Oh, give me 1 second. This is what gives me my living. And then now I want to start doing more artistic things.
That's very cool. I
Yeah,
have an
so this
idea.
is the big artistic push.
Mhm. Well, I have an idea for you that I'll share after we stop recording, and maybe you can run with it or not. But I'll impart it in a few minutes. And speaking of that, thank you, John, so much for your time. You've been very generous with it. Man, I love you. I love your company. I love your product. Tell people how to find you online, how to buy stuff. Shamelessly plug yourself, and let's go from there.
You can find me on johnwy.com. It's spelled JONWYE.com. Everything's online. If you have any questions, you can talk to me or Victoria. The emails are right on the website. We respond to every question. We want to help fit you into the best size belt we can. And my hope is that when you buy one of my belts, you really won't buy any other ones. You'll have it for 8 to 10 years, and you'll get to a point where, like, wow, I haven't needed a new belt, but I want one because it's still so good and it hasn't worn out. And so then you think to buy it again. I want you for not the quick turnaround sale. I want you for a lifetime of changing your belt wardrobe and adding, like, just a little bit of funkiness to it. And you are truly supporting a small business and North American manufacturing.
Mm-hmm. Your products last longer than iPhones. So that's
I
a
guess
good
so,
thing
yeah.
too.
Yeah.
John, thank you so much. I'm going to remove you from the stream, but don't leave. Give me a minute to wrap things up, and then I want to chat for a second.
Okay.
Hey, isn't John incredible? Thank you, everybody, for watching today. And if you were watching from today, let's thank our sponsor, Spreadshop. What is Spreadshop? Well, I hope by now you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate, absolutely free solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. You could be like John and have your own store where you're selling shirts of your own designs and all sorts of stuff without having all the manufacturing and stuff like that, because Spreadshop does it all for you. They offer an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, the list goes on and on. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, fulfillment. It's all done for you. It's so simple. You just have to upload your designs and wait for the money to come in. To get started, go to spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you like this video, please give us a thumbs up, share it with a friend, make a comment, do whatever, and please subscribe to our YouTube channel at Spreadshop, because we do videos like this every Tuesday and Friday. We're doing a lot more interviews with a lot more interesting people, but there's over 30 videos already of really helpful content to help you monetize your creative life. So thank you very much for watching today, and we hope to see you on Friday. So last night I was laying in bed trying to decide what would be a good topic to dive into for this very video. So I said to myself, I wonder if our viewers know about sales funnels. I asked it out loud. I made a big deal about it. No one answered. So I took that as a no, and that's what we're going to be talking about today.
You know, she started out as a sales representative just like me.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I hope you've subscribed. Our numbers are doing okay. They're not doing as great as I would like them to, but they're doing pretty good. So please subscribe, smash that bell, because every Tuesday and Friday, I come to you with ways to, generate income from your creative life, everything from growing audiences, nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, blah, blah, blah. And most importantly, the secret of selling merch. So speaking of merch, this show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, and the list goes on and on. That's my personal testimonial. As you know, stick around to the end and I do a proper ad read. Okay, kids, every episode I say we are going to teach you how to monetize your creative life. And we have covered lots of valuable topics so far, but today we're going to get really granular and dive into the not so fascinating world of sales funnels. And I'm going to tailor them specifically to you as best as I can. My beautiful and innovative creators who watch the show.
I am beautiful. I am.
Let's get really blunt for a second. You are, I assume, a creative genius, and you want that genius to be a source of revenue for you. That's where the power of well-crafted sales funnels come in. So let's break down the steps to create a sales funnel that will sell your art, your designs, your music, whatever creative endeavor you're passionate about, whatever you want to sell. A sales funnel is going to help you do it. So if this was an audiobook, I would now say
Chapter 1.
Understanding Sales Funnels for Creatives. It's not really an audiobook, but let's pretend it is for right now. So first things first, what exactly is a sales funnel and why is it crucial for your creative endeavors? Well, think of it as a journey. It's the path guiding your audience from discovering your work to making a purchase. And we could break it down into 4 different stages. And so the first one is awareness. It's like that delicious smell that is chemically piped out from locations of KFC.
Do you think in his whole life Batman ever ate at McDonald's or KFC?
We're talking, and I don't know if you guys know this, they actually do pipe out the smell of their chicken. But we're talking here about blog posts, videos, social media content that screams, look at me, plus a little SEO magic on it for that deliverability factor. So next on the list is interest. Brace yourself for storytelling 101. This is where you tell your truths. What knowledge can you share?
Well, that's some pretty bad storytelling.
This is where you show your work, show behind the scenes content, and of course, prove that you're worth paying attention to. Moving on, we go into decision. Ever heard of the power of social proof? This is where you take people on a tour of your testimonials, reviews, happy customers displaying your art in their home or listening to your music. And finally, we get to action.
Your action, Jackson.
Get them to hit that buy now button. Use clear calls to action or CTAs and, sprinkle a dash of urgency to nudge them over the edge. Experiment with flash sales, limited drops, loyalty access. Make things scarce. Scarcity, even false scarcity, is a very powerful way to empty a shopping cart. Okay, we're at chapter 2. This is about building your creative sales funnel. Number 1, and some of these things we've touched on before, identifying your audience. This is where you put on your junior detective hat and map out your audience's desires, pain points, hangout spots online. This is where you go really deep and try to figure out who are these people that actually are supporting you. Then you go to creating compelling content. Make visually stunning and emotionally gripping content. This is where aesthetics and storytelling collide, and this is where you show your creativity. Number 3 is lead magnets.
How do you do that? Magnets.
You cannot imagine how important this is. A lead magnet is a give to get scenario. With my business, I give people a free white paper on the importance of experiential marketing in exchange for an email address.
Yes. Yes, you may have my email address.
What can you create to grab an email address? And I'm going to go into it a little further in the next chapter, or maybe 2 chapters. I don't know. Number 4 is nurturing your leads. You have their contact information, so now what are you going to do with it to become friends? You could offer a downloadable piece of art or a newsletter or a 10% discount to your store, a free song, something. Get creative and really try to impress people. Number 5 is sales page optimization. There are so many great articles or books on persuasive writing. Do a little reading. See if your copy stacks up. See if it speaks to people's hearts, coupled with a user-friendly design for an effortless buying experience. Okay, chapter 3. Let's talk about tools and platforms for success. You got to start with an email marketing service. There are many to look into. I dig MailChimp, but ConvertKit and others are very good. This is where you're going to design and send your emails. This is where you're going to send them from, as well as create automation to collect email addresses, landing pages, and it'll act as like a light CRM, customer relationship management tool. You want to look into website builders and platforms like that. Squarespace and Wix are really powerful platforms to easily build a website to showcase your talent. If you have the skills, you can also build your own website in WordPress, but it is a little bit more advanced in the building process. Squarespace and Wix have all drag and drop. They're all drag and drop with plenty of plugins, and it's really, really simple, and it's not that expensive. Merch. There's a few out there, but the only one I care about is Spreadshop. You got to build merch stores. You got to build products that people can buy so you can make money.
I really like those sequin shirts.
Chapter number 4, tracking and analytics. I mentioned this earlier, but your data detective work,
Google AdSense is a great way to monetize your online content.
Think of Google Analytics as Sherlock Holmes. It's going to unveil the mysteries of your audience's behavior, and you can use this data to help make your decisions easier. You want to be A/B testing things. If you don't know what this is, it literally means try 2 things, 2 very similar things, like copy or an ad, send it out to the world, see which one performs better. Once you have a winner, you kill the poor performing thing, and you keep doing this over and over and over. You keep running tests, and you pay attention to what is working and what isn't working. So there you kind of have it. This is a very high level introduction into sales functions and turning your creativity into a paycheck. Speaking of monetization, merch is my favorite way to cash in quickly on your talent. So, I always say head over to Spreadshop. What is Spreadshop? Well, by now I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers, for free, an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, all sorts of stuff. All you have to do is upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. All you got to do is visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And as always, if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up, give it 2 thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, send it to some friends, and come back in a couple days for another video on how to fuel your creative success.
Approaching 150 in the funnel.
I'm always telling you to look at your stats, so I'm going to share something interesting with you about, my stats here. Since I added my face to the title card, our viewership has gone down. It's sad but true. So this is the last one with my mug on it for a while. But as promised in the last video, I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about launching a podcast.
No, this is your video. This is your face.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the Licensed to Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So, I'm begging you, I've taken a hit to my ego that the viewership has gone down, so smash that bell, subscribe, because every Tuesday and Friday, I'm going to come directly to you, basically sharing everything I know about ways to generate income from your creative life. We're going to talk growing audiences. We're going to talk the nuances of each platform. We've started going deep into podcasting, and most importantly, we love talking about selling merch. Speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial. I'm wearing a Spreadshop shirt right now. Stick around to the end of the video, and I will tell you more about them. So, we got into this a little bit last week, but let's go deeper. Starting a podcast is an exciting venture, and with your background, in creativity and everything, it's bound to be a unique and engaging one. So, here are a bunch of steps to really get you started. And this is for people who are literally starting from day one.
Okay. Day one.
So like I said in the last video, we talked about having a clear podcast concept and how important that is. Podcasting is all about connecting with your audience. So it is crucial. Define your goals. Define your target audience. Why are you doing this at all? Is it to generate leads for your business? Do you want to be recognized as a thought leader? Maybe you just want a soapbox to unload, whatever's bothering you, what's on your chest. There isn't a right or wrong answer, but the more niche you get, the easier it'll be to find an audience quickly. And when I say niche, I mean go one level down from what you may think is actually niche. So, instead of making a show about baseball, make it about a specific team, or make it just about knuckleball pitchers. Instead of making a show about business, make it a show about business for new immigrants, nonprofits maybe. It is also at this stage where you want to name your show. This is part of your planning. A good way to know if you have a good concept, or a good name or anything, is to put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, whatever, and come up with 10 to 12 episode ideas. These should come super easy, and if they don't, you might want to find a new concept, because if those episode ideas don't come quick, it's going to be really hard. And don't start making your podcast artwork just yet, because at this stage, things are going to change a few times. So, we've talked about concept. Let's talk about format. Your podcast format should resonate with your content and your style. Figure out what's going to make you happy and stick with it. Should you have a co-host? Are you going to do interviews? Are you just going to talk? Are you going to be about news, or do you want to just talk about reality TV? When you're deciding your format, this also includes length and frequency of your show.
How long is it going to be?
Data shows the most popular shows are between 20 and 40 minutes, one episode a week. But shorter or longer or more frequent is fine, as long as you're interested, your content is interesting, and people are telling you this is what they want. So, you have to start with great recording equipment. Where do you start? The equipment you choose is pretty important. But podcasting doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to break the bank, as the kids would say. If you're doing a one-person show, all you really need is a great microphone and some software. I personally use an Audio-Technica microphone, but there are really good microphones under $100 and amazing ones like Shure for way more than $100. But any good professional mic will give you great sound. If you want to spend more on accessories like boom stands and things like that, you can, but that's all up to you. Once you've got, your equipment, you've got to be thinking about podcast software.
So then you must physically bring them to the software people.
What software to use is kind of important. Your choice can significantly impact your workflow. I've already told you it takes a long time to do a podcast. My setup may not be the most efficient, but I do my interviews in StreamYard. There are a few other platforms, but I like StreamYard because I can stream my show in real time to LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. They offer local recording, so I get a crisp, clean sound, even if the person on the other side doesn't have a fast connection. And you can download a video or audio vision of your recording as soon as you're finished. I like to stream my show and then put it through my podcast feed. I have way more people that listen to my podcast than see the streams, so I don't worry about any crossover. Once I've downloaded the video, I make clips for promotion and I drop the audio into GarageBand. GarageBand comes with a Mac computer. There you can add music, you can add flourishes. I add my intro, my outro, any final touches, and then I drop it into my feed. I didn't talk about microphone etiquette. I'm not going to talk about, all those things. I figure, if you want any of that stuff, drop in the comments and I'll talk about it. Same with editing your podcast. If you need, if you need help editing, drop in the podcast. I'll go over it. And if you need, people with beautiful voices to record an intro and outro, go to audiojungle.com or Fiverr. So way early in this, I said, this isn't the time to make your podcast art. Well, now is the actual time. There are a couple of things you need to think about when creating your podcast art. It should be visual, should be high color, it should stand out. I like to look at other shows similar to what you're doing and do the opposite, but that's just me. But, you could use a photo of yourself if that's your thing. But remember, there is not a lot of real estate to add, in this thing, and you want to have your show name and any other information. And you also need to consider the size, as Apple has very specific guidelines on podcast art. The image needs to be square image, 3000 by 3000 pixels, a resolution of 72 dpi, needs to be a PNG or a JPEG file, and needs to be RGB. My super quick guide on how to create great podcast art is this. Visually communicate the subject of the podcast. Design something that works for a slew of different sizes and platforms, because you're going to want to make t-shirts and things like that. Don't just do too many words or multiple fonts. It'll get confusing and lost and just look messy. I always tell people, don't use a microphone or an iPod in your art. You don't need to remind people you're a podcast. They know that. And finally, stay consistency. Your branding, your colors. This is everything. You want people to look at it and know who you are, what the show is right away, and not forget.
This is your brand image, Mr. Leach.
So, once you got all this, you have to set up podcast hosting. There's a slew of podcast hosting sites out there. Basically, this is where you upload your shows so others can download them or stream them. Apple or Spotify or whoever don't actually take possession of your files. They're just showing people where your show actually lives and letting them, hear it through their platforms. The hosting site I use is Libsyn, and I like them very much, but they're all kind of the same, so find one that you dig and go deep with them. Once you have found a hosting site, this is where you're going to put all the information that really shows up on people's phones and car infotainment centers. You're going to upload your artwork, your actual episode files, your show notes, any links to homepages, as well as contact information and things like that if you want to make that public. The last step to getting your show, is getting your show listed on all the podcast directories. Like Apple, Google Play, Spotify. But you may not know that there are many others. There's probably 15 or 20, maybe even 50 others you can register for. And you want to be everywhere so your episode goes wherever people choose to listen to their shows. Every hosting site has a slightly different way to get on all the different platforms, but they're all pretty much the same. You register, you go on your hosting site, you get an RSS feed for your episode. Then you share your RSS feed with each directory. It's all done inside the hosting platform. It takes no time at all. Some of them even have a one button push to just spread them to all. And in the early days of podcasting, I think Apple actually checked to see the quality of your show, and they decided whether to approve it or not. Now my understanding is, I might be wrong, all they do is check to make sure the RSS feed is active and good, and then your show gets approved. And that could take like a week or so. Now you need to promote.
Oh, did they hit anybody's Instagram, Facebook, Hopscotch, Reddit, anything?
Lean on your friends and family. Share on your social media sites. Go into groups like Reddit or Facebook groups on the subject of your show. Let people know they're there. And don't forget to ask them to subscribe and review. It makes a huge difference. So in conclusion, launching a podcast is a creative marketing endeavor, and every step reflects, your expertise and everything, but you need to keep your audience engaged, high quality content, and promote effectively. And don't forget, make some shirts with your podcast logo and sell them in your Spreadshop store. So what is Spreadshop? Well, by now I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality shirts, products, high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags. And the platform is free. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. I'm Saul, if you haven't figured that out yet. If you found this video helpful, just like I said, to do with your podcast, please subscribe, give us a review, drop some comments. We're here every Tuesday and Friday to help you and try to make a little money in this weird time, and hopefully we're doing right by you. So have a great day, and hope to hear your podcast. I got to tell you, I'm tired, I'm frustrated, and I really didn't feel like making content today. So there's a small chance you're going to see a complete mental breakdown somewhere in this video. So enjoy.
Anyone else care to have some sort of mental breakdown?
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. And I'm begging you, please subscribe, man. And look at me. Have you smashed the bell? Well, you should, because every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and most importantly, the secret of selling merch. Speaking of merch, this show is sponsored by Spreadshop, and even though I'm blue today, I still love Spreadshop. And I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. In my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, hats. The list goes on and on. That's my personal testimonial. I'll read you something proper at the end of the video. So, if you were to ask me what I would like to be doing today, I would say something like stay in bed and watch 90 Day Fiancé.
Bad TV. Mm-hmm. Chinese food.
Or pretty much anything other than what I'm doing today, because I'm just not feeling it today. I was at a funeral, like lots going on, and it just I don't feel like being creative today. I assume every creative person has felt this way, and how to stay inspired when you just don't feel creative is what we're going to talk about today. Now, before we dive in, let's acknowledge the elephant in the room. We've all been there. Like, even the most creative minds, like my own, have days when inspiration seems as elusive as a unicorn riding a rainbow. I was trying to think of something more clever than that, but nothing was coming. But fear not. I actually have some tips and tricks to help reignite that creative spark and use it when you need it. So one of the things I do is I embrace the slump, but I don't get comfortable with it. It's okay to have creative slumps. Even the best of us experience dry spells.
Yeah, well, everyone has a dry spell, Ebert.
But the key is to not wallow in it. Embrace the slump, acknowledge the slump, and then kick it out. Don't make it, comfortable, and don't give it a warm environment to live, Sometimes all you need to do is change the scenery to shake things up, Get out of your usual workspace, go for a walk, work from a coffee shop, surround yourself with different sights and sounds.
I wouldn't say a coffee shop is the perfect office, but I'll admit, it means something to me.
It can be surprisingly refreshing for your creative juices. I like to go for a drive. I like to take a hot bath. You wouldn't know it from looking at me, but I like to do some push-ups. I walk around my house naked.
Your creativity, your bravery, and your taffy nipples.
Anything other than trying to be creative at that moment. And then, I usually am able to be creative because I'm not trying to be creative. Inspiration can really come from anywhere. And as a creator, you might be tempted to stay within your industry for inspiration, but don't limit yourself. I explore art, music, literature.
What exactly do you know about literature, art, or creativity?
Sometimes the most innovative ideas come from the most unexpected places. I've had one of my best and funniest ideas ever while taking a break from being creative and watching a documentary called Capturing the Friedmans that is about something very dark and not very funny. Things can come from anywhere. And one of the things I've noticed is establishing a routine for creativity is a game changer. Think of it as your secret sauce that unlocks your creative potential. When the creative inspiration faucet runs dry, set aside a specific time each day for your craft, whether it's at the crack of dawn or in the midnight hours. Pick a time that suits your creative rhythm. And here's the kicker. You designate a physical space for your creative endeavors. I love the bathtub. I keep saying it, but it should be in a distractive-free zone filled with, things that could inspire you. Consistency in practice is really the key, and it'll help bulldoze you through your time of uncreativeness. Sometimes fear of trying new things or stepping outside your comfort zone can be the thing that knocks down your doubt. Embrace changes and push your creative boundaries. Try to do creative challenges like the 100-Day Project or the Creative Photography Challenge. Challenge yourself to explore new areas of creativity because creativity thrives on creativity. I have an amazing creative team around me. I get to work every day with people from Mad Magazine and The Simpsons.
Excuse me, is this Mad Magazine?
No, it's Mademoiselle. We're buying our sign on the installment plan.
So collaboration and brainstorming are in our DNA, and sometimes just asking for a story from somebody or fresh eyes on something can really crack the code and you can have a breakthrough. So reach out to friends, teams, other creatives. A fresh perspective can really create a waterfall of creativity. And here's something that I talk about all the time. Not every idea is going to be a masterpiece, and that's okay. Consistency is about showing up, experimenting, and being fearless in your exploration. Give yourself permission to create throwaway work without the fear of judgment. Perfection is rarely achieved on the first try. So here's the punchline. The key to consistency isn't just inspiration, it's action. Sometimes you'll create garbage, and I mean absolute garbage. But on the other side of that garbage is your best stuff. Judd Apatow always talks about the concept of a vomit pass. Basically get everything out of you and on paper.
But I couldn't stop. It just kept coming up like word vomit.
Then take a break and look at it all with fresh eyes and edit and improve until you have something you like much better. And, here's another thing I do. Is I get off the computer. In this digital age, it's easy to get sucked into a never-ending scroll. But put down your devices, even for a short time, and give your mind a break. Disconnecting can lead to a reconnection with your creative side. Personally, I love 20-minute naps. I set my timer. I don't go over time. And usually I have a very different thought process after I've rested a little bit. Another thing is find your muse. A muse can come in many forms: a favorite book, a movie, a piece of art, an ex-girlfriend that you want to impress and make her wish she never broke your heart.
Is this some kind of weird ex-girlfriend stalking thing?
That's not personal. Or, it can just be a person. Identify what inspires you personally and immerse yourself in it. It can be like that shot of adrenaline that you need. And, it goes without saying, good artists copy, great artists borrow an amazing idea and make it their own. I think that's the saying. It could be, great artists steal. But don't be afraid to draw inspiration from the work of others. Just ensure you add your unique twist to it and never plagiarize directly. That's uncool. People will notice and they'll call you out. I got a couple more things that I do. I set creative boundaries.
You have no boundaries.
Constraints can breed creativity. Give yourself limitations or challenges to work within. If it can force you to think outside the box and come up with something really, really smart. I can't say this enough. Celebrate your wins. I used to buy a pair of sneakers every time I completed a project successfully.
My limited edition Joe Kingman sneakers.
Now I give shoes away because I have way too many and I can only wear so many. But I share this because it is important to pat yourself on the back. When you do have those moments of creative brilliance, embrace them and enjoy them. Celebrate your wins, no matter how small. Positive reinforcement can be a powerful motivator. Shoes are a big thing, and I would save those for a completed project, but maybe smaller rewards could be your favorite food, healthy or not.
If you don't drink, we could have a yoo-hoo or something.
Or perhaps you reward yourself with a crank call to somebody. Nothing's funnier than a crank call. So that's kind of all I got, a slew of tips to stay inspired when you're not feeling particularly creative. Remember, it's all about creating that creative muscle and keeping it flexed, pumped, whatever the cliche. Even on the days where it feels like lifting a creative dumbbell is the last thing you want to do. And if all else fails, take a page out of Mad Magazine book and throw a pie in your own face. Sometimes laughter is the best inspiration of all. So I hope you found these tips helpful. I'm sorry I didn't actually have a mental breakdown, but I do feel like it. And as always, stay creative, stay inspired, and remember, creativity knows no bounds, especially when you're designing your own merch to sell in your Spreadshop store. So what is Spreadshop? Well, by now I hope you know, because we're like 20 episodes in on these. But in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags. List goes on and on and on and on and on. All you have to do is upload your designs to Spreadshop and they take care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them I sent you. Tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up, give it 2 thumbs up, give it a thumbs up way up like Roger Ebert used to do. And don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. So until next time, which will be Friday, remember, even when you don't feel like it, still do it.
Walk away, don't think, just do it.
Hello, I'm Conrad Bain. Tonight on Different Strokes, we're starting a special 2-part show on a very sensitive and important subject. Now, we urge families, children, and parents alike to watch both of these informative episodes and then to discuss the problem presented, which is of deep concern to all of us.
Hey, today's episode is the sole opinion of myself and not those of our sponsor. They may feel the same way, but I'm not speaking on behalf of Spreadshop today, and only myself. And with that out of the way, did anyone see those videos of the devastation that's currently going on? You know, people are being killed, you know, babies being, well, you know what's going on. And I'm here to tell you that as a creator, newsjacking is a valuable tool, but not during a tragedy.
What happened to those babies?
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, and it may not be very long after this episode, who knows, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So have you subscribed yet? Our numbers are going up, so that's cool. Please smash that bell, because every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, newsjacking, like we're going to talk about today, and, the secrets to selling merch. So speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. I love them, in my opinion. They're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, all sorts of stuff, hats. That's my personal testimonial. If you stick around for the whole video, which you absolutely should, I'll give them a proper ad read at the end. So today, we're diving head first into the whirlwind world of newsjacking. Now, don't hit that skip button, all that stuff, just because, we're gonna talk about something that's kind of a hot topic,
Don't go.
This is important to me!
Should you newsjack at all? And should you do it during a war or really any time that things are a little unsettled? But before we get into the juicy stuff, let's kick off with a little, high level explanation of what is newsjacking, in case you don't know. So newsjacking is like riding a viral wave. It's riding a wave with a purpose. Newsjacking is all about capitalizing on trending news or events to grab eyeballs for your content. It's like seizing the moment, harnessing the buzz, riding it like a pro surfer on one of those waves that form a full circle. It's a great way to get a ton of eyeballs, and that's why it's valuable. It's your golden ticket to relevance and engagement. It puts you on the map. It increases your visibility. It can even make you go viral. But here's the kicker. You have to do it right, and it has to be part of your DNA, because newsjacking is a double-edged sword. You can either use it for good or it could turn into a PR nightmare. The key here, folks, is to only newsjack if you genuinely believe in the cause and you're taking a stand. Because if you're taking a stand, you'll take whatever grief comes back to you. Do not do it to follow a trend or for the sake of clicks and likes. When you newsjack, you're putting your name and your brand out there. If you're not authentic or passionate about the issue, your audience will see right through it. And that's a one-way ticket to backlash.
Yeah. Because I only deal with pure authenticity. Am I saying that word? Authenticity? Is it authentic? What is it?
Authenticity?
There it is.
This is a subject I'm pretty passionate about because as someone who tries to observe and consume as much content as I can, it is sometimes jarring when people either pretend the world is fine or they go too far into a serious topic when they have never done so in the past. At the height of the pandemic, with every newscast listing the death tolls every day, I posted this on Twitter because it was something that was bothering me. People notice everything, even if they don't comment. So the best approach always is to stay authentic to yourself. We've talked about authenticity a lot.
Authenticity.
But it is so important when you talk about newsjacking. So let's address the elephant in the room. Newsjacking during a war. There's a couple wars going on right now.
don't want to fight you. Come on. I don't want to fight you. Stop it. No. Put on the glasses.
So pick one. Look, we're all about being creative and edgy, but there's still lines you should never cross. During times of conflict, it's crucial to show restraint and empathy. At least that's my opinion. Imagine this. People are going through unimaginable hardships, and you're out there churning makeup tutorials or memeing away like nothing's happening. It's not just tone deaf, it's a little disrespectful. This doesn't mean you should stop posting or you should change your focus, but a simple acknowledgement that there are more important things going on in the world right now goes a long way. You don't need to pick a side. You don't need to get political. Just be human. So if you ask me, should you newsjack during a war?
I mean, heck no.
My take is a firm no, unless this is your subject matter expertise. But since we are creatives, it probably isn't, we probably aren't subject matter creatives on this. And is this a time to maybe lay low? Maybe share some of your previous best of content, or just be respectful. You don't need to take a stand if this is not who you are. And remember, creativity is essential, but so is compassion. So that's kind of a wrap on where my head's at around newsjacking. We've covered the what, the why, and the when not to, and the when to. Remember, newsjacking is a powerful tool, but with great power comes great responsibility. Use it wisely, be genuine, and always keep your moral compass intact. It makes a difference. So thanks for tuning in, and as always, stay creative, stay edgy, but most importantly, stay human. And I thank Spreadshop for letting me make this video. What's Spreadshop? Well, by now I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with a friend. And for more tips to fuel your creative success, check some of our previous videos. So until next time, please think about what and when and how you're posting because people notice.
I'm a human being.
Hey, today's episode is a classic case of do what I say and not what I do.
Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, hang on, turkey.
Because I do a lot of the opposite of what I'm going to tell you to do today when it comes to designing and selling merch.
In such a way that it ensures a massive public battle every 4 to 5 years to drum up press for merch sales. It's all.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I hope you've subscribed. We're keeping our end of the bargain. Maybe you could smash that bell and give us a like, because every Tuesday and Friday we cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, which I keep promising, but it's coming, and most importantly, the secret of selling merch. So, speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, and all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial. Now I'm going to read, or I will read a proper ad, later in the video. So today I want to get serious about selling and designing merch that sells. And like I said in the opening, I break a lot of these rules on purpose.
Hey, pretty girls can break the rules.
And you can too if you want, but I'll tell you what you should do and what I do so you can decide really what's best for you. First and foremost, merch is a brilliant way to monetize your online presence. Sure, super chats and sponsored posts can bring in money, but all that is cool, but you can sell merch right away before you're eligible for monetization on any of the platforms, and it is a direct connection between you and your dedicated fan base. If anybody makes an effort to buy something from you, they're outing themselves as a super fan, and that's the whole goal of all of this, is to find your super fans and build more of them. Plus, merch is a great way to diversify your income streams. Even if you've earned monetization, it is always smart to have more multiple streams of income because, social media is always changing. The rules could change at any time on any platform, and maybe just the platform you're doing the best on might get bought by someone who makes it impossible for you to get views without paying for them.
Gentlemen of the board, the man who sits before you, the once infamous evil genius, is entirely cured.
What?
Really, anything can happen, but merch is something you can control. Another thing that's cool about merch is it's a creative playground. Are you an artist? Are you a photographer? Are you a wordsmith? Designing beautiful or hilarious, thought-provoking, or just downright awesome merchandise can be an art form in itself.
I love your shirt.
It's a chance to express your unique voice in a new medium, and your fans will appreciate the effort and originality. So here are a few of the things that I think are super important when you want to get serious about your merch. The very first two things I believe you should do is open an absolutely free Spreadshop store so you have a place and a merch partner. There are more places than just Spreadshop to design and create merch, but Spreadshop's my favorite, so if you want to use another one, you're going to have to Google them if you want to find them. The other thing I would do right away, even before I have a single shirt design, is I want to grab an easy URL for my shirt store so that it's simple for people to buy my merch. Spreadshop gives you a unique URL, but I wanted a short one to use, and I bought I Love Saul, ilovesol.com, to sell shirts. It's an easy to remember, and it's kind of what my store is all about, And here's the thing that where I say do as I say and not as I do, but my store is all about shirts with my face on them. I do this because I think it's funny. I sell a few, not a crazy amount, but if you love me, you'll buy one. So why is this a bad idea? Well, if you really want to sell a lot of merch, you should follow some of the previous advice I gave you about making your content about your community. This goes for your merch too. What are they going to care about? What are you known for, and what overlaps? Is there a shirt you can make that references being an influencer and a car lover? Is there a way that you could blend, being a dentist and something else? I've seen a bunch of people who have blended religion and exercise. Find that thing that you're known for that people will also see themselves as a part of. This will help with sales because they don't need to love you to buy something if it clicks with them. Or you can try selling Saul shirts and see if it goes better for you than it does for me. And if you do, let me know. I'd be curious.
All the girls have bought one for their daughters.
The next thing, it sounds so obvious, but your designs better be worth buying. AKA they need to be cool.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So if you're not a skilled graphic designer, I would suggest hiring somebody to help you. There are a lot of ways to find people to create designs. Call your local art schools. Reach out to comic book artists you like. The indie ones, independent artists will be way more affordable. You can use platforms like Fiverr, and they're great, but I think forming a relationship with somebody is way cooler, a way cooler way to go about it. They'll get to know you, know what you like, and that makes working together easier. As well, social media is so easy to find people and start a conversation. When you are working with somebody, make sure your images are high resolution and they meet all the requirements of the platform you've chosen to use. There's nothing more frustrating than getting told, can't upload this image, it's too high res, or it doesn't meet the parameters or dimensions. Once you have your designs, and the more the better, pop them all into your Spreadshop and start picking what merch you want to sell. I think shirts are the best place to start, but people also love bags and hats and things like that. One thing you need to know is when you start to make your shirts, I always suggest selecting the highest quality shirts because your merch is a reflection of you and your brand. The reason I say this is because Spreadshop has shirts in every price range and quality level, but your star and your merch should also be, a star, or at least of star caliber. I always tell people, if your merch is cool, you should have a small inventory to hand out to people as appropriate. I give people a mystery bag of goodies for every pitch meeting I participate in. And people, with me, they get a shirt, some stickers, and again, all with my face on it. I even made pillowcases one time that said, "I'm sleeping with Saul," and it had my face on it. Those were a big hit when I gave them out at business meetings. I have a really strange brand. But guess what? Here's the thing. Having a merch store is cool. But if you don't tell anybody, no one will know. And then if nobody knows, nobody's going to buy anything. I have a store link in my email signature. It's on my website. I have ilovesaul.com stickers that I place all over the place when I'm out and about. And I post new designs all the time on social media. And of course, I wear my own merch pretty close to every day. I'm not wearing one today, which is kind of ironic that I'm making this video, but my shirts are my uniform. And since my merch is all about me, it's a great conversation starter because people assume I'm either a celebrity or a psycho.
Anyway, she said it was Silence of the Lambs meets Psycho.
And, that line is probably pretty close together. But as I always say, if I won't wear my own stuff, why would anyone else? And speaking of people buying my stuff, when I see sales,
someone bought one.
These people become some of my absolute favorite people. I send them a very personal thank you, and I ask them to please let me know when and if they post anything online with the shirts. And, I tell them I'll repost it to my community. I ask if I can add them to my mailing list and let them know if anything new is coming out. And I also offer a big discount one time a year to all the people on my list. My motives are to get as much product out there with my URL, and it isn't really to make a lot of money. I want to make money on the other stuff I do. So I give away a lot of shirts at cost, so they don't cost me money. If people buy them at cost, or I actually buy a lot of shirts and give them away, so I'm getting traction and they're always out there. So those are kind of, the way to really sort of tackle this whole merch design thing. I tell you guys all the time, stay edgy, stay authentic, and most importantly, keep on creating, and keep creating for your Spreadshop store. So what is Spreadshop? If you don't know by the end of this video, I might be out of a job, but Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an exclusive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. I could go on and on and on. All you have to do is upload your designs to your absolutely free store, and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. All you have to do is visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up, send it to a friend. Don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success, and also, keep creating, and put in the comments your shirt links to buy them, and maybe I'll buy a couple shirts.
Guys, I'm going to be selling merch back.
In the last video, I was super sad in the intro, and I said that I may have a breakdown on camera. Well, you guys seem to really like me, or maybe you just want to see me cry, because that video has been our most watched video, and in there somewhere is probably a lesson. I just don't know what it is.
There's a lesson here. Let's finish.
But speaking of lessons, today we are looking into the future and sharing what I consider to be the things you need to know as a creator as we come close to the new year.
Happy New Year!
So, hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, I say this all the time, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So please subscribe. You know, we're way, knee deep into this thing, and we're putting out some good content. So smash that bell, do all that stuff. Because, every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. And something exciting, we've got some interviews coming up, so it won't just me talking over and over. So speaking of merch, show's sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial. I'm wearing my Spreadshop shirt today, and I'll read a proper ad read in later in the video. So let's get started. It's me, it's Saul, it's your friend from the internet, and today I'm going to share with you 10, maybe 13, I don't know, things that I feel you need to be focusing on to be successful in 2024. It's only a few months away. It sounds crazy, but you got to start doing some things early. So these are my opinions. You don't have to agree with me. If you agree or disagree, drop a comment and let me know. But first, let's set the stage. The world is recovering from the chaos of the past few years, but,
Oh, and you know the thing about chaos.
Guess what? Businesses, influencers, and creators, we're still here, and hopefully the majority of us are doing, okay. But I think things are about to get a little wild, and I mean, wild in a good way. The global economy is taking a huge hit, but I see a light at the end of the tunnel. Morgan Stanley, people much smarter than me, predict a significant recovery in 2024. And that means the businesses need to get ready to flourish and stop playing it safe. And they need to start investing in creative marketing again. Now I'm not great with numbers.
I'm 69, 89, 114.
But let's talk some anyways. The creator influencer marketing industry is growing and expected to hit $21 billion in 2023. And wait for it, $69 billion by 2029. I don't know how they come up with these numbers, but 69 billion is a massive number, and it's why creators and influencers are shining brighter than ever right now. Another way to say this, or say all of this, is that the spotlight is on us, my fellow creator friends, and it's time to leverage what I think are going to be the hot trends of 2024 to make ourselves even more attractive to brands.
This is attractive, that is not.
In 2024, AI will increasingly integrate into creator and influencer marketing. Now, I've been very public with the fact that I am not a fan of AI for creative work, art, etc.
Artificial intelligence is an unnatural abomination and a threat to humanity.
But this is a one-man war that I'm losing, and you don't have to follow me. You don't have to get my, pick up my cause. But the truth is, AI isn't just for sci-fi movies anymore. It's making its mark in creator marketing. AI algorithms can sift through mountains of data for a brand and help them pick the perfect influencers. But even though it is something that you have to watch and maybe work with, I still draw the line at virtual influencers. These CGI creations are taking social media by storm. I am not a fan. Creators should always be human, in my opinion, but you have to be open to working with AI in 2024. In 2024, there will be a much greater emphasis on following preferred creators across multiple platforms. In the influencer world, it's not just about being a YouTube star or an Instagram sensation anymore. Creators are everywhere, and their super fans, for the most part, are going to follow them wherever they go.
If you would just lead them to freedom, they'd follow you.
These creators are rock stars of the internet, performing on different stages to reach different fans. There will always be overlap of followers, but you will also build different audiences in different places, because some people are an Instagram guy or girl because they just don't go on TikTok or YouTube. So it's important to make sure you get them where they are. So in 2024, influencers and creators are going to become key to many affiliate programs. You know, influencer marketing and affiliate marketing are like peanut butter and jelly. They're meant to be together. Traditional affiliates were like bloggers trying to sell everything from toaster ovens to yoga mats, but influencers and creators, they're picky. They only promote stuff they truly believe in, or at least pretend to believe in, making their recommendations gold for brands. So take some time and learn how affiliate programs work so you're ready. And also start recommending some things you really like. I also believe in 2024, live shopping is going to play a greater role in, influencer and creative marketing campaigns. Live shopping is the future. Well, not really, because it's already a thing throughout Asia, but it's newish to North America. But, think of like QVC for the Instagram generation. Any influencer or creator can basically just hit, camera on and start selling products and answer questions and even give behind the scenes looks of their favorite things. Amazon, Facebook, TikTok, they're all moving towards this trend because people love shopping from the comfort of their screens, and it gives the creator a way to build a fan base on sharing things they love, like Oprah's favorite list, and show their personality. In places like Amazon obviously have the logistics and everything to make it happen.
Yeah, look, I'm being screwed by this home shopping thing.
In 2024, there's going to be a greater emphasis on diversity and representation in influencer marketing. So as a white guy who is losing relevance every day as I get older and grayer, I can say with love in my heart that representation matters, my friends. It's not just about pretty faces. It's about showcasing the real world. LGBTQ plus influencers are taking the stage with massive followings, and it's about time. It's so important to making sure that everyone sees themselves in media campaigns. Diversity isn't a buzzword. It's the real world. I also think in 2024, brands will look for ongoing partnerships instead of one-off projects. It's not about one-night stands with brands anymore.
Yeah, though I don't really know if I'd classify it as a one-night stand, though.
It's about long-term relationships. Influencers should move, and creators should move to be brand ambassadors, committed to showcasing products they genuinely love. Brands are discovering that influencers aren't just promoters, they're champions who guide their followers through the entire purchase journey. And that's really important that brands get it, because it's more cost effective than flashy one-off campaigns as well. I think TikTok, people are going to spend a lot more money on TikTok. With over 1 billion users and people spending more time on TikTok than other social platforms, it's going to end up being a gold mine for influencers and brands. Marketers are doubling down, or will start doubling down, on TikTok, and that's like a $1.3 billion prediction on my part. That's kind of like the creator casino lottery ticket. In 2024, short videos are going to dominate even more than they are now. Coming from the guy who makes 15-minute videos, I can tell you that short and sweet is the name of the game. TikTok started it, but now Instagram Reels, Snapchat Spotlight, and YouTube Shorts, they're all, fighting for people's super, super, super short attention spans.
Hey guys!
short attention span.
So these bite-sized videos are where you need to be planning for and focusing on. They're like mini burgers at a fancy buffet, and everybody wants a taste. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but it's what came to my head. I also think performance-based deals are going to increase in popularity. It's not just about taking the money and running anymore, and it should have never been that way if you're a true creator. Performance-based deals mean creators have to deliver results, and that's fine. You'll have to work harder, but it's win-win because brands will pay more for results. And if you negotiate well and actually deliver, you can make much more money than you did on a traditional one-off engagement. In 2024, influencers are going to become far more specialized, and I also think far more professional. Influencers aren't just Instagrammers, they're specialists. And this goes for creators, they're artists, they're photographers, they're writers, true professionals. They're carving out niches and building expertise. You need a beauty guru, there's an influencer for that. You need a tech expert, they exist too. Everyone's going to be there, and everyone's going to be, specialists. I also think influencer collaborations are going to increase. Influencers are like superheroes teaming up like the Avengers.
I think our first move should be calling the Avengers.
Brands get better campaigns, influencers are treated like pros they are, and consumers get the best product at the best prices. It's like a marketer's dream come true when people come together and work together. I don't know how many I've gone through. There's a couple more. This is a big one, and you may have to do some research on it, but getting first-party data is going to become critical. Cookies are gone, and first-party data is in. With privacy laws getting stricter, influencers and brands are relying on their own data. It's like keeping your secrets safe in your own vault. Plus, real-time data and accurate reporting are vital, especially as performance-based deals become more common. Knowledge is power. You got to make sure you're getting all the money that was promised to you. In 2024, authenticity will be the watchword. I've always been the same guy.
I'm Batman.
And it's hurt me and helped me. But audiences want real connections and value-driven content. No more faking it. Sponsored posts can be authentic too. It's all about being genuine and showing excitement for the brands and products you believe in. I truly love Spreadshop. Authenticity builds trust, and trust is gold in creator marketing. I also think in 2024, brands are going to appoint a chief creator officer. Creator marketing is going professional. Companies will have chief creator officers, and influencer marketing will be part of every marketing strategy. People are adapting to, offer influencer marketing courses in school, and businesses are giving titles to those leading the creator charge. This is really our time, and we can't miss out on the opportunity. I also think 2024 is the year for employee-driven content. Employees are the new influencers. Brands are tapping into their own teams, and why not? People love seeing what goes on behind the scenes. It's like getting a backstage pass to your favorite brand's concert. Employee-driven content is real, it's relatable, and it's incredibly effective. And you don't have to pay them. In 2024, paid advertising will be key for broad reach. Paid ads and influencer marketing are teaming up for a power duo. Brands are amplifying influencer content through paid advertising. It's like turbocharging your car for a race. With precise targeting, brands can push influencer content to the exact right audience without relying on social media algorithms. It's a match made in marketing in marketing heaven.
Solid. Have eyes on target.
So there you have it. I don't know how many tips I gave you. It feels like a lot. I'm exhausted. But these are the things that I believe will make us better. The future is brighter than it has been for a while, and as creators, we're at the forefront of this creative revolution. Stay edgy, stay authentic, and most importantly, keep creating for your Spreadshop store. You see what I did there? What's Spreadshop? Well, by now I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high-quality products, including t-shirts like the one I'm wearing today. Simply upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. So until next time, keep creating. This is why we're all here.
You can do it.
Today I'm going to answer some of the questions I've been receiving from people. And basically, this is the stuff you want more info on or can't wait for me to get to it. So let's dive right into the questions.
They say the paper's getting all sorts of letters from people saying you're their inspiration.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the Licensed to Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. I really hope you've subscribed at this point. Our numbers are going up. We're doing pretty good. But please don't forget, smash that bell. Do all the reminders, stuff like that, because every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, which is coming soon, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch, which we're going to circle back to as well. Speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, I love Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, hoodies, bucket caps, anything. That's my personal testimonial, and now I'm going to read, or I'll read a proper ad read later in the video. Okay, welcome to the very, very first Ask Saul Anything on this channel.
It's time once again to answer our voluminous viewer mail. Actual letters from actual viewers.
I could go into a long-winded thing on what this is, but you get it. We're answering questions, and the first one is from Jenny G, and she asks, what should you do if people are not engaging with your Instagram content?
We don't care about you.
So there's a couple things. There's a lot of different things you can do. One is invest in Reels. Reels are where Instagram is going, and it's what people engage in. But the other thing to do if your followers are giving you the silent treatment is to really, really, really make it personal.
We have to make it personal now.
And when I say personal, you don't have to share personal things about your life. You don't have to share tragedies or things like that. But treat your Instagram content as if it's a one-to-one conversation with your audience. It should feel like you're lying in bed with them, whispering in their ear.
Do you have a secret? Yes.
Sharing a secret or giving them a personal gift. The key is to create content that speaks directly to your followers, almost like it was made just for them. Think about it this way. If you were hanging out with a friend, or well, I don't know what you do with your friends, but when I'm hanging out with a friend, I don't blab about irrelevant stuff. I stick to topics that we care about. And if you apply the same principle to your Instagram content, that's what you should be doing. Tailor it to your audience's interest, to their pain points, their desires. When they feel that connection, they're more likely to engage because it feels like you're speaking just to them.
I hear you, mother sister. I hear you. Good.
Another thing you can do is add a lot of emotion. Emotion, in my opinion, is the secret sauce of engagement. It doesn't mean you have to make everybody cry unless that's your thing, and if it is, it's weird. But your content should evoke some kind of emotional response. It could be humor, it could be surprise, it could be anger, even nostalgia. But people remember how you made them feel. There's a famous quote about that. You could look it up. Sometimes you got to hit people right in the gut. A gut-punching post can snap people out of their scrolling trance. It's like, whoa, did you see what they just shared? But remember, subtly,
Henry, a velvet touch.
Whatever. It can be just as effective. A clever play on words, a thought-provoking question, or a well-timed pun can also sort of shake people's up and get their attention. The third thing to really snap people into engagement is actionable content. Your Instagram content should be a catalyst for action. It shouldn't just sit there like a pretty picture. Make it shareable or save-worthy. Give your audience something they can't resist passing up on it, passing on to their friends or bookmarking for later.
I want to share this with you.
This could be a how-to guide, a valuable tip, a time-sensitive offer, or an inspiring story. The key is to offer real value when when your audience realizes that your content generally helps them, they'll engage more and they'll keep coming back for more. So that's kind of, where my head's at if your internet content is feeling a bit lackluster in the engagement party. Remember these 3 golden rules. Make it personal, create emotions, and create actionable content. It's all about building a connection, making an impact, and getting those likes, comments, and shares rolling in. Hope I answered your question. Let's go on to question number 2.
Question number 2.
Donaldo Z. I'm not making fun of your name, but I've never met anyone named Donaldo. That's cool. What are some of the best hooks to get people to stop and look at your content? A hook, my friends, is the shiny lure that reels your audience in, making them pause and, take a closer look.
What's the point? Hooks and lines.
Here's how I use hooks in 5 easy steps.
See what I did there? Huh? You see that?
Well, because that is a hook. A hook is all about offering a clear and actionable promise. It taps into the human desire for solution and quick wins. When people see this, they think, hey, I could use some results in just 5 steps. It's concise, it's intriguing, and implies that you've got valuable knowledge to share. There's so many other kinds of hooks that you could use. Another one that I see a lot of people use, they say, this may be controversial, but controversy is like a magnet for attention. This hook sparks curiosity and sense of intrigue. People can't resist clicking to see what's so controversial. Just make sure your content lives up to the hype, and remember, controversy should be used with caution. It's not a one-size-fits-all strategy. You got to kind of think about it. More hooks. This is your reminder too. We're all busy, and sometimes you need a gentle nudge to remember important things. This is your reminder too. This hook serves as the reminder. It taps into the, fear of missing out feeling, FOMO. People stop to check out your content because they don't want to miss out something crucial. Another popular hook that I've seen is if you're nervous about, topic, thing, whatever, try this. Empathy goes a long way when you address your audience's fears or concerns directly. You grab their attention, and this hook, try this, shows you understand their anxieties. You have a solution to ease them, and it's like offering a helping hand. The top 5 mistakes that everybody makes when they're doing this. No one wants to be the person making mistakes. That's a hook. This hook capitalizes on your desire to avoid pitfalls. People want to know the common blunders to avoid, so they'll gladly click out to find if they're making any of these mistakes. And another popular hook people use is steal my strategy for whatever topic. Who doesn't love a good shortcut? This hook promises a proven strategy that's ready for the taking. It's straightforward and enticing. People are always on the lookout for strategies that work, so they'll want to know your secrets. Remember, the key to a great hook is to align with your content's value. Don't bait and switch. If you promise something to hook, deliver it in your content. There's nothing worse than letting people down. And also mix it up. Use different hooks based on your content and target audience. And finally, don't be afraid to add a pinch of humor or personality to your hooks. It's so vital, and it's your chance to stand out in a very, very, very noisy crowd.
Huh? Yeah, noisy as usual.
The last question of the day is from Buster. Another really cool name, not making fun. What is the best secret setting people don't use on Instagram? I love this question. I'm sure you've seen that after you follow someone, you get a list of people that Instagram suggests you also follow. Did you know that you could add yourself and be one of those people on the list for other people to see? What you need to do is go on Instagram on a desktop, click Edit Profile, and scroll down and click on Show Account Suggestions on Profiles. Once you've done that, go follow 10 popular creators that are attractive to the audience you're looking to attract. And the last step is go in daily for a few weeks and like and comment on their post to increase the chance you're offered up as a suggested account. That's all our questions for today. But if you have anything that you want us to make an episode about, drop it in the comments section or send it to me in an email. That's what these other people did. I love getting emails from people because, it means you're watching. Okay, before we go, we end every show the same way. Let's talk about Spreadshop. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? It's amazing. I've memorized this at this point. Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause. Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags. The list is endless. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production. No need to worry about inventory or fulfillment. Visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. Also, if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up, give it 2 thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. So until next time, keep those questions coming, keep watching, and we appreciate your time. It means a lot to us.
Call me Buster. Everybody does.
Hey, buying followers on social media, it's like throwing a party and only inviting blow-up dolls and mannequins.
Would it be okay with you if I borrowed your mannequin for a while?
Sure, but she's got no holes in her.
And we can all agree, mannequins are super weird. Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I'm begging you, please subscribe to the show. Have you smashed the bell? Have you hit the button? All those things. You should, because every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing nuances, growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. So speaking of merch, this show, as we all know, is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they are the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial. I believe in them and I love them. Stay tuned to the end of the video where I do a proper ad read. So, if you've been following the show, you've heard me say a few times that you should never buy followers.
He has so many more followers than we do, and it's literally the same thing.
I mean, you can buy followers. It's super easy. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. There are many, many available services and marketplaces where you buy followers. I'm not going to endorse anybody, but a quick Google search reveals websites selling followers in blocks of hundreds and blocks of thousands, at various levels of quality. And I use air quotes when I say quality. $10 will net you 1,000 new followers.
What was that?
$10. Whereas like $600 will give you 50,000 followers. It's crazy. Like I said in the opening, these are not actual followers. These are not actual people for the most part. And if they are real people, they for sure are not people who are interested in what you do or will engage with your post. And remember, our goal here is to make money from our creativity. And this is the way to kill that dream.
It's got like 500 followers, real fringe types.
Today I'm going to go deep on why you shouldn't buy followers and what happens when you do. So grab your popcorn.
Are you giving away popcorn with this crap that you're pushing?
And let's get real about this. Okay, first things first. Buying followers. Seriously. It's like trying to inflate your social media presence with a bunch of people in comas. And, they're strapped to life support. And you don't need that. You want real engaged people. You might as well throw your hard-earned money down the drain. And here's why. It's not a real relationship.
Is it not a real relationship?
And all of this is about building relationships. Think of social media. Think of your followers as your online community. When you buy followers, you're essentially filling your community with cardboard cutouts. They may look like real people at first glance, but they lack the essence of genuine engagement. It's like hosting a party with mannequins. They don't talk, they don't engage, and they certainly don't care about your brand because they can't. So the essence of social media marketing is creating connections and building relationships with your audience. It's about fostering a sense of community around your brand. When your followers are fake, this sense of community is a complete illusion. When you're talking to an empty room, it is near impossible to sell things to nobody. You can't sell things to an empty room. The other thing is, imagine you've built this beautiful digital storefront for your business. It's filled with amazing Spreadshop products with your designs. Everything looks amazing and you're ready for customers to come in. You want them to browse. You want them to look at the stuff on the shelves. But when you look around, there's no one there. Your store is silent. And you're left wondering why nobody is interested. That's what happens when you buy followers. Your follower account may look super impressive, but these fake accounts won't engage with your content. They won't like your posts. They won't share your stories. They won't comment with their thoughts and opinions. It's like having an art gallery with invisible visitors. I'm running out of cliches, so we'll have to figure something out. But real engagement is what fuels your social media presence, and fake followers can't provide that. Another big thing is the algorithm will catch on pretty quickly. Social media platforms, the YouTubes, the Instagrams, the X's, whatever, they're not to be underestimated. They have sophisticated algorithms that are designed to detect fraudulent behavior.
This is fraudulent.
And buying followers falls squarely into that category. When these algorithms notice a sudden unnatural spike in your follower count, red flags are going off all over the place. As a result, your content not maybe pushed down, it's most likely going to be pushed down in the algorithm's rankings. Your post won't appear on people's feeds as often, and your organic reach will plummet. In essence, you're shooting yourself in the foot by attempting to cheat the system. Instead of just boosting your visibility, you're actually hindering it. And guess what? When you do that, trust is gone. Trust is the currency of the digital age. Everyone in marketing and advertising and content creation and all that stuff, when people check out your social media profiles and see a suspiciously high follower count but no engagement, they raise an eyebrow.
Half his followers are bots.
Trust is built on authenticity, and buying followers is the antithesis of that. I hope I said that right. These stakeholders might wonder if you're willing to cut corners in other areas. Are you doing the same in your work? Trust is difficult to earn and incredibly easy to lose. When you buy followers, you're not just damaging your online reputation, you're eroding the trust that others place in your brand. And man, in a world where perception often equals reality, your reputation is everything. Your reputation is hard-earned. It's valuable. And when you buy followers, you're not just risking a hit to your reputation, you're potentially shattering it, ruining it, breaking it, whatever word you want to use here. People respect authenticity and innovation. They want to work with creators that generally understand their followers and can connect with real audiences. When you resort to follower buying tactics, you're seen as taking a shortcut, and shortcuts rarely lead to long-term success. Now let's talk about what happens when you actually do buy followers. This is the interesting part. Remember all those followers you bought? Well, they could disappear at any moment.
All of your followers across all platforms, gone.
Social media platforms periodically purge fake accounts, and when that happens, poof, there go your numbers, and it gives way more information to the algorithm that you're not who you appear to be. Real followers aren't usually fooled. Your real authentic audience isn't dumb. They can spot the lack of engagement a mile away.
You've got about 1 million followers on Twitter.
When they see a high follower count but no meaningful interaction, they may question your credibility, and well, they'll question everything. Do you dye your hair? Are you really a vegetarian? The list goes on and on and on and on. And don't forget about, stunted growth. Organic growth becomes an uphill battle. We all know that no matter what your follower count is, only a fraction of that number actually sees your content. Well, what if all your content is being served to your fake followers? You might as well not post anything at all, because with a fake follower base, your struggle to connect with real people who genuinely care about your brand gets harder and harder and harder. And I know I always talk about analytics here. Your analytics will not be anywhere near accurate. If you genuinely want to grow your business, or your followers or anything, understand your audience and boost brand recognition. You're going to be relying on data and analytics to see how you're doing. Targets, KPIs, and audience data all rely on truthful figures. And if you can only rely on those figures, you're certain that your account, you can't be certain that your account has grown, organically or anything like that.
Tribunal would blush if it knew just how far off they were, the real numbers.
So let's paint a picture. Imagine you have 50,000 followers on Instagram and you bought 45,000 of them. That looks great on paper. You create a post that you're certain should receive a great amount of engagement. It appears that only around 10 people have liked it. As a metric compared to your current figures, that's only 10 out of 50,000, or an engagement rate of 0.02%. It's shockingly low. Now, if you only count your 500 genuine followers, your engagement rate is actually 2%, which is far, far higher. Think about it. This is what happens. So in conclusion, buying followers is like trying to make a gourmet meal with plastic food. It might look good from a distance, but it's not going to satisfy anybody. Instead, focus on building real engaged audience by creating compelling content, engaging with your followers, and being authentic. That's the path to success in the world of content. Don't be a follow buyer bandit. Be like Nancy Reagan and just say no to buying followers. Okay, before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. The list is endless. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. There's no need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. All you have to do is visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And again, if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. We come every Tuesday and Thursday with tips to fuel your creative success. So until next time, please, keep following us and tell your friends.
And when it comes to drugs and alcohol, just say no.
Hey, today I'm going to give away a bunch of stuff, and not just advice, but real stuff that you can touch and wear. But to win anything, you have to watch the whole video, or just scroll to the end of the video.
But that would be cheating.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. And, have you subscribed yet? Are you a loyal watcher? Have you smashed the bell? We should, because every Tuesday and Friday we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, and I know we're doing a lot on YouTube, but we are going to expand that. We're going to talk about launching a podcast, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. So,
Speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. I'm pretty much always wearing a Spreadshop shirt. And in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, and just all sorts of things. You know, that's my personal testimonial. We'll do a real ad read later in the video, but I like to get that out of the way right away. So, one thing we haven't discussed yet, and we've discussed a lot of stuff, and we've even repeated some stuff, but one thing we haven't discussed yet is contests.
When we were kids, we'd have gross-out contests.
So I'm going to spill the beans on all things giveaways because it's an incredible way to boost your YouTube subscriber count.
I mean, I'm not about to enter any pie eating contests.
And if you stay to the very end, you can win some stuff from me. It's actually sprinkled through the whole video. And all the prizes are coming from my very own pocket. So I hope that makes it more special. So let's talk about contests. Oh my God, contest, how fun.
You should do those jelly bean in a jar contests and get rich.
The first step to any successful contest is proper planning. Here's a detailed breakdown of my planning process. So, number one, you have to define your goals. You know, what are your objectives for the contest? In my case, it's all about increasing YouTube subscribers, and to get people to sign up for Spreadshop. But you may want to boost engagement, you may want to increase brand visibility, or promote a new product. You got to figure out what your goals are. Second, select prizes.
Look at this studio filled with glamorous merchandise, fabulous and exciting bonus prizes.
So choose attractive prizes that resonate with your target audience. Today we're offering 3 $100 gift cards to Spreadshop and a couple of my t-shirts. So prizes should be appealing enough to motivate people to participate, and I can't think of anything more appealing than a Saul shirt.
These prizes couldn't come at a better time for my large family.
Like, come on. The last thing is set the duration. Decide how long your contest will run. A 2-week time frame strikes a balance between urgency and giving participants enough time to engage, and that's the timeline we're going to use with our contest. So we sort of set our goals. Now let's look at, a closer look at the mechanics of your contest. This is where you define how participants can enter and what they need to do. So, for us, I'm going to be selecting winners from people who have recently subscribed to the channel. This ensures that my primary goal, which is gaining subscribers, is achieved. You can have a different goal, so figure out what your goals are and make that the main requirement. You can have people jump through hoops. I like to make it easy, but you can make people do anything if the prize is good enough. Engagement, to get people to increase engagement and visibility, ask participants to complete additional tasks. For instance, liking the contest video, leaving a comment, sharing the video on all their social media platforms. These tasks create a sense of involvement and commitment. I'm not going to ask for any of that today, but if you want to comment as well, I won't complain. I love comments. It gives me something to do because I reply to the comments unless they're not worth replying to. Segment 3 or comment 3, point 3, whatever you want to call it. Promoting your contest. Promotion, promotion, promotion. Everything you do as a creative is about promotion. It sucks if you're not comfortable with it, but promoting is everything. And promoting your contest effectively is essential to get people to participate. So here's a couple ways to do it. Obviously, you want to utilize all your social media platforms to create posts, stories, and tweets about the contest. Use captivating visuals, teaser videos, and engaging captions to grab attention. But you may want to think about actually featuring the contest prominently on your website, or create a dedicated landing page with all the contest details and, an easy entry form if that's what you're using. And the last thing you should be doing, well, there's lots of things you can buy ads and stuff, but you should also send out an email blast to your subscribers, notifying them about the contest. Personalize the message, highlight the prizes, and include, instructions on how to apply. The other thing to do is really important is creating hype and urgencies.
What? Hey, stupid, dope.
So promotion's only half the job. The other half is that you got to work at building anticipation and urgency so you drive participation. So here's how you create hype around your contest. I'm not doing any of this, but this is what you should do.
Pipe it up?
Yeah, give it some pizzazz. Attract some of the younger people.
Display a countdown timer on your contest landing page and in your videos. This creates a sense of urgency and encourages people to take action before time runs out. Create a short teaser video that highlights the prizes and encourages people to participate. Share these teasers across your social media platforms to build excitement. I'm probably going to do that. And once you've done all this stuff, what is a contest without winners? Announcing the winners is a really engaging way to show appreciation for the audience participation. So here's how you do it effectively. Create a dedicated video to announce the winners.
You want a free oven mitt!
Make it mean something and make it personal and full of gratitude. These people took time to do something like fun. Send personalized messages to the winners, thanking them for their support and congratulating them on their victory. The personal touch really enhances the connection between you and your audience. I can't, I know I said I wasn't going to repeat anything, but, analyze your results. After the contest concludes, it is critical to analyze the results to gauge the success and learn from the experience. Look at your metrics. Was it worth your time? Did you see an increase in subscriber engagement, subscribers, engagement rate, and video views during the contest period? Compare these metrics to your usual performance to really, assess the impact of the contest. Analyze the demographics and interests of the participants.
Or these people.
This information helps you understand your audience better and tailor your future content accordingly. This is also the reason you should never buy followers. Their fake interest will throw off all of your stats. So,
in conclusion, and remember, I speak from experience, do not let your mom follow you.
There you have it, a comprehensive guide to hosting an online contest to boost your YouTube subscriber count. Remember, every step in this process contributes to the success of your contest and your overall channel growth. By planning meticulously, engaging your audience, and promoting effectively, as well as analyzing the results, you're setting yourself up for YouTube success. So go ahead, put these strategies into action and let me know how it worked out for you. And again, thank you for joining me on the License to Print Money show powered by Spreadshop. If you paid attention to this video, you'd know that I'm giving away $100 Spreadshop gift cards and Sol shirts to 3 lucky people who have subscribed to the channel recently. So make sure you subscribe, like, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on the contest winner's announcement. It's super easy. You basically don't do anything. Okay. And before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop, because they're the ones who make this show possible. I'm paying for the prizes, but they make the show possible. So, are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. All you have to do is simply upload your designs like I do, and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. That's it for today, and I hope you'll use this guide, save this video, share it with your friends, and I hope you you host your own contest and you participate in this one. We're going to be giving away some cool prizes. Everyone will get really nice thank yous and welcomes and all sorts of stuff. And we'll be back in a couple days with a new video. So thanks for watching.
If he told you to enter the contest,
Hey, after the last video, I got some email about it. And by some, I mean I got 3 email. But one stood out, and I'm going to share it to here. Email said, "Bro, instead of drawing out everything you know about podcasting, can you do a lightning round episode of everything you know? No movie clips, even though I like them, or quick edits. Just mow them all down." Well, I don't really like being called bro, but I accept your challenge and will drain my brain right now like John Machida. So let's get to it.
Okay, Eunice, travel plans. I need to be in New York on Monday, LA on Tuesday, New York on Wednesday, LA on Thursday, New York on Friday. Got it? Got it. So you want to work here. What really makes you think you deserve a job here?
Well, sir, I think on my feet I'm good at figures and I have a sharp mind.
Excellent. Can you start on Monday?
Yes, sir, absolutely, without hesitation.
Congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Okay, that's the only video clip. Let's get started. Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the Licensed Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So have you subscribed yet? Our numbers are going up, so I hope you have. I hope you're telling your friends, smashing that bell, because every Tuesday and Friday we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, nuances of each platform. Today we're doing a big dump on launching a podcast and, most importantly, the secret to selling merch. Speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I have had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, and, the list goes on and on. They're absolutely free. They're amazing. I wear a Spreadshop shirt almost every day, and I love them. So that's my personal testimonial. Let's get to this podcast thing, and I'll do a better read at the end. Okay, here is everything I know about podcasting, and I'm going to tell it to you as fast as I can, lightning round style. So are you ready? Okay. Subscribe to all podcast industry and podcast recommendation newsletters out there. Your podcast is part of the very large and growing landscape of podcasts, and you need to know what is out there, and people need to know you're here. Don't worry about your voice. Many people think they don't have the right voice for a podcast. Many new podcasters consciously or unconsciously use a different voice, like those AM radio voices, hey everybody, it's 10 after the hour. Don't do that. Just be authentic. When you drop your first episodes, make sure you launch with multiple episodes, ideally 3. So when listeners find you, they can get hooked on your show right away. But it also boosts your total downloads. That sends, some positive signals to podcast platforms like Apple to show that you're worth paying attention to, and maybe they throw you some promotion. Organize your workflow. All the best podcasters have an established structure for each podcast, an established structure for how they produce an episode. Creating a podcast episode takes like 100 steps. You've got to outline, you've got to research, you've got to book guests, you've got to record, you've got to edit audio and video as well. You've got to make promo clips, uploading, promoting. The list goes on and on and on. And then there's the post-publication work, like sharing the episodes on social media and sharing podcast transcripts and show notes to your blog and blah, blah, blah. Decide on the steps for your specific workflow, which will make it as easy as possible to streamline your work. I use organizational tools like Monday, but there's a bunch out there that you could use. I track my episode ideas, the status of the shows, who's the guest, where are the notes, when are you recording, is it finished, is it posted, keep all the links handy, make sure you make it as easy as possible to devote time and energy to your podcast. Organizing your workflow will allow you to create a consistent production schedule and make a podcast you're really proud of. Think of all the repetitive tasks related to the production and marketing of your show. These will prove invaluable as your show grows and you begin to get help. Make a template for your editing. Is there boilerplate text for your show notes? If not, make them. It's really important that you make content that you genuinely like, stuff you relate to and are excited to share with other people. And that also goes into guests. Find guests you're really interested in. If you're doing an interview podcast, you want to book guests that you're actually excited to speak to. Don't book people simply because they've reached out to you or you have or they have an impressive resume. If you're not interested in the guest, that will come through in the recording. The worst show I ever recorded was a guy who asked me to be on the show instead of the other way around, and I regretted it. I knew it was going to be awful 3 minutes into it. I always tell people, learn from the master podcasters and interviewers. Go listen to a handful of Mark Maron shows. He is an incredible interviewer. Go listen to Gilbert Gottfried's show and pay attention to how much research Frank Santopadre, his co-host, would do for every show. Notice how, great podcast hosts don't just listen. They don't just listen to speak. They listen to understand. Practice active listening to show your interest in what the guest has to say. Don't be afraid to let conversation veer from your list of questions. Let the conversation flow naturally. Ask follow-up questions as you think of them, and, just make good shows. Do your research. Learn as much as you can about your podcast guests before you interview them. Go to their website, read their About Me page, scroll their social media accounts, listen to previous interviews they've done. That way you can dig deeper than the surface level and get an engaging and unique discussion. Also, listening to previous interviews lets you come up with questions really easily that you wish people had asked that they never did get asked. Don't self-host your show, and I don't mean being the host as the interviewer. I mean like the distribution. We talked about use Lisbon or whatever the directory that you choose, and don't DIY it. It's such a hassle. Don't get caught up in comparison. Remember, everybody started where you are, so focus on the first steps you need to get your podcast from an idea to a recorded episode. Then take that recorded episode and get it to 5 recorded episodes and 10 recorded episodes. And again, this sort of rolls into this. Produce in batches. There's another efficient podcast recording tip is batch your recordings. Batch your recording podcasts can help save you time, get more done more efficiently, and avoid missing a scheduled release day. Simply plan out your next batch of episodes, then record and edit them in one sitting. Of course, if you talk about the news or current affairs, you can't record ahead of time, but if your content is evergreen, interviews, stuff like that, you can record multiple episodes at once. When done right, batch recording can mean creating content for an entire month in a single day. I never go as far as a month in a single day, but I do believe you should block off a whole day so you can record 2 great shows and edit one of them. Be authentic and own what you do. It's worth repeating this. I've said this probably in every show, but be yourself, be authentic, let people see you, all that stuff. Here's something I probably should have led with. My best podcasting tip is to get the best quality gear that you can afford without going crazy and blowing your budget. It makes a huge difference. One of the keys to attracting an audience at some level is to learn how to be compelling on the microphone. This takes practice. But if you focus on your production quality, you can record. I say, you can record on your phone. I'm not a fan of it. I would never do it. But, use StreamYard, use Zoom, get good gear, record directly to your storage device, do things in person. It's really important. Good quality. Record video too, even if your audio is your end product. Podcasters are expected to produce rich visuals for other channels. If you start with capturing high quality video, audio and video, it's relatively easy to repurpose video clips of your podcast on YouTube, LinkedIn, TikTok, whoever. Always focus on prep because you build hosting skills over time. Prep is the key to a great conversation with a guest, and you can always outwork your competition, especially for interviews. And speaking of interviews, if you're interviewing someone, make sure you tell them where the mute button is, remind them to stay close to the mic, all those things. Don't assume people know it. Another thing to tell your guests is to please use an external microphone rather than the built-in microphone on their computer, on their iPad, whatever. It makes a huge difference. I know I said this already. I'm gonna say it again because I didn't make notes. It's in my head. Interview people who excite you, not just people you think your target audience will like. I said that already, but it's worth saying. If you just noticed a little edit, it's because I got into this crazy coughing fit. Let's get back to it. Create templates for your email communication with like your guest in a workflow, on a platform somewhere, Make staying on top of your podcast a priority. Include a call to action snippet, at least in the first 100 podcast episodes. Ask people to follow, rate your podcast, share, all that stuff. Hit the bell icon on Spotify. Leave a review on Apple Podcasts. You should also mention that you've included a link to your show notes, which explain, how to do this and stuff like that. One thing I always do is have your guests fill out a very thorough form a few weeks before recording. Not only does this weed out guests who might not be 100% committed, but it also gives them all the information they need at a later date when it comes to promotion, and it gives you all the stuff like their social media handles and contacts and stuff like that. Mic technique. Every microphone requires a different technique. So practice on your microphone. Figure out what the best distance is, the gains, all the other factors. Because, again, it's all about quality. If you record interview-style podcast, be sure to create a pre-podcast checklist for your guests. Not only will this ensure that they're receiving everything they need to know where to show up, but also how to promote the appearance. It'll also make them feel better prepared to be on your show, like, this guy knows what he's doing. I'm working with professionals. I'm a believer that you have your intro and outro speech, the welcome to thing, recorded by a pro. But if you want to do it yourself and you're going to do an intro read every episode, make sure you have it on paper or a screen so you don't have to struggle to remember all the details. This is the 32nd video we've done, so I kind of know it all in my head now, but I always had a cheat sheet. Also, remember, ask your podcast guest to recommend somebody in their network to be a guest for another episode. They probably will recommend somebody really cool because they've been through the experience and know what it's like. I've found the best thing that works for me when it comes to editing is to create a routine. I do all the writing and research on Sundays, and I do recording, editing, and publishing of my podcast. Usually I block out 1 day or 2 days a month and work one full day on the podcast. When I'm recording, if I make a mistake, and I had a coughing fit here, but I usually never make a mistake, I'm a pro, what I will do is I will make a big hand clap. and when I'm editing, I know at the clap, I need to start over. I know where to edit and all that stuff. It's visual, it's thing. I'm not going to leave it in the show. Well, I'll leave that one in so you can see. Don't worry about the length of your podcast. Let it flow naturally. My episodes are between 30 minutes and 3 hours. If the guest is great and they're cool with giving you the time, let them talk. What's another one? I know. Go for progress rather than perfection. It's too easy to let imperfections keep you from actually completing the task, recording, editing. You can always make progress and get better over time. If you watch the first couple episodes of this show, we made it bad on purpose so we show growth, but still it's progress. Assume it's going to take you 4 times the length of your episode to edit it than it did to record it. You've got to remove some ums. You've got to remove background noise. You've got to equalize the volume of the 2 guests. You've got to add in distracting music and stuff like that. So it takes a while and prepare for it. Repurpose your content. Transcribe your episodes for accessibility. Use video snippets for social. Create blogs. Upload to YouTube. Maximize your distribution by reaching different audiences on different platforms. Make your guests sound great. Not only audio great, but make them sound loved, smart, experts. That's how you get the best out of guests, and that's how you get more guests. Don't afraid to be different. Everyone is doing endless interview shows, making audiograms and tweeting their link to podcast recommendations and stuff like that. Now is the time to stand out, do different things, and draw people in. And if you focus on having a great conversation and ask interesting questions, it becomes much easier to build out a variety of content from your core conversations. So always make sure that, you're making little notes during the conversation. This would be a good clip. This would be this. Or do it in editing. Give listeners every opportunity to support your podcast. Set up a donation method, where they can drop, a tip in the cup, and give them extra content, all sorts of things. There's a lot of different ways to do it, Patreon and a few different things, but make sure that you're thinking about monetizing from the very beginning. I like to write out in bullet points my process behind each part of what I do for the podcast. I don't do it anymore because it's there, but the guest booking process, the editing process, the marketing process, anything new that I'm trying that worked, I like to have it. So if I were to hand it off to somebody, they could do it quite easily. Don't judge yourself. We're in the last couple. Don't judge yourself by your downloads or compare your downloads to other people's. Judge your podcast on what you want to portray and how successfully you feel you've put across what you want to say. Okay, and finally, you saw me coughing. You heard me this. Stay hydrated. Drink at least 8 ounces of water before you record. I did not do that today. It'll settle your stomach, it'll loosen your mouth, it'll help your focus, it'll also reduce any mouth clicks, the natural clicking and popping noises, when your mouth is dry. I think it's better to drink more water and even, pause to use the bathroom if you want to, just edit the show around it, but drink water. So there's a lot, that goes into launching a podcast. I've shared everything I can think of. There's probably a couple things. I know. Don't forget to make some shirts with your podcast show logo on it and add it for sale in your Spreadshop store. What's Spreadshop? If you don't know by now, I hope this is the first time you're watching the show. But Spreadshop is the ultimate and free ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, bags, all sorts of things. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. That's it for today. If you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Give it 2 thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. We'll be back next week with more tips to fuel your creative success. But until then, if you like the show, tell a friend and go watch some of our back catalog.
Well, tell your friend we appreciate the recommendation.
So we have made over 30 videos in this series, and in every intro, I mentioned that we're eventually going to talk about podcasting and podcast. Well, guess what? Today we finally will.
I was just listening to a guy on a podcast. He called you insane.
Hey, everybody. I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I hope you've subscribed already and you've smashed that bell and get notified, because every Tuesday and Friday we come to you with ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast like we're doing today, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. So speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. Spreadshop. I personally have had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, and all sorts of stuff. You know, I love them. I can't say enough about them. I think they're the greatest thing in the world. But, you know, if you want an actual proper ad read, I'll do that later in the video. So, let's talk about podcasting.
A podcast is kind of like it's like a radio show that's not on the radio.
Hey everybody, it's me, it's your friend, your YouTube best friend, Saul, who happens to also be your podcasting best friend. You know, what makes me your podcasting best friend? Well, I have built 3 top 50 podcasts for brands and have had a podcast of my own that got a lot of attention. And, you know, like I think my secret has been that I've always had a decent skill of pulling cool guests.
You gotta be my podcast.
But so with 500 or more podcast episodes under my belt, either as host or producer, I can boast that I know a few things about this subject. And I'm going to share a lot of my experience over the next few episodes. But today, I want to start by going into detail on some of the common mistakes I see people make when they decide to start a podcast, whether it be for fun or profit. So the biggest mistake number 1, top of the list, is lack of long-term vision and dedication.
Why are we doing this again?
There are many reasons to launch a podcast. For some, it's just an audio version of their YouTube content. Others will do something completely original, but the key is to have a plan and a long-term vision. When I launched my personal podcast, it was at the beginning of the pandemic, and I wanted an excuse to interview people I admired.
I'm trying to tell you how much I admire you and your pretty wife.
Setting clear goals, both short-term and long-term, is very vital. Podcasting is a lot of work. So if you're clear with why you're doing it, it makes it feel a little bit less of a grind.
It's a grind, I tell you.
Another way to make it enjoyable is to make it about something you actually care about.
Wow, Porsche. Girls must love this.
That could be comedy. It could be stamp collecting. It doesn't matter what your topic is. There are people for every topic. But without a clear focus, your podcast is likely to meander and fail to really captivate the heart of listeners. And additionally, you won't be able to effectively market your show to building a strong following if you can't even describe what your show's about. To avoid these pitfalls, take time to clearly define your purpose and target audience before you start recording. By doing so, you'll set yourself up for success and ensure that your podcast has the best chance of resonating with listeners. You know, most people make the mistake of just thinking about what people want. Instead, find out what your audience actually wants and create content for them. I say this all the time. A good way to do this is by finding common questions your audience is asking, you know, whether it be on Q&A sites like Quora, Facebook groups, you know, even Reddit and other online communities, and then just, you know, giving them what they want. You know, a listen and respond approach is better than just doing what you think people are going to love as an individual, unless you just really want to put out a vanity project. Mistake number 2, poor time management, and you got to practice. You know, producing a top quality podcast episode takes time and dedication. If you're doing interviews, make sure you book people in advance and do your research. Poor time management can lead to bad interviews, rushed editing, and even, you know, sometimes really crappy audio.
I can't hear you.
Plan your content well in advance to streamline the creation process. You know, also, it's, you know, I say this all the time. It's important to practice. And what I mean is do practice shows. Before launching my podcast, I made 3 fully produced shows as a practice to make sure we had a good formula and also to judge how long the entire production process would take. In my case, one of the shows was really bad and it wasn't used. It was basically just thrown out. But the other 2 were kept as emergency shows for when a guest canceled at the last minute or if we missed a deadline on a new episode. It's really important to think ahead. Another mistake people make is lack of consistency. We say this over and over and over. Consistency is the key to building an audience. Plan your podcast schedule and stick to it. I went 2 years and never missed a Tuesday release. The show is on hiatus now because they don't have time to do it properly. But the thing you have to remember is podcasts are very, very personal. The majority are listened to in a car or in headphones. It is intimate.
It was so intimate. Like we were already lovers.
Your listeners will know when new shows should drop, and they know what to expect. So don't rush episodes. Instead, focus on quality and set standards for your content. But again, I say, one tip, work on shows in advance so you're never caught editing the most recent episodes on drop day. Another mistake is, boring or not sharp enough content. I hope we've never been accused of being boring on this show, but
boring, right? So boring.
Your content should never be boring. Conduct thorough research, create a script and an outline. For this show you're watching right now, I make a script for the outro and the intro, and everything in between are just bullet points so I don't miss a point and get distracted, but I do like to just talk off the top of my head.
So I never got to go over my cool bullet points because of the fart gag joke.
Your episodes need structure. Think of it like a TV show with 2 or 3 segments, or an intro and an intro, an interview, and an outro. This ensures that your content engages your audience from start to finish. And remember, always add value or entertainment, and always, always, always be prepared. Unpreparedness, I don't know if that's a real word, but I practiced it, is one of the most common podcasting mistakes, and it's inexcusable. Maybe you forgot to do your research on the guest and you asked them unrelated questions. Perhaps you didn't plan out your topics you wanted to discuss ahead of time, leading to an aimless conversation. Whatever the case may be, being unprepared is a surefire way to waste an opportunity, and a good way to get a reputation as someone you should not bother being a guest on their show for. Plan out your discussions, brush up on your guests, and listen back to previous episodes so you can learn from your own mistakes too. Taking the time to prepare, you can ensure that your podcast is always of the highest quality. Another thing that people suffer from is lack of patience. Patience is the name of the game. Don't expect instant results, unless you're Dax Shepard or I don't know. Podcasting is a long journey, and the main reason people quit is because things don't happen quickly. It's kind of like setting unrealistic expectations for yourself. Unrealistic expectations can hinder your podcasting journey. It's unlikely that you'll have a massive audience from the start, and monetization can be challenging. So focus on delivering value, producing at least 50 episodes a year, and creating a podcast monetization strategy. The truth is, the top 2% of shows make the majority of the money, the Joe Rogans, etc. But there's still money to be made in podcasting if you do it well and you do it very niche. And when I say niche, as a podcaster, one of the most important things you can do is promote your show.
He had a podcast. It was about, I'm not 100% sure what it was about, but like jazz and economics.
Promote. It will be very difficult to attract new listeners and grow your audience if you're not promoting. One of the biggest podcasting mistakes you can make is to publish episodes without thinking about promotion. There are a number of ways to promote your podcast, and it's important to find the methods that work best for you. One way to promote your podcast, obviously, is through social media. Share links to your episodes on, Twitter, X, whatever, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, but be sure to use hashtags to reach a wider audience. You can also post about your podcast on relevant forums and online communities, even leverage SEO, and stuff like that. But again, this shows how valuable it is to have a house email list and make sure everybody knows that what you're doing and why you should listen. In addition, you can always reach out to bloggers and influencers in your niche and ask them for collaborations where you can offer value in exchange for them, shouting out your show. With a little or a lot of effort, you can significantly increase the reach of your podcast. Another mistake is focusing on yourself instead of your listeners. My podcast is just about people I find interesting. But it's not really about focusing on myself. And while it's important to be confident and engaging, your podcast should be about providing value to your listeners. This means talking about topics they're interested in and relevant to them, and not just topics that you find personally compelling, unless you have your finger on the heartbeat of what's cool. It also means structuring your episodes in a way that is easy to follow and digest, and not just rambling on a stream of conscious style, something that I might be doing right now.
Life has no point. It's over. You're basically dead. Blah, 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 blah. And you think maybe I have the answer.
If you want people to keep tuning in week after week, you need to make sure that you're always keeping your needs top of mind. Their needs top of mind, excuse me. This is why I outlined it and thing. Otherwise, they'll quickly lose interest and move on to something else. If you land a great guest and you have people, a mistake that's often made not only in podcasts but TV interviews and all sorts of things is talking over your guest or co-host. This can happen if you get excited about a topic and start speaking quickly, or if you're trying to make a point and cut off the other person in the process. But man, not only is it rude to talk over someone, it can also disrupt the flow of the conversation, make it difficult for listeners to follow along or even hear what's going on. And if you find yourself talking over somebody, just take a breath, slow down your speech. Another helpful tip is let the other person finish their thought before chiming in with your own comments. Bite your lip if you need to. It's like something to stop you. By being aware of this potential mistake, you can avoid it and ensure smooth, enjoyable conversations on your podcast. So we're almost done. You've made it this far. Let's see it through. Another mistake is making it difficult to find and subscribe. One of the biggest podcasting mistakes you can make is making it difficult for people to find and subscribe your podcast. If people can't easily find your podcast in their favorite podcast directory or app, they're likely to give it up and move on to something else. I always created my own URL for the podcast. It was Saul Talks. I think it might be down now. I'll fix that. But I would just give that URL to people and tell them to go, and it just redirected to Apple Podcasts. Make sure your podcast is easy to find, including all necessary information on your show notes and all that stuff. And always promote your podcast across social media and other platforms so people, make it easy. Put a link in your email signature. Make it everywhere. By taking these steps, you'll improve your chances of building a loyal audience for your podcast. And I think this is my last mistake or whatever, but you got to invest in good podcasting gear and record in a reasonably quiet location, a quality microphone. Soundproofing can make a difference, but you don't have to go that far if you're not that into it. But it's so important to have high quality. So there you have it. This is the first of a few episodes on podcasting, because there's still a ton to cover. Come back next week. Tell your friends to check us out too. And, also make sure you check out Spreadshop. What is Spreadshop? Well, by now, I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of high quality products, including t-shirts, hats, bags, hoodies, all sorts of things. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And also, as always, if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. And, until next time, keep podcasting.
If I have a podcast or something.
Hey everybody, it's me, it's your friend, it's Saul from the internet. Today, super excited because we're doing our first, live show, our first interview. And if you guys have been watching the videos, you know that we've been talking about interviews for a while. We've been talking about doing some different stuff to shake it up. And today we're going to go with it. So before I introduce who we're talking to, let's introduce the show. I'm Saul Colt, the host of the Licensed to Print Money Show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So hopefully you've subscribed to the show. We go live every Tuesday and Friday. I know today's Wednesday, but we're usually Tuesday and Friday, but we're accommodating schedules. We're doing interviews. And we're always covering different ways to get a little better online, make a little bit more money, monetize your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, podcasts, which we're going to talk about today with a very special guest. And of course, we always go on and on and on about the secret to selling merch. Why do we talk about merch so much? Well, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop personally for over a decade. In my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. I'm wearing a Spreadshop shirt today. I pretty much wear one every day, or at least 4 or 5 days a week. And I think they're the greatest. So without any more talking from me, or at least not just solo talking, I want to welcome our not only our guest, our first guest. I'm going to let him introduce himself so he gets all the talking points right. But a very, very, very dear friend of mine, someone who was so good in keeping my mental health up during the pandemic. We talked pretty close to every day. Someone who we've gone through the highs and lows of both of our careers. Someone I respect, admire, and love. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Clint Schaff. Let's bring him out, Clint.
Hey,
Yay!
hey, what's up, Saul? Nice to be here, brother.
Yeah, you texted me like 20 minutes ago and said you weren't feeling well, and I frantically wrote 6 bullet points to do a solo show in case you weren't able to go. And I appreciate
I would
you.
never do you like that. I would never do you like that. I just don't look as beautiful as I normally would. I feel a little
come on,
dehydrated,
stop
but really excited to be here.
Thank you. So introduce yourself. Tell people your background, some of the things you've done. Why you're the first person I thought of to be on the show, because you have such an interesting sort of track record in sort of things. So you go, and I'll fill in the blanks from my perspective.
Okay, totally. Well, I'm gonna permit me a fairly mid-length version of this. So I grew up in a small town in North Dakota, and I was isolated a lot. And as a young kid, I drew a picture of a robot that got in a newspaper, and I also made a full-length hip-hop record in 1985. And so it's those two things made me feel less alone in the world. It was the creation of media that other people found to be interesting and remarkable and novel, allowed me to connect with other people, despite being geographically kind of far away from a lot of people. And it's those two areas of media creation and hip-hop that continue to be the connective tissue between a lot of my friendships with people. And so that's taken me in a lot of different careers. But that's the common thread throughout all the weird stuff I've done in my career. Early on in my career, I worked for kind of progressive causes, doing comms work and media work. I worked at some ad agencies, some of the largest PR firms that also did digital work, like Edelman and Golan, and a Canadian holding company called Vision 7. I led an agency for them in LA and New York. And then probably the bulk of what you're going to want to discuss with me, I'm sure, is my work at the LA Times studios. While at the Los Angeles Times, I was one of the founding team members of LA Times studios. Myself, the president of the LA Times, Chris Argenteri, and a young woman who was there at the time named Camila Victoriano, who's actually gone on to found a really big podcast company called Sonoro. So props to Camila. The three of us were the first employees to launch big podcasts like Dirty John, which you probably heard of. And we had, I think, something like 9 of the top 25 podcasts of 2019. And We also did some television and film, some documentaries, the TV show, 2 seasons of an adaptation of Dirty John. And so really proud of that work. And then since then, my personal life really took priority. My wife's career took off and moved us to the middle of the United States, where maybe media companies aren't as bountiful. So I've returned back to my work in progressive politics. I was communications director for the Democratic candidate for governor here. And nowadays I'm working with that individual. His name's Chris Jones. Also, I'm still working in podcasting. I'm a founding member of a new nonprofit here called the Arkansas Podcast Collaborative, which is unique. I don't think there are other states that have a group that's trying to uplift podcasters in their state. And then what else? I work for the Bentonville Film Festival, which is Dina Davis's film festival that's about women and diverse voices getting their due share and more. And so I work with them. And just so I live in Bentonville, Arkansas, and things are great. So that's what's up.
So it's always fascinating to me when we get a chance to catch up, because you've had one of these careers that you're always got your finger on the pulse of things, and you're always doing interesting stuff, and you're always doing one or two things at a time, which I think it takes a real special kind of person to be able to compartmentalize almost like 2 full-time jobs and still produce at a really high level and produce things. So that's something I've always been, sort of impressed with you. And like I've known you for probably a decade and a bit, so I've seen you, go from different things, and when you landed at the LA Times, I really saw some of the most interesting work that you were directly either responsible for or peripherally attached to, that I just didn't see coming out of like a I don't want to put labels, but we'll call it old media. And talk a little bit about what actually went into, I want to talk about some of the successes you had there and stuff like that, but what actually went into convincing people to put their foot into this program. And you also did, like the
my storytelling festival. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ellie, storytelling, which is all about creative people and stuff like that. We talk to creatives in all different worlds. So if you want to veer from podcasting, please do, because you've got so much stuff to talk about that's useful to creatives. But talk a little bit about what it actually took to get people to bite on podcasting.
Yeah, that's super cool. So first of all, thank you for acknowledging there's a major team effort. I mentioned a few of my closest collaborators there, but also most of the credit or large portions should go to the journalists themselves, who at that organization are the hosts of the podcast, right? So for anyone listening to this, you would probably host and produce your own podcast, maybe with a partner. In newsrooms, it's very much still a kind of church and state thing where journalists are the only ones who are kind of empowered to be storytellers, and the rest of us support that. And that was perfectly fine in that arena. It came out of, like, I guess, a sense of play, actually, Saul. So I started this job as head of strategy and development at the LA Times at a time when they were up against the ropes. And I, without getting into all the details, basically they, an outside capital firm had acquired the majority rights of the LA Times, and my understanding from media reports, nothing inside here, is that like those firms tend to cut costs, and that's how they get the profit they need to please their shareholders. So you're kind of like cutting costs, but you're hurting the product in order to maintain profits. And so that's a tough environment for journalists, and that's kind of like a lot of news outlets are going through that in the last 10 years. And so my first day I showed up there, the HR process was kind of clunky, didn't have a computer. This employee, Camila, and I, were the only ones there, and we're like, oh, what are we supposed to do? And I said, well, why don't we make a list of 99 business ideas to turn around the LA Times? So we just sat around the room and on piece of paper with pen, wrote down 99 ideas. And the beginning ones were the obvious ones, that everyone would talk about. And as you got down the list, the 99th idea was probably pretty weird. Somewhere in the middle, was to turn a narrative piece of long form journalism into a narrative podcast, a la Serial, which NPR had a lot of success with. And that was kind of the biggest podcast at that time. So I did this document, and when I met the then publisher of the LA Times, he said, "What have you been working on?" I go, "Well, I don't have a computer, but we put together this list of ideas," and he loved that. So he went around to all the meetings, being like, "Look, we have 99 ideas," and I think so that and I'm sure there were people already talking about doing podcasts, but I think that positioned me as a champion of how to do that. The LA Times had some, substantive but not very much listened to podcasts, like a sports podcast and a few other things. But this is the first one that we went out with a lot of rigor. And then the team collectively, we partnered with Wondery, which became a leader in podcasting. They got acquired by Audible, Amazon a couple of years later, largely on the strength of our success together. And so we brought the journalism, excellence, storytelling, all of that, and they brought some of the production moxie to the table. So to directly answer your question, it took a little creative thinking. It took getting into a what if mindset as opposed to a, what can we do with these scarce resources mindset. I should note at that time, I believe there was a hiring freeze at the LA Times, so it was pretty impossible to try out new ideas. And so I'm proud that we were able to do that. And then also it's like how you think creatively around resource scarcity. So we could have put together a budget that would bring in in-house producers and engineers and stuff, and probably that might have even been cheaper, but it was smarter at that time to do it in partnership with another group that needed something that we didn't have. We had the credibility of our storytelling and our journalism, and Wondery already had engineers and stuff. So it was really a win-win partnership, and I think that's a good approach for creative projects when you're looking to do a lot of different things and see what will hit. One last note there, and this is something I borrow from my friend Mike Bonifer, who's a improv expert, a business improvisation expert, is just the idea of casting many bets. So when you mentioned I get involved in 2 or 3 things at a time, that isn't just because of my varied interests. It's also because I think it's just sound gambling, right? Like if I'm not sure if any of these are going to work, diversify my portfolio of things I'm looking at, so that we have a better chance of one of them working out. And so that's how we got started.
So when you talk about hedging your bets, we'll say you created some really, really impactful content. So Dear John, you mentioned, and that went on to Netflix.
Dirty John. Yep.
Dirty John, sorry. Went on to Netflix and thing. You're going to have to fix all of my titles now, because I got so locked into doing a solo show, trying to do a script in my head. I'm all over the place. But I remember listening to, first of all, you I don't remember if this was for the LA Times, you did this separately, did an incredible podcast on Bill Cosby when everything was going on. And also there was a podcast I listened to, which I'm 99.9% you were involved with. That was about, and I'm going to get this wrong because it was a couple years ago and I've listened to a zillion things since then, but it was something about hot rod vehicles and the black community, or what was that one? Because I remember really digging that.
Yeah, that's my personal favorite, maybe, of the collection. It's called Larger Than Life. It's hosted and reported by Daniel Miller, who's a standing journalist at the LA Times. And it was about Big Willie Robinson, who was a streetcar racer in the 60s and is credited by many as kind of keeping the peace in LA during the tumult of the period following the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But the streetcar racing, which was illegal, was a place where like men of different swaths of society in Los Angeles came together. Cops and skinheads and black and brown folks and everyone like racing cars together and finding this commonality. And that led to some good things. And then there's a big reveal on the show, something about Big Willie that people didn't know. But so that's a great show. You mentioned Chasing Cosby, which is the work of Philadelphia-based journalist Nikki Weisensee Egan. That was actually she published a book under that same title, and we worked with her to with the newsroom's buy-in on the editorial to do basically a podcast version of it, in which we were hoping to then make it into a television show, but that didn't pan out. But outstanding journalism, and the timing was right because that case was back into the zeitgeist at that time. And several other, by the way, Chris Crawford, who did Dirty John, also did The Trials of Frank Carson and Detective Trap, which were both mega successes. So most of those shows, all the shows that we're talking about are were like 6 to 9 or so episode short run series podcasts, and which is usually really difficult for podcasters to monetize. We kind of struck gold with the first one, so that's what we became known for. Most folks will have a steady cadence of a show that's, say, weekly or daily if they have the resources for it, and then over time develop an audience that's pretty loyal and then monetize that way. And we had some attempts at that as well. We had a weekly podcast called Asian Enough about the variety of Asian identities that are out there and some notable voices within those communities. We had a daily podcast called The Times, which ran for, I think, a couple years. Sunset after I left there. I haven't been there in over a year, but it's a big success in my eyes. And so it was really fun to experiment with the different platforms, and it was interesting. What part of my expertise, I guess, was how do we get, there's so much great content out there, but how do we actually get someone to listen to this? And the LA Times had some unique assets and challenges. One of the challenges that we had was we're like fussy about ethics and stuff. So like we couldn't, we wouldn't do stuff just because it would be commercially interesting. Like everything had to be really sound journalism because that is the cornerstone of the LA Times brand.
So you're not going to make bold accusations and worry about it later.
Exactly. And so we would sometimes get beat to a story by another company that, maybe also had sound reporting, but maybe a different bar for, triple verification or whatever. But then, the point I was trying to get to, what we had, something that was a perceived weakness is we have this print product that has undersold inventory and is kind of it's a financial albatross across the LA Times, to be frank. I'm not the expert in this, but like printing presses are expensive. Labor for those printing presses is expensive. Delivery is expensive. So we were managed to use some of that inventory and trade, if you will, with some podcast platforms in order to get, it wasn't like a formal deal, but there was sort of like a perceived benefit. Like we would promote, hey, go to Apple or go to Spotify to listen and we promote that to a high net income, audience that reads print newspapers. And the podcast platforms probably loved that because they said, gosh, we're kind of we're hitting some sort of a plateau with the early adopter of podcasting. We really want these people who are making $100,000 or more a year, who are really news junkies. We want them to start listening to podcasts. So that was the audience challenge that we turned into an opportunity that led to a lot of the success of the early days of LA Times Studios.
All right, so I got a couple questions for you, and I'm going to give them you one at a time so you can actually answer them. What do you think is so special about podcasting? And I'm a huge fan, so I have my own opinion, but there is something beautiful about it. What is that to you?
Well, if I have to pick one, it's a little cliche, but the intimacy of communicating through one's ear. It's just voices are, it's a little different than on video when I can speak with my hands and I have all these other ways to communicate with you. On an audio only environment, folks often speak with a little more intention to try to really communicate, or AURALLY, orally through into your ear. And that's pretty cool. That very seldomly happens in real life. Like someone whispers in your ear, or like a lover will talk into your ear. Maybe a child might, communicate secrets by talking to one's ear. But it's pretty rare that the physical and kinetic communication are removed. And so I think that is unique and really powerful and leads to that intimate connection time, sometimes between hosts and their audience. But there's a bunch of other stuff. I mean, accessibility, the barriers to getting to that content are lesser. Nearly everyone has a smartphone nowadays, which means that you have a podcast player on your pocket at all times. It's on demand. So like streamers, but even more like the bandwidth is lesser, so it's even that much more accessible than say YouTube or Netflix or whatever. And then because the price of entry, the cost of publishing there are still some costs, but because they're so much lesser than video products, there's so much more opportunity for niche content because the cost is so little. So if you're into like, you know, I don't know, gardening in Botswana, there's probably a podcast for you. And I think that is unique to this genre. And I guess I'd just add one last one is that I like, and I haven't really heard anyone else talk about this much, but it's just that there's no rules. There are no rules for how long the content should be. Now it seems that the podcasters have put their own rules on it. There seems to be this copycat thing where everyone wants to sound like an NPR show, and for good reason, because NPR shows are really good. Public radio in general, not just NPR. But everyone has a certain voice they do. Hi, welcome to Saul's podcast. And they've got and then everyone kind of does their commercial breaks the same way. And there's a reason for that. Familiarity is comfortable. But I think there's some really wacky podcasts out there that break all those rules. And I'm hoping to hear more of them. Because it's really just an audio file that gets syndicated out. So it really there could be a burp podcast, that would be hilarious. Just the longest burps that someone recorded. I don't know. Or
I used to have
yodeling, whatever. Like, let's bring it all on because there's an audience. I listen to one called Field Recordings, and it's just user submitted recordings of 15 to 45 minutes of just ambient sound from unique places that others might not travel to. So that's pretty cool. And I actually listen to it. I think it's pretty bizarre.
I used to host a mime podcast where for 45 minutes you would just hear kind of clothes ruffling and stuff like that. But it was we found an audience.
Yeah, big with the ASMR people. I like it.
Yes. We were pre-ASMR.
P-ASMR.
So I totally agree with you about intimacy. I think, I read a study a while back that said the majority of podcasts are listened to in bed, on a treadmill, in a car, or with like either all or most of them with headphones. And there's something super intuitive about that. And I love what you said about breaking the rules. A friend of mine, a guy named David Feldman, he does so David Feldman is one of America's greatest comedy writers. He went from doing his podcast originally started doing almost like radio plays from like the 30s where, it would be like, a baseball bat banged together and they're creating all sorts of radio plays. And now it's it's a pretty hardcore political podcast and you're either on his side or, you're not listening to the show. But he's built a real audience for himself. And he used to put out a 6 to 7 hour podcast and he put it out once a week. And his logic was he wanted people to just listen to it all week in chunks. So he owned their attention for the whole week instead of putting out, 6 45-minute shows or whatever. So he just dumped you the whole thing on Sunday night and he was in your pocket all week or in your ears all week. And he had, segments and this and that. But he never told you the time code, so you had to listen to get to what it was. But he said when he started doing less shows a week, much longer, his numbers went up. So all conventional wisdom is thrown out the window most of the time because there's always these outliers and rule breakers that it doesn't matter what you're doing, it's what your audience wants. And that's kind of one of the cool things about podcasting. So,
yeah. I mean, at the risk of a tangent here, it's sort of like I love what you said about conventional wisdom because sometimes, especially in newer mediums, which all the stuff we're talking about is sort of. I mean, it's 20 years old, but it's still relatively new. like so early days of social media, when Mashable was like the bee's knees, there would be like
Mhm.
an article that said the best time to post is Tuesdays at 10 a.m. Well, then everyone posted Tuesdays at 10 a.m., thereby making Tuesdays at 10 a.m. the worst time in the whole world to post. And the weekends were always
Mhm.
conventionally terrible times to post. Well, that ended up being not true, because it ended up being that there's a lot of people with latent time on the weekends who are trying to avoid somebody in their lives and they want to be on their phone, and there's less clutter. So there's really, I think just mixing it up and experimenting and trying. I mean, I know it's easier said than done, but and what maybe I like it when those decisions that seem like brass tacks, sort of not creative questions, if they are tied back to the creative brief. Like, without getting into the details, I was going to work on this podcast about the late Nipsey Hussle, and he's known for this brand of the marathon continues. And so I really wanted to do 26.2 episodes, which is what a marathon is, right? 26.2
Yeah.
miles. So I want to do, the trailer would be the 0.2, and we do 26 episodes. Because I think the novelty of that was attractive, right? So
Mhm.
I think, teach their own.
Or instead of making the trailer the point to, just record an episode and like pull
Stop
the
it.
plug out of the wall, like a quarter of the way there.
There you
It's
go.
the Sopranos ending.
There you go.
Mhm. Well, I love what you said about the barrier to entry so low for podcasting. Like, I'm sure, like, I haven't looked in a while, but I think Anchor is maybe free completely. But if you were to go to a traditional podcast hosting platform like a Libsyn or somebody, they've got plans starting at $5 a month. And if like your production values aren't going to be high, but if you want to record on your phone, you can have a podcast that's available anywhere on the globe for $5 a month, which is pretty crazy to think. And like you want to do that on YouTube. YouTube is technically free, but like I've got lights here that cost a couple $100. I've got a pretty good camera that's a little too high, so it doesn't look like I'm looking in the camera very often because I'm looking at you, and stuff like that. I've got on top of my 32-inch monitor, and stuff like that. But like there's still costs involved in this stuff. You need good stuff. But I sometimes wonder, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. The first podcast I ever worked on was probably 5 to 6 years ago.
Okay.
And at that time, you had to submit it to Apple, and if you wanted to be on like in the iStore or the Apple Store, whatever it's called, iTunes, and they actually listened to your podcast and decided if it was at a certain level to be accepted. And from what I understand now, all they do, and they don't have to keep any level of quality up. It's not their product or responsibility. Their product is the hardware and the platform and stuff like that. So this is not attack on Apple, but all they do now is just check to make sure the RSS feed works, and then you're automatically approved. And I kind of wonder, like, there's so many podcasts now. Like you said, there's something literally for everything, which I think is cool and not cool at the very same time. It is cool because, like, I have 7 different podcasts to choose from if I want to, indulge my guilty pleasure of 90 Day Fiance. But also, like, there's just so much stuff that it's hard to find the uniqueness. And so my question after my ramble to you is are we past the golden age already? Like, is it is it has the train left the station on podcasting?
Yeah, I mean, I think have you ever heard of what is it called? The Gartner hype cycle, where they have this. So in Gartner, some research group has this hype cycle, and it's literally a curve, and it's like the peak of hype, and then the trough of disillusionment, and then like useful utility or something. I'm missing up some of those words, but it's this. We are probably past the peak hype curve, but it doesn't mean that the opportunities are any lesser. I think that it's still brimming with a lot of potential, and it's definitely not too late to get on the podcast train if you want. it's definitely crowded. It was always crowded in my opinion. And if you're trying to create, so is it too late to create a podcast that the whole world didn't listen to and know about? Yeah, probably. It probably is, to be honest. But that was a long shot to begin with. So what you have going for you now in 2023 is a growing audience. There's still lots of people who are discovering podcasting for the first time, and not just in the U.S. where I'm based, but all over the world. Different folks are discovering at different times. There's still innovation on terms of players and other, we talked about a moment ago, like YouTube and podcasting are different things. Well, YouTube is what might be the fastest growing podcast player of all, and that's a relatively new development, even though YouTube's been around for more than almost 20 years. The monetization opportunities are still there. I mean, I think that's mature. As any industry matures, people are looking to try to make money. It's hard to make money, but the opportunities there are maturing. I think they're still developing, but maturing. Whereas if you had a podcast in 2016, there were no providers to help you monetize that. Like, it was just a host, right? There were no easy to use ad solutions. You had to go out and schlep for yourself. So that's interesting. There's more openness to diverse content. And I think, I don't have the data to back this up, but I believe like the listener base is far more diverse in terms of gender, ethnicity, country of origin, et cetera. So there's more opportunity for more creators to probably find people like themselves as audience members and as other podcasters. And then there's always new technologies that are popping up. Nothing comes to mind per se, but it wouldn't be a somewhat technology related conversation in 2023 without bringing up AI. There's probably some potential for AI to make podcasting easier and more scalable. At least in terms of ad insertion or whatever. The analytics are improving. I still think they have a long way to go, but so there's a lot of things that are improving in podcast land, and so I'm still really bullish on the space.
All right, cool. So we've chatted for 30 minutes or so, and we've sort of gotten close to it, and then sort of gotten away from it. But what are some ways people can actually monetize podcasting? And there's of course the obvious ones. Use it as a display ad for your expertise, use it as ways to sell your product and service and things like that. But how does a smaller show kind of actually use this as maybe not a profit center, but at least a break-even center?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's funny because the two things you just brought up are often, to me, not the obvious ones. I think what people immediately think, they think of advertising and sponsorships because they're used to an old media model where they're like, well, the way I make money on my media is I have to force people to sit through something they don't want to hear. But those are two good opportunities, so a lot of podcasts generate revenue through advertising. There are different types of ads, host-read ads, programmatic, and partnerships with sponsors. So host-read ads, you can typically charge a little bit more for. So if you saw, or you've done this on your own podcast, I know before, where you would have what either is or appears to be a genuine recommendation of a product, and then it's in the same voice as the host, so the audience is less likely to skip through it. So there's that. There's also just dynamic ads that get inserted, or not dynamically inserted programmatic ads that are more an advertiser creates an ad for their new car or whatever, and they're just looking to reach certain audiences. And if your demo and your audience size matches up with their needs, they'll just, if you signed up with a programmatic ad partner, they'll just insert ads where you mark that in your podcast. And then, but sponsorship. So for really small, those are pretty tough because the CPM or the cost per thousand has to be pretty high. I don't know what the current rate is nowadays, but let's say somewhere between 20 and 50K for host-read ads. 20 and $50 per thousand listeners. Well, a lot of podcasts don't have 1,000 listeners, so now you're having to go. That's a lot of work. So sponsorships are an interesting idea where you work with a company to sponsor your podcast and they provide funding in exchange for promotion or integration into it. that way, maybe they're not expecting that per person you're going to get this great return on investment, but they want to be associated with the content. They want to, you're an expert in routers, and they sell stuff that's like routers, and so they want to be next to it, and they want to have that association with you, and they're buying that as much as they're buying the audience. That seems like a good idea, and also doesn't require. It's a little more premium, it feels like to me. Speaking of premium, a couple more, just to give you a couple more ideas here, Saul. Just premium content. So if you have an audience, like we're both into hip hop and music a lot, and Talib Kweli's rapper I kind of like. He has a podcast called The People's Party, and I used to listen to it. Well, now it's gated. He sticks it on a Patreon page. That's annoying to me, but it's working. Here I am talking about it. So I hear the 7-minute version drop on the podcast, on the feeds, which is often enough for me. He hasn't converted me, so to be clear. But then, if I want the full episode, I have to sign up for his Patreon or sign up for whatever. That's an interesting idea. Like, don't give people a taste. And if the people who really want all of it, they'll, reward them with exclusive content. And if it's a small number, let's say it's only 20 people who want to pay for a relationship with you as a podcaster. Well, now you have the opportunity to have a relationship. There's only 20 people. You could actually get to know all of them. You could call them on the phone. If you're in the same town as them, you could have lunch with them. That is like super cool. And people will pay for that if they enjoy your content, even if you're not famous at all. So
I'm a big fan of Patreon and using that. I'm more of a fan of giving the whole thing for free and using like an additional episode per week or something like that on Patreon or stuff like that. It's interesting when you say you weren't converted. It's funny, and this is more my podcast habit than probably the norm. But I like to go deep on a podcast, get kind of burnt out on it for a while, and then go deep on something else and let all those new episodes of that thing I'm burnt out on sort of let them pile up and go back 2 months later and listen, a podcast a day for, a month or something like that. And, and I used to listen to Call Her Daddy, which was it's this huge thing now. And I used to listen to Armchair Experts with Dax Shepard. And both shows kind of were losing me just because I was kind of just burning out on them. And they both signed these exclusive deals at Shopify, and they're still free. But the barrier to me to going, and not Shopify, Spotify, they're still free, but the barrier for me to go listen on Spotify was too big for me to actually go follow the show, that I just don't listen anymore. Like, it's crazy how, yeah.
I mean, there's a ton of shows I'd love to see on Paramount Plus, but I don't have Paramount Plus or Peacock or whatever. You can't subscribe to everything. So that's interesting. I mean, we're all different. We're kind of talking about being podcasters, but as a podcast listener, I'll relate to you. There aren't that many shows of any kind, TV, film, podcast, that I want to have a multi-year relationship with. Like, I'm kind of just over that. Like, multi-year relationships are hard. I'm happily married. It's not easy, right? So it's like, I don't need to have the stress of keeping up with Dax Shepard's podcast for a decade, or Tim Ferriss or whatever. Like, I don't need that. So it's okay to come in and out. One of my most blissful periods as a listener is I actually didn't listen to anything else subscribed to, and all my podcast listening was driven through search for a brief time. So I get really into a topic, and then I'd search for it. And then when Boots Riley came out with Sorry to Bother You, the film, I was like really intrigued by that turn in his career. And so I was listening to every interview I could find with Boots Riley. And that's actually how I discovered a lot of good podcasts, because most of those interviews were the same interview. Oh my gosh, you were a rapper and I have this crazy movie. And how'd you do it? And it's like, all right, well, those podcasts are fine, but they're not very creative. Anytime I listened to a podcast where they had questions that were off of the script of the others, I was like, that's a good podcast. Right. And so I enjoyed that. That was a peculiar game I played for a while. Nowadays, not that there are that many of these, and I don't know where I would find them promoted as such. I am really interested in like kind of pop-up podcasts that are meant to come and go. I wish I would like more of that. The same way I like a limited series on Netflix or a comedy special. I would love to see some stuff that's audio that, no disrespect to all these people. I've done shows like this too. I just feel like some shows are stretched out for their monetization opportunities. And as such, they're not as creative as they would have been if they had just done what the creator actually wanted to do, which probably wasn't a weekly show forever into perpetuity with ad breaks at convenient times, But anyway, so a couple more things. I mean, people can just ask their listeners for support, like a tip jar type thing, crowdfunding, and merchandise is a good idea, especially if you, not that you have to have a large audience, but you have to have a loyal audience, and maybe a small but loyal audience is actually better for merch sales than a giant audience. It would be pretty lame. I'm not going to name a particular podcast. I don't want to diss anyone, but like, think of whatever the biggest like cliche favorite podcast in the world is. It would be kind of not that cool to wear a T-shirt of that brand, because it'd be like, oh, cool, like, you also like that? Well, oh shit, so does everyone. But if I had something that like was sort of big, but like it's kind of like wearing a band, like it isn't that cool to wear, I don't know, the world's most popular band. It's cool to wear, the cool new band that's popping up, or the old band that like kind of is disrespected, but everyone knows is legendary, was from that era. So be that for your podcast, and sell a T-shirt, a mug, a book, something that will allow people to identify as part of your tribe, and other people will see them and think they're cool. And then live shows and events, I think, are an interesting thing. We had some success with the LA Times with this. If you have, it could be that you have a podcast that like the podcast itself is marginally successful, or meaning not successful monetization wise, but maybe there's in your physical market there's space for an event related to that topic. So if I have a podcast about gardening and like no one's really listening to it, but I'm doing it anyway because it's good for me, whatever. Well, I use my podcast to work through my gardening, my voice, whatever, and then I host a big event in Toronto, and I invite Saul, and we're going to talk about gardening, and we tap into gardening groups, and we sell 100 tickets at $15 a pop. Now that could be how I monetize. And people don't have to necessarily have to have heard of the podcast in order to enjoy that event. So those are some ways to make some money.
So you've been very, very generous with your time. I know you're not feeling great. I'm going to ask you one last question, and then we'll wrap up. What do you think's next for podcasting?
Well, I just read stuff. So what I'm reading is that you asked about the golden era done or whatever. It seems like what is maybe done, or at least for now, is the idea of giant exits of your podcast to get acquired for ungodly sums by some platform that's seeking to take your audience over to their platform. That may be over. Thank Jeebus, because it sounds good to me.
It's so bizarre to see some of these numbers. Like they make no sense.
Yeah, and I'm all for people getting what they want to get, but like that, now maybe it can return. It'll never be what it was even before I was involved with podcasting, but like maybe you can return to, people with an interesting voice or story to tell that couldn't find their way into, more traditional media. So they find a chance that what AM radio used to be, or not even AM radio, like guerrilla radio, ham radio, yeah, like whatever, or blogs used to be, like before all the blogs all the big ones got swallowed up by big players, and then the small ones kind of went away. Like maybe it can be that again, and there can be networks of podcasters coming together to operate as sort of collectives, as networks in themselves. So a lot of ways people monetize is they'll sign on to a network. I think that's a really good idea, and that network will represent you, help you with the podcast stuff, so you can help you with the monetization, so you can focus on your craft. Will be interesting as the tools become more accessible and easier. I'm intrigued by a dozen podcasters who are not directly competitive, but have adjacent programming that maybe they have some audience overlap, share their audience with one another, and share the cost of some of those tools. There's a company, a big company called Blue Wire. They're a sports podcasting network, I think based out of Vegas now. And they're kind of are this. Like they had some adventures and big narrative pieces, but they really returned to their roots, which is representing and bringing together like hundreds of niche sports podcasts and then helping them with their monetization. They're very creator focused podcast network. And I think there's room for that in many other verticals. And here in Arkansas, not exactly a podcasting hotbed, let's say. I see that happening here with this nonprofit I mentioned. I'm only on the board, so I'm not like involved on a day-to-day, but we've had a couple in-person events. Podcasters are showing up on each other's podcasts, sharing each other's podcasts into one another's feeds. And it's a pretty beautiful thing. And so for an individual podcaster, it's kind of like anything else in life, but if you can network your way toward mutually beneficial agreements with other people, that'd be great. So that's actually what I'd like to see is just like it be returning into the hands of the individual podcasters coming together to get theirs and not being as reliant on, there's a reason why, like if you want to be on TV, you have to be reliant on big corporations because you can't get on TV legally without it. Like you can't just get on TV. Podcasts, you don't have that problem. So why do you have to do that? The other thing I'd love to see, sorry, you probably just want a one simple answer, but No,
I love this.
There's a lot of interesting stuff here. International growth is cool. That's not really where my head's at, but I'm really excited about that for the world. But I'm excited about more interactivity in podcasts. We talk a lot. A cliche answer to your question about what's unique about podcasts is the engagement. And I don't say that because I don't know if it's there. Now, the listener may engage with the content, but the two-way conversation is still lacking. And I'm looking forward to there being more interactive and participatory shows where, listeners can engage and influence the content either asynchronously or in real time. I think that would be really cool. And so I'm looking forward to someone developing more of that, almost like game show type functionality, but in a variety of shows. What's a good example of that? Seth Godin's podcast, it's not just him. A lot of people do it, but he has like a way on his website for people to upload audio of a question. And then he takes a few of those questions and ends all his episodes with a user submitted question. That isn't unique, but, and Scott Galloway does that too. But I love hearing the voices of those fans, of those listeners. It makes me, some of them, I'm like, oh, that sounds like me. I would ask that question. And now I actually never have asked a question this way, but I love knowing that I could. And I think I'd love to see more of that interactivity.
No, that's awesome. Clint, thank you so much for doing the show. You were amazing. Your knowledge is endless, and I appreciate it. I'm glad that you were our first guest. You really set the tone for everything. I'm going to put you in the green room. Please don't leave because I want to say goodbye to you. I'm going to read an ad for Spreadshop and thank people for watching, and then I will be right with you. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for joining the very first, interview. We've done 30 of these shows, but this is the first one we had a guest, and it's all because of Spreadshop. So Spreadshop, what's Spreadshop? Hopefully by now, I hope you know, but in case you don't, Spreadshop is the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags. I already told you I'm wearing a Spreadshop shirt today. Simply upload your designs and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. All you have to do is visit www.spreadshop.com and tell them Saul sent you. Thank you so much for watching today. We'll be back on Friday with something new, and we appreciate you guys.
I'm going to be honest with you. I am not the most positive person there is in the world by default, and that's what we're going to talk about today because, I try every day to be a little bit more positive because building relationships and finding your audience requires a certain mindset, and the mindset is positivity.
Sounds good. Positivity, that's what I like.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show powered by Spreadshop. The goal of this show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I'm begging you, have you subscribed to the show yet? Have you smashed the bell? I really wish you would, because, every Tuesday and Friday, we are going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences to the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, which we're probably going to do next week, and most importantly, the secret to selling merch. So, speaking of merch, the show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade. This is maybe the first time I'm not wearing a Spreadshop shirt on this channel. In my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. And, I love them. I'm grateful they let us do this show. That's my personal testimonial. And now I'm going to read, or not now, but later in the video, I'll read a proper ad read and remind you to go sign up. So, growing a channel takes a lot of things. It takes time, it takes research, it takes passion. And the thing people don't talk a lot about is blissful ignorance. Said another way, it's confidence.
I have total confidence in your brilliance.
But it really stems from positive thinking, and that's what confidence is. So you might be wondering why it seems like experienced creators just have it easier when they're launching new channels. It's all about having the confidence to act like your audience is already there. Let's break down that a little further. So, don't let current audience size dictate your actions. Be grateful what you have, but never settle. Imagine your content is a rocket and you're the astronaut.
This time to become an astronaut.
The first step is setting the intention to play big. No matter how many subscribers you currently have, believe in your potential. Confidence is your rocket fuel. And here's what I mean. If you have 100 subscribers, act like you have 100,000. It's not about being delusional, but you need to create valuable content no matter how many people are watching, or no one will actually watch. Invest time in preparation. Write a script if that'll help you. I like to just talk, but I make a list of 4 to 5 bullet points to make sure I don't get off topic, and I follow them really tightly. Everyone starts off with low numbers, and the people who aim big tend to do better than the ones that are just phoning it in.
Batman? Yes, Mr. Wayne. Have you heard Mr. Freeze's scurrilous demands? Just briefly. If Robin and I act as go-betweens, are you prepared to make the telecast at midnight and pay the ransom, Mr. Wayne? I have no choice, Batman. Then may I suggest you tape the broadcast from the commissioner's office an hour earlier, and we will have a dummy package of money.
So here's something people don't talk about a lot, but on-camera energy is really important.
1, 2, 3, Hot Sunday!
Yeah, we'll be great, we'll be awesome, we'll knock them dead, right? Right? Yeah!
This isn't just about being energetic on the camera, but that is key as well. But it's also about showcasing your passion, your knowledge, and your enthusiasm. Make your viewers feel the energy through the screen so they actually want to come back every week. And again, this comes from positivity. Playing big, and this speaks a little bit to personal growth, playing big extends beyond YouTube. You have to take care of yourself physically and mentally. Keeping a schedule and keeping your content quality high takes a lot of work, and your well-being affects your quality and consistency. So it's really important to make sure you're doing everything you need to do for yourself and your viewers. And again, don't let your current interactions or comments define your audience. These are people viewing now, but they're not your whole audience. There's often a silent majority waiting to discover your content. So don't just believe what you see in front of you. Envision a bigger and bigger audience. In time, you're going to start getting new comments about the value you're creating and how people are going to share your content. This is like when you're kind of on the right track. And, going a little deeper on this, you need to remember that your current interactions and comments represent just a fraction of your potential audience.
And there is more where that came from.
Many people watch silently without engaging. Don't be discouraged by the lack of immediate interaction. If you are doing really great content, it doesn't matter. You should never compare yourself or your channel to others.
Busy doing the Lord's work.
Success is very subjective, and every channel has its unique trajectory. Focus on your growth and your audience needs, and focus on, monetization and making money. In a lot of ways, you have to trick your brain. Now, this is where the real magic happens. Trick your brain into believing your audience is already there.
Your Excellency, I thought you left.
Oh, no, I no leave.
But I saw you with my own eyes.
Well, who you going to believe, me or your own eyes?
I read an interview that the reason the show Pardon the Interruption decorated their sets with cardboard cutouts of famous people's heads behind them was that this is who they were broadcasting to in their brain. They were visualizing an audience from day one, even before they had an audience. I consider this a real radical moment. Radical moments are where you act as if you're already at the level you aspire to. If you keep making these new choices, you'll see your momentum pick up. As Michelangelo once said, and we're not talking about the Ninja Turtle, we're talking about the artist, the sculpture's already complete within the marble block before I start my work. Your audience is already there. You just need to uncover it. You need to keep chipping away at it. When you believe in your audience and you act like you're already there, incredible things happen. Remember, again, I've said this already, it's not about comparing yourself to others. It's about making something that matters in the world so people respond to it when they find it. It's just like making a product. You have to make something that people will pay for. And here's the truth. Reading comments and connecting with real people trying to make a difference is what creating content is about. So go out there, create amazing content, and remember your audience is waiting for you to shine, and they're waiting to give you money. That's the secret. Okay, before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very high quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc., etc. All you have to do is upload your designs to Spreadshop, and they take care of everything. They take care of the production. They take care of the shipping. They take care of the inventory. They take care of everything. So visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And two last things. If you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. And finally, I said there was two things. The last thing, we announced a contest a couple weeks ago, and I hadn't forgotten about it. We're going to announce the winners next week. So if you haven't entered...
Look, there's no sense in entering a contest if you don't think you're going to win.
All you have to do is subscribe to this channel, and we're giving away 3, count them, 1, 2, 3. I did this on a short the other day, and I realized that I can't actually number like 3 like this. But anyways, we're giving away 3 $100 gift cards to Spreadshop, as well as I'll be including a couple limited edition Saul shirts in the package. So please subscribe, please support Spreadshop, and of course, please keep listening and watching this show, and we'll see you next week.
Well, thanks. Feel pretty good about it myself.
Hey, guess what, kids? Social media is dead.
Social media? You mean the Facebook and things?
Okay, not really, but there are a lot of ways to monetize your creativity without relying on social media, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So I'm begging you, please, 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 will you subscribe to this show? Smash the bell, do all that stuff. And the reason you should is because every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and of course, most importantly, the secret to selling merch. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today. But
Speaking of merch, holy mackerel, this show is sponsored by Spreadshop, and I've had a Spreadshop for over a decade, and in my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothings, bags, and all sorts of things. That's my personal testimonial, and I'm going to do a proper ad read later in the video, so stick around. But today, social media, we're talking YouTube, we're talking Instagram, TikTok, even X. They've opened new worlds for creative people. It has never been easier and harder to monetize your creative life in the virtual world. The thing is, there is other huge, and I mean huge.
Huge? You sure it isn't just huge?
No.
Opportunities out there offline that sometimes get forgotten because all of the time commitment and for some the crutch of social platforms. It is really important to not ignore offline tactics due to the old saying, you don't build your house on other people's land. Meta, the company that owns Facebook and Instagram, they have a long history of changing their rules and making it harder to access and communicate to the audience you have built on their platform.
Thank you very much, Facebook.
And guess what? It's within their legal right because you agreed to it in the terms and conditions. So, how do you take advantage of offline opportunities? Well, there's lots of ways, but to start, you need to identify your skills. First things first, we've got to know, what are you working with? Identifying your creative skills is like mapping out the treasure chest of opportunities that lay ahead for you.
My name is Wayne White. I'm an artist. I make paintings, sculptures, puppets, and I even try to make some movies every now and then.
This is where your journey begins. Are you an illustrator? Are you a painter? Are you a clothing designer? It's important not to limit yourself. If you paint, you could probably also make signs. If you're an illustrator, why are you not a clothing brand making shirts? Experiment with various creative endeavors, and you might uncover hidden talents you never knew you had. So now that we've figured out an easy place to start, or now that we've figured that out, an easy place to start is freelancing.
No, I got out. I'm freelancing now.
Freelancing is like your ticket to turning your creative prowess into cold, hard cash. It's like being a digital nomad of creativity. And there's a couple ways to be great at it. First you need to find some clients, obviously. And in the beginning, it's a good place to start with friends and family.
They say it's customary for friends and family to come down and give blood.
Let them know what you're up to. What are you great at? And what are you looking for? Ask for introductions or ask for projects directly. It is key that you deliver your best work with these people because you're not only representing yourself, but also the friend who made the intro. Another really valuable thing is networking. Networking is almost as important as the actual work. You need to get out of your house, your studio, your office, and attend events. Go to things like creative mornings, join meetup groups, and when you're at the events, make sure you talk to people, hand out business cards, make some pins or stickers, whatever.
Most people usually just take my card to be polite.
It would be silly to go any further, without talking about, what are you going to charge?
That's my fee.
This isn't a bail bond, Max.
Pricing strategies are a real thing. Pricing is never one size fits all. You need to really ask yourself, how good am I? What is the project? How complex is it? What do I think the client budget is? What are the local market rates? And here's the most important thing I can teach you. If you're a service-based company and not selling a physical thing, whatever price you come up with and you base it on the time, the materials, how much money you want to make, you should always, and I mean always, add 10% more to the quote, because there will always be, and I'm talking from 15 years of experience here, there will always be something that comes up to make that 10% really important. Okay, we talked about freelancing, we talked about all this stuff. Now it comes time to start selling. And
And please, when you get to this point, don't compromise your creative vision. Your unique style sets you apart and will be what people are drawn to. Be yourself. One place to start with selling whatever you're doing is traditional galleries. Exhibitions and local art spaces can introduce your art to a wider audience. One of my favorite artists of all time, Wayne White.
Beauty is embarrassing. That's right. I was going to tell you about that. What does that mean? I'll tell you. When we see something beautiful, truly beautiful, we're in awe. When raw emotion comes to the surface, tear comes to the eye. And that emotional vulnerability is embarrassing. It is. We don't want anybody to see us moved like that. We want to be tough.
He showed his first collection of paintings in a coffee shop in Los Angeles. Don't be deterred by the location. It's all about getting your art out there. The other way to sell your art is through Spreadshop. Now, before you go rolling your eyes and say, I knew this was coming, I am serious about this. Put your art on merch like shirts and bags.
Are we talking about selling art or selling stuff?
If you watched any of the previous videos, you know I love Spreadshop. I have 15 t-shirts with my face on it that I on Spreadshop. But besides my love for them, it makes sense because having physical things is a great way to offer your art in different ways to different people. Not everyone can afford an original piece, but they can buy a shirt or a print, and if they love your work, they're going to want to support it. Creating and selling products inspired by your creativity can be incredibly filling. It's like turning your art into tangible treasures. But when you're thinking of products, whether it's Spreadshop, or maybe you make handcrafted goods, ensure your products are top notch. Quality builds trust with customers. That's why I love Spreadshop. Their stuff is the best. Okay. You've got products, you've got a service, you've got all these things. Effective marketing and branding are your secret weapons. Build a brand identity that resonates. And even though this video is supposed to be able ways to manage without social media, when it comes to merch, you should share your items and brand on the platforms, as well as don't forget about email marketing and content creation to reach potential customers. And finally, let's talk about something that's super important and the least fun part of all of this.
Son, I pay taxes.
It's, of course, paperwork and taxes. It's like managing the backstage of a spectacular show. Here's how to keep your financial ship running smoothly. When I started my company 15 years ago, I didn't understand that the money coming in wasn't all my money. I know that sounds stupid, but, cut me some slack.
That's my money anyway, Jerry. I earned that money.
Don't make this mistake. It costs a lot of money later. You have to remember that you need to pay taxes on all money that comes in, and the amounts change depending on how you set up your company. If you're a sole proprietorship, a partnership, a registered company, each comes with its own tax and liability considerations, and you cannot play around with this stuff. Anyone who tells you to cut corners here, you should not listen to them because man, you can get in a lot of trouble. The easiest way to stay on the right side of history here is to maintain meticulous records of your income and expenses. Accounting software like Xero or FreshBooks can be your trusty sidekick. I've not only used both of them, I've worked for both of them, and I trust them both. When it comes to taxes, you should pay estimated taxes quarterly to avoid tax season surprises. It makes a huge difference, and nobody wants to be looking at a giant bill. It's scary. You won't be able to create it. It can shut you down. But also on a good side of it, don't forget to capitalize as much as you can legally on tax deductions for creatives. Home office expenses, art supplies, and equipment can be deductible expenses that really lighten your tax burden. I know this episode is a little different than the others, and we'll get back to platforms in the next episode and more fun things. But it's important when you're talking about monetizing your creativity, you look at all the ways and places. Social media is valuable and key, but it isn't the only way to make money as a creative, and people have to remember that, whether you're freelancing, whether you're selling your art, whether you're creating products or managing paperwork, Remember that success in the creative world often requires both artistic and business savvy. So make sure you invested in all of those things on both sides of I don't know what I'm trying to think of. I'm at a loss for a cliche, at both sides of the table. Okay, that's today's show. But before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. And I know we've done it 3 times already, but are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise and promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of very, very, very high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags, etc. The list goes on and on. All you do is upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of everything. No need to worry about production, inventory, fulfillment. All you have to do is visit www.spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creativity. We'll be back on Friday. We love doing this for you. We hope you're getting a lot out of it. And we'll speak to you soon.
We have some merch at the back, so... Okay, bar, now?
Instagram is far and away my favorite social media platform, so consider this the definitive guide to making a successful Instagram feed.
You're not on Instagram.
Hey everybody, I'm Saul Colt, the host of the License to Print Money show, powered by Spreadshop. The goal of the show, for as long as they let me do it, is to show creative people how to make money from their creative life. So, please subscribe. Let's make some money together. Smash the bell. And the reason you should is because every Tuesday and Friday, we're going to cover ways to generate income from your creative life. Everything from growing audiences, the nuances of each platform, launching a podcast, and of course, we're going to talk about selling merch. So speaking of merch, this show is sponsored by Spreadshop. I love Spreadshop, and I'm loud and I'm proud. In my opinion, they're the very best online solution for selling all kinds of merch, like clothing, bags, all sorts of things. And I can't say enough nice things about Spreadshop. I truly do love them. So if you've been following this account in the previous videos, you know that we've been kind of heavy on YouTube tips, and so let's balance it out and go a little deeper on Instagram. And I wasn't joking in the introduction when I said Instagram is my absolute favorite social media platform. It's my favorite to consume. It's my favorite to create for. Instagram is easy.
Cute.
I'm going to set up an Instagram account for you.
Please.
And the barrier to entry is very, very low on Instagram, and that makes it seem, like super, like anyone could get on, but there's still a lot of things to consider if you want to create a great account that can generate money. So I'm going to go through, 15, 16 tips off the top of my head to help you master Instagram. So first off, and I've said this about YouTube as well, but you should never buy Instagram followers.
That song bought me this franchise and the hottest wife in the world, but it's all fake.
When it comes to growing your Instagram presence, shortcuts like buying followers or using bots, it may seem tempting. Let's be clear, it's a terrible, terrible idea, and I'm going to tell you why. Instagram's algorithm isn't easily fooled. These are smart people. It's kind of like trying to buy beer when you're 16 and you look 14. It rarely works. Instagram's algorithm has evolved so far that they can detect fake engagement and fake followers. So if you buy followers, it's like putting a neon sign on your account saying, "I'm not authentic." And what happens is the algo will not send you as much real traffic as you would if you're, focusing on organic growth. Focusing on organic growth will take longer, but it is worth it. Quality followers who genuinely engage with your content are the real secret to Instagram. It's also really important To have a strong personal brand and a clear value proposition, think of your feed as a storefront, even if you're not actually selling anything. Would you walk into a store if you had no idea what it sold? Maybe, but maybe not. Your Instagram should have a clear value proposition, something that sets you apart. Think of it as your store's unique selling point, whether it's fashion tips, inspirational quotes, culinary delights. I don't know if I said culinary. Your niche should be crystal clear. But here's the kicker. You don't want to be a one-trick pony.
It's your number one trick.
I always recommend having 2 to 5 content pillars to your niche. This adds variety without diluting your core value. Think of them as different sections of your store. You have, men's clothing, women's clothing, and intimate apparel. It all goes to the overall shopping experience. Another thing is you have to create an aesthetic for your feed. I don't mean every picture needs to be in black and white or you need a signature filter, but you do need to create something worth stopping for.
I saw all your pictures on Instagram and you look like you're having so much fun.
Because the truth is most people are just speed scrolling and they'll decide whether to follow you or not follow you within seconds. It's like going on a first date. You want to make a super good first impression. Your Instagram feed is your chance to showcase your brand, personal or professional, your brand's personality.
You not get that. You seem like such a stand-up guy on the Instagram.
And let me tell you, there's a zillion tools to create a visually appealing grid, but honestly, if you just put thought into what you're sharing, you can do it yourself. First impressions matter in the digital world too. A strong aesthetic can be a difference between a follower and not. Another thing that's really important is to optimize your Instagram bio.
Craig, give me the elevator pitch.
Okay. Your Instagram bio is your elevator pitch. You have 150 characters to commute who you are, what you do, and what you're offering. Don't waste this precious real estate on silliness. Use keywords to reach a wider audience. This is your megaphone that will be used in search and all sorts of things. You should go as specific as possible here. There's a lot of chefs on Instagram, but there are way less personal chefs or vegan chefs.
I think I'm going to go change the sterno under the vegan lasagna.
Or pastry chefs. I could keep going. Let people know exactly what makes you special and different, and don't forget the link. Put a link so they know where to find you. Personally, I use Linktree because I share not only a link to my site, but a handful of media mentions or interviews of me for people to review. So another thing is SEO, search engine optimization for the cool kids. Instagram now allows searching using keywords, and the best part of the best part of the Big Mac is the secret sauce, and this is your secret sauce.
Doing an analysis of the secret sauce.
Use relevant keywords in your captions, and you're more likely to pop up in user searches. Take the example of, and I'm going to talk about this later, best time to post. Using this keyword strategically in your captions can lead to more visibility, Instagram SEO, and making your content discoverable by people who are looking for things that you're offering. Find the best hashtags. Hashtags are really important.
It's really hard coming up with a hashtag.
I'm sure we talked about hashtags already, but they are like the traffic signs leading people to your location.
Hashtag my amazing summer.
Using the right ones can put your posts in front of your target audience. It's like having a billboard on a busy highway. Everyone passing can see it. For this video, I'll probably use the following hashtags: hashtag Spreadshop, hashtag Instagram, hashtag content, hashtag best time to post, hashtag reels, hashtag creators, hashtag Solcol.
Hashtag Jelly Boyfriend.
And I throw that in for people looking for me. But if you struggle with hashtags, there's a bunch of tools that will help you create them. We bring this up all the time. Create a consistent posting schedule. It's like opening your store at the same time every day. People know when to visit. Later has a scheduling tool, and it helps, so you can just sort of push things out or schedule a bunch at once. But, you don't have to use that either. And I'll say you have to invest in reels. Quality reels always beat still content. And again, it's all about meeting your customers' needs. I know I'm a little all over the place, so let's get focused again. Let's go back to find your best time to post. Timing is everything, and it's weird, but 4 a.m. seems to be the sweet spot. I tend to post my stuff midnight, 1 a.m. before I go to sleep, and it's sort of waiting for everybody in the morning, and I find that really gets me a lot of engagement. But, there's a lot of scheduling tools out there. I think that, you can use them or not use them. I personally don't, but they are there if you want to use them, and they do give you a tiny bit of an advantage. Accessibility is vital. It's like making sure your shop is wheelchair friendly. It's important to add subtitles, put alternate text, create content that's screen reader friendly. Anything you can do to make it easier to find and enjoy your content is an advantage. So there's a million videos on hooks. Hooks are pretty important, but have you noticed a lot of people recently have started their videos by saying, stop scrolling? This is called a hook. Sometimes people hook you in and they get you to pay a little bit more attention. One current trend right now is to be fake negative. People will say something like, here are the 5 things people hate about whatever your message is. Once they hook you in with the negativity, they actually say all the really amazing things about the product, and you realize you've been sucked in. Whatever. I agree that negative works, but I don't use this tactic personally because I truly believe you can only bait and switch people so many times before they see through it. So what are some other hooks? And I'll tell you. You can use words or phrases like how to, copy this, things you need to know, the truth about. I've seen a lot of people use feels illegal to know these websites, and I have fallen for that a few times, and one was actually kind of, good and interesting. Hooks are important to play around with, and try a few different ones and see what works for you, because when you find that thing that does work, they actually do work. I don't know what number we're at. I'm going to guess 10 or 11. Work with other brands, other creators, other influencers.
All I'm saying, man, is switch partners. It'll be fun.
Partnering with like-minded influencers and brands can be a game changer. It's like partnerships in the business world. You can benefit from their audience and tap into a fresh pool of potential followers. The best part is you don't have to break the bank on this. I've mentioned before that nano and micro influencers can be way, way, way better than people with huge and untargeted followers. Smaller influencers often have higher engagement rates and cost less to work with if you're going to sponsor posts. But I would say try to get a bunch of people. The right strategy depends on your bandwidth and budget, but if you can get a bunch of small people instead of one large people, it usually works in your favor. So I mentioned Reels when I sort of got distracted for a little bit, so let's go back to that. Instagram Reels are a goldmine for reaching new audiences. They're like the front page of a popular magazine. Everyone sort of looks at them. They're kind of like TikTok's, For You page. The Reels feed serves high-interest content leading to increased engagement. It's like having your product showcased on a prime shelf in a supermarket. Your Reels can easily reach beyond your followers, boosting visibility and follow count. For the best results, again, go back to your keywords and your relevant hashtags in your Reels. But remember, keep them short and snappy for repeat views. Create original content and consider adding on-screen text like, captions for viewers who watch without sound. I'm one of those people. I lie in bed at night and I don't turn the sound on for whatever reason. Make it high quality. Make it, really show that you've put your time into your Reels. And the thing with Reels and all your Instagram content is, remember your Instagram stories, they disappear after 24 hours, but you can keep them alive in your story highlights. And, I really like this account, Do Moi. And they use a real clever, they use Instagram stories very cleverly, or highlights cleverly. They're a celebrity gossip site, and they use their highlights as a full working library of all their gossip and their tips. Creating high-quality highlights can increase brand awareness, attract new followers, and showcase your best story content to new visitors. Start scheduling your Instagram stories and make sure that they go into your highlights as well, because that's really important. When it comes to reaching new audiences organically, shareable content is a powerful tool. You think of memes, think of whatever, but people love to share what they find interesting or funny. Inspirational quotes, I'm rolling my eyes, not my thing. Informative carousel posts, trendy memes are tried and true formats. Memes in particular are like the joke of the day at your shop. They spread like wildfire when they catch on and, when they resonate with your customers. To create a successful meme, tap into trending visuals, understand your audience's sentiment, and align it with your brand's niche. It's like finding the perfect joke that makes everyone laugh.
Did you know every planet in our solar system is named after a god?
I did not know that.
Except Earth, which is named after all that stuff on the ground. Okay, can I keep this?
You got
Remember, the more your meme resonates with your community, the more likely it'll be shared widely. I'm running out of gas here, but let's keep going. Hosting an Instagram contest or giveaway can be a turbocharger for growing your following. It's like organizing an exclusive in-store event with freebies. Ensure you set clear entry requirements and support your growth goals. Ask participants to tag a friend in the comment, share Instagram stories, follow your account, and reward these people with special deals. We did a contest that we reached out to the winners, and once they get permission, we're going to announce who they are. And it was very successful for us. Giveaways, when done in partnership with a creator or a brand with a similar target, can create a huge sense of community and drive rapid growth. We did a whole video on contests, so check that out. Last couple, make sure you cross-promote your Instagram stuff through all your other platforms. Expanding your reach beyond Instagram is really important. Connect your Instagram to your other platforms like TikTok and direct people, from there to here and here to there. Creating content on TikTok that encourages viewers to check out your Instagram is like having billboards advertising your store on the busiest streets. If TikTok isn't part of your strategy, promote your Instagram through your website, your newsletter, your podcast, or any of your other social platforms. And we talk about this all the time. Analyze your content, monitor your Instagram performance, and see what's working and isn't working. Show, when a post has higher or lower reach than usual, it's a gold mine of insights. It's like discovering which products fly off the shelves and which ones collect dust. Analyzing hashtags, CTAs, publishing times, and content types can help you tailor your strategy for better results. I've noticed that when I post stories and I only post 1 or 2 in a 24-hour period, they do better than when I post 8 or 9. So I stopped, doing long stories. I say this over and 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 over.
Over and over and over.
Connect with your community. Build an engaged community on Instagram. It's like these are your loyal customers that keep coming back. It's all about connection and engagement. Ask yourself, how often are you engaging with your followers? Do you interact in real time? Do you do Instagram lives? Any of that stuff. I've seen a lot of really great examples of people who use stories for Q&As, or they do lives for almost like your call-in show. These engage and build relationships with your community and grows them stronger. Trust and believe in your brand and so it can grow and let people see more of you.
And I'm spent. Woo.
I think that's all I've got for right now. So before we go, let's talk about Spreadshop. Are you a creative individual looking to turn your ideas into profit? Are you an entrepreneur searching for a seamless way to establish your own brand? Or perhaps you're part of an organization aiming to fundraise or promote your cause? Look no further than Spreadshop, the ultimate solution for creating and selling custom merchandise online. Spreadshop offers an extensive range of high-quality shirts, high-quality products, including t-shirts, hoodies, hats, bags. The list goes on and on. Simply upload your designs, and Spreadshop takes care of all the heavy lifting. No need to worry about production, inventory, or fulfillment. Visit Spreadshop.com today and tell them Saul sent you. And if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe for more tips to fuel your creative success. And remember, how about this? Drop your Instagram feed into the comments here, and I'll give you a follow, and I'll go check it out and see what you're working on. Because like I said, Instagram is my favorite. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.
I follow you on Instagram, you moron.